He ahua olani huli no kanoi onu anu nu alia ika poe pali ika pa iki mai o ke konae he ohu ika lehalia alama bui ke anu hea hea mai ke anu moe malie ita
Good morning. My name is Sir Bashir Al-Hashimi. I'm the Vice President of Research and Innovations at King's College London and Chair of the Plus Alliance. While I'm sorry not to be with you in person in Honolulu, I am very pleased to welcome you to the second Indo-Pacific Security Forum, Resilient, Force, Posture and Readiness. Today, I have the privilege of speaking on behalf of the 3 Plus Alliance Vice Chancellors. President Michael Crow of Arizona State University, Vice Chancellor Attila Bronx of the University of New South Wales, and Professor Kshitij Kapoor, the Vice Chancellor and President of King's College London. Let me briefly explain what the Plus Alliance represents and why this moment is so important. The Plus Alliance, named for Phoenix, London and Sydney, was launched in 2016 as a collaboration between ASU, King's and UNSW. It brings together 3 universities on 3 continents with complementary strengths, united by a shared commitment to developing sustainable solutions to some of the world's most pressing challenges. The Alliance has sought to push beyond the limits of individual institutions, exploring ambitious projects across areas such as artificial intelligence, global health, climate, technology, security and online learning at a scale. Through these tri-continental partnerships, we can mobilize global networks of faculty and students, share data and field sites, coordinate research across geographies and amplify impact through joint educational programs. We also can innovate in modes of delivery, for example, cross-institutional online programs, shared summer school, joint courses, and mobility initiatives that allow students to engage with multiple campuses remotely or in person.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Just a courtesy to you all. We'll begin in about 5 minutes. So if you'd like to grab a drink, cup of coffee, get settled in, we'll kick off in 5. Thank you.
Diverse expertise across continents to respond to an increasingly complex global security environment. Each of our universities bring deep and complementary strengths in this area. At King's, we have been the academic provider for UK joint professional military education since 1997, and through our Department of Force Studies, we host one of the largest multidisciplinary communities in the world, teaching and studying all aspects of conflict, war, defence and security. UNSW Cumbria at the Australian Defence Force Academy has been the official education provider of the Australian Defence Force for more than 50 years. And Arizona State University, a global leader in online education, has been ranked #1 in innovation among American universities for 11 years in a row. Together, Security and Defence Plus connects education, research, partnerships and thought leadership, ensuring that ideas developed in our 3 universities contribute directly to real-world strategy, decision-making and action. Recent S&D Plus highlights include the launch of a fully online MA in International Security and Policy, delivered collaboratively across the 3 institutions. The UNSW delivered MBAX program in Security and Defence and continued investment in seed funded research project. These projects span a wide range of areas, from space, governance and semiconductor supply chain, to ethical training for military personnel, advanced materials for defense applications, public attitudes to nuclear policy, and the security and resilience implications of emerging technologies such as AI and autonomous systems, to name just a few. I encourage you to connect with the Security and Defence Plus team to learn more about these initiatives and what lies ahead. Universities play a vital role in shaping policy by bringing the depth of sustained expertise, long-term perspectives and evidence that short policy cycles can sometimes miss. Just as importantly, academia serves as a trusted convener, a place where governments, industry and civil society can come together, test assumptions and challenge perspectives. In this way, we become partners in thinking. And when universities collaborate across institutions, disciplines and nations, the values multiplies. Different strengths, methods and perspectives combine to produce insights that are more robust and more relevant to the complex global challenges that we face. That's why I'm particularly delighted to be opening today's Indo-Pacific Security Forum. Events like this build momentum for deeper engagement and open the door to new collaborations within our alliance, across sectors and with partners across the Indo-Pacifics and beyond. I would also like to extend my thanks to today's speakers. It is particularly encouraging to see that many of them are alumni of our Plus Alliance institutions, are reflections of the strength of our shared academic community and its ongoing contributions to global security and policy. Thank you.
Almost heaven, West Makaha, High Ridge Mountain, Wisto clear blue water. All my friends there hanging down the beach.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Could I ask you to take your seats, please? Well, good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, partners and friends. A special welcome to those who have travelled here from across the Indo-Pacific, Europe, the Middle East and North America. Thank you very much for making the journey. It's a privilege to welcome you to this year's Indo-Pacific Forum on behalf of Security and Defence Plus. My name is Professor Ian Langford. I'm from the University of New South Wales and I'm the Executive Director of S&D Plus. S&D Plus is the security and defence initiative of the Plus Alliance, bringing together the collective strengths of University of New South Wales, Arizona State University and King's College London. S&D Plus is not an academic consortium, it's not a theoretical exercise, and it's not designed to sit on the sidelines observing the world. Our purpose is to connect and convene government, industry, academia, and the military profession in ways that are practical, policy relevant and operationally meaningful. Through our growing global network, we're engaged with decision makers and institutions across NATO, Whitehall, Westminster, the Pentagon, Canberra, Kiev, Tokyo, Indo-Pacific commands, defence ministries, as well as major industry and technology networks worldwide. Our role is not simply to observe change, our role is to shape it. As former Australian Prime Minister John Curtin warned in the early 1940s, Australia, and this means as much to Australia as it does to other member nations here today, Australia can no longer rely on traditional assumptions for its security. And that observation today feels increasingly relevant as the Indo-Pacific once again becomes the centre of global strategic competition. We might even extend that logic a little further. If democracies like ours fail to invest in strategic thinking, alliance integration industrial resilience and technology advantage now, we will ultimately pay a far greater price later. At a time when strategic warning has collapsed to zero, technology cycles are accelerating and the distinction between peace and war has blurred, institutions like ours carry obligations beyond traditional scholarship. As Sir Winston Churchill famously warned, the era of procrastination, of half measures, of soothing and baffling expedients, of delays has come to a close, and that warning resonates strongly today. We in S&D Plus therefore contribute to strategic literacy, public understanding, policy debate, and alliance thinking in real time. We can say things that others cannot, and importantly, we must connect ideas to outcomes. Over the past year, I'm very proud to say that many of our scholars have done that. He's here today, but Professor Alessio Patalano from King's College London has continued to shape strategic discussions on maritime security, Indo-Pacific deterrence and naval power across allied policy and media circles. Alessio's expertise makes him a highly sought-after global expert, and he's contributing to these debates on global media on an almost daily basis. Another, Professor Hugh Davies, who's also here from King's, provides important analysis always on military adaptation, industrial warfare, and mobilisation through the lens of military history. Professor Alicia Ellis from ASU advances critical work on alliance resilience, agricultural security, societal preparedness and governance challenges, and Alicia is highly sought after on issues that include fertiliser supply chain security and access to global markets, which I'm sure you're all aware is highly relevant today. And Professor Ryan Shaw, another from ASU, who also regularly provides influential analysis on Indo-Pacific security, alliance dynamics, deterrence and regional security competition. I should also add from UNSW, strong representation, mostly epitomised today by Professor David Kilcullen, who's here, who most of you know and contributes globally on a regular basis. These contributions from these world-class scholars matter because democracies depend on informed strategic debate. Increasingly, national security depends upon whether societies can think clearly under pressure, and we help to do that. But ultimately, success is not measured by what we say, it is measured by what we do. And for S&D Plus, success means linking influence to outcome and outcome to impact. It means building enduring partnerships across allied and partner nations. It means educating future leaders through initiatives such as UNSW's MBAX, King's College Masters in Security and Policy, ASU's Strategic Thinkers program, as well as our growing suite of executive education offerings. It means collaborating practical research through trilateral sea grants, advanced technology, collaboration, and strategic policy engagement. It means contributing to discussions around AUKUS, advanced capability development, workforce readiness, artificial intelligence, cyber resilience, undersea security, and integrated deterrence. None of these are abstract concepts. They are questions that shape deterrence, stability, and strength. And with all that comes an obligation to think beyond institutional boundaries, an obligation to cooperate across governments, universities, industry, and armed forces, and an obligation to ensure that innovation strengthens security, resilience, and democratic stability rather than simply act as a novelty. Over the course of this year, S&D Plus will continue advancing these conversations through a range of major initiatives and engagements. We recently contributed to King's London Defence Conference and will continue engagement in Canberra and in Washington in particular with the Future Security Forum later this year. Through our growing global network, we remain committed to building meaningful collaboration. And none of this will be possible without our partners, supporters, staff and participants. To all speakers, panellists, sponsors, military representatives, government officials and delegates, thank you for your contribution. Thank you for being here today on such an important topic at such a critical time. Finally, now it's my privilege to introduce our keynote speaker. Lieutenant General Simon Stuart is the Chief of Army of the Australian Army. He assumed this appointment in 2022 following an exceptional career spanning command, operations, strategic leadership and coalition service. General Stuart has commanded at multiple levels across the Australian Army, including operational deployments to East Timor and Afghanistan, He's served in key strategic appointments focused on capability, force modernisation and defence policy, and he's been at the forefront of shaping the Australian Army's response to a rapidly changing strategic environment. Please join me in welcoming Lieutenant General Simon Stuart, Chief of Army, to the podium. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and Ian, thank you very much to you and the Defence Security and Defence Plus team for inviting me to be here with you today. And thank you for creating that rare thing in the world that we live in today, a forum for respectful contest of ideas. I've been asked this morning to provide some thoughts on three issues. The first is the idea of the general loss of warning time for major war, not just in the Indo-Pacific, but globally. The second is the shift to a persistent strategic competition and what this may imply. And finally, the need to generate fight tonight or contingency land forces in the Indo-Pacific and the contribution that this may make in achieving a deterrent effect. I'll address these topics briefly in turn, but up front I would just say that they are inextricably linked and there's a reciprocal relationship between them. Taken together, they present a wicked problem set that we, together with our allies and partners across the region, face and are working on every single day. Now, the concept of strategic warning time has a long and a somewhat checkered history. One of the most prominent examples is actually a British one. In 1919, in the aftermath of the First World War, the British Cabinet formally adopted the 10-year rule, which held that the UK would have 10 years warning of a major war. Now, sharp defence cuts followed throughout the 1920s, until the policy was overturned in 1932 in the face of resurgent militarism in Northeast Asia and in Europe. The British, however, found it was far harder to rebuild a military than it was to reduce it, and they remained sorely unprepared at the outbreak of the war just 7 years later. A decade of utopian optimism, or what might better be described as classic interwar thinking that came back to bite on the beaches of Dunkirk. For Australia, the modern idea of warning time dates only as far back as a landmark 1986 study called The Review of Australia's Defence Capabilities. The review found that there was, and I quote, no conceivable prospect of any power contemplating invasion of Australia. It would take at least 10 years for the development of a regional capacity to threaten us, a somewhat limited proclamation. But perhaps unsurprisingly, many found the review's findings rather attractive, and even with the lingering frost of the Cold War, Australia seemed protected by geography, by great power alliance, and by the lack of expeditionary military capabilities in Asia and in the Pacific. There was perhaps no nation less vulnerable to military adventurism. We were truly the lucky country, secure and prosperous at a time that would soon be proclaimed as the end of history. An alternate view, however, is that the review's conclusions were far more convenient than they were realistic. To be blunt, they ignored the evidence of history's inescapable gravity, the inevitable consequences of reaping the so-called peace dividend, and indeed the very nature of globalisation and its intersection with national interest. The pattern of the following years was predictable. The warning time assumption underpinned a reduction in Australian defence investment that took it to historic national lows. There seemed no need to hang the nation, as President Eisenhower would have put it, from the cross of iron. Today, it is universally agreed that warning time is a thing of the past. The Australian government has made its views on this clear, starting with the Defence Strategic Review in 2023 and now through 2 successive national defence strategies. Lord George Robertson, the former NATO Secretary-General and author of the British Strategic Defence Review, said in a frank speech last month that what is happening in the world today does not give us anything like 10 years. The question is no longer whether we need to respond, but whether we've recognised the loss of warning time in time to prevent what may follow. And if it is indeed 1932 again, how long do we have to redevelop the ways and the means to contain a potentially global conflagration before it sparks? This may well be prove to be, rather, the question for our generation. Now, the demise of warning time is a result, in no small measure, to the return of strategic competition between great powers. This is also now an undeniable fact. As historian Neil Ferguson has argued, the last 40 years seem to have been more of a holiday from history rather than history's end. The remarkable growth of national power, examples include China and India, the resurgence of Russian militarism, a new alignment between authoritarian governments and states, and the relative flattening of growth in the traditional West has seen the sharp re-emergence of competition and confrontation in the international system. The behaviours manifesting in this dramatic arena are depressingly familiar to the student of history. Analysts can and do argue that the 2020s resemble any number of historical analogies. From the 1950s and the emergence of the Cold War, the 20 years of crisis between 1919 and 1939, even the mid-1600s, the Treaty of Westphalia, Machiavellian times and the Italian Renaissance, and indeed as far back as ancient Greece. There is a common theme, a common requirement that links each of these periods, and that, of course, is the necessity of statecraft. In each of these times in history, it was a requirement to master the practice of statecraft if nations were to at least survive and, at best, to thrive. Strategic competition demanded that nations coordinate and apply all elements of national power in the defence and indeed in the protection of their interests. These circumstances demanded that the first duties of governments were territorial defence, a strong economy, freedom from coercion, the protection of national identity and the imprimatur of their citizens. Contemporary times are unlikely to be different. Statecraft is essential. Now, the study of history and a good measure of humility will teach us much as we engage with our new era, but it will only get us so far. And that is because there are 4 key factors that characterise today that make our situation different to the strategic competitions of the past. And these factors mean that yesterday's solutions will not work at least as well today, and certainly not in such a predictable manner. There are new uncertainties and risks that need to be taken into account. The first is ubiquitous surveillance. On any given day, the time when one is not under the watchful eye of a potential adversary's satellites can be measured in minutes. Cyber penetration accesses state secrets, intellectual property, wealth, utilities, and all other manner of things in ways that were impossible just a decade ago. Technology is evolving espionage just as much as it is changing war. Second is the accessibility, range and lethality of modern weapons. We all live inside a WEZ, a weapons engagement zone, every day. This has arguably been the case for some time now, but what is new is the low bar to entry for access to such range. For example, the Shahed 136, which costs as little as $50,000 to produce, has a remarkable reported range of some 2,500 kilometres. One no longer requires an exquisite military to attack another at distance, and some are increasingly willing to do so, I should say. In 2025 alone, a remarkable 9 capital cities were struck by the missiles and drones of other nations. This trend continues in 2026. For nations like Australia, this change is fundamental. Our remote geography was central to our strategic logic in the 1980s and indeed beyond. But geography can no longer underwrite our approach to defence and to national security. The tyranny of distance is no longer protective in this regard. The third key factor is the growing spectre of nuclear proliferation. Of all the rules and norms that have degraded over the last decade, the demise of nuclear arms control is most concerning. There is but one historical example of a nuclear arms race, and this would suggest that in the absence of mechanisms of control, a precipitous and escalating growth of nuclear weapons is somewhat inevitable. There were more than 60,000 nuclear warheads in the world in the 1980s. Today, there remains approximately 1/6 of this total number. The advances in technology in the 21st century make this trend all the more concerning. The list of nations that might have the sophistication to develop nuclear weapons is more expansive today than it was in the 1950s. Miniaturisation, hypersonics, artificial intelligence, and quantum sensing, all of these are likely to exacerbate risk rather than to assist in managing it. And finally, in terms of novel factors, we have the sheer sovereignty, if you like, of the state system we now live in. In the Indo-Pacific, this is arguably unlike any time in history. The emergence of a sovereign system of states in the Pacific and Southeast Asia, in the aftermath of the Second World War, has created a system wonderfully rich and vibrant in its nature and indeed its culture. This freedom of self-determination is an outcome that we collectively celebrate and value. The new system is, however, as complex as it is vibrant. The great game of the modern era is being played by a cast with far more diverse backgrounds and more diverse interests than ever. So while there are unmistakable historical echoes in the great power competition of our era, they ought to be considered accordingly. The years ahead are likely to place a more complex, urgent and demanding tax on statecraft if we are to avoid the traps that lead to the worst of outcomes, a great power war. Most nations find themselves out of practice for such a challenge. In other words, we are not match fit. And this ought to concern us and indeed compel us to step forward rapidly to build the required capacity, skills and cooperation. This is particularly the case for middle powers such as Australia. As I argued in my keynote at Landpack last year, middle powers have never been without agency. The role played by the Corinthians and the Megarians in driving Athens and Sparta toward war in the 5th century BC is a cautionary tale of middle power influence, for good or for ill, among a great power competition. Middle powers today cannot define or dictate the policies of great powers, but they can certainly influence them, and even more so if we take a collective approach. Like-minded middle powers might do well to develop new and collective skills of statecraft if we are to seek to shape the great game of the 21st century and indeed to avoid catastrophe. And so what is the role of the military in this new era of statecraft? And that brings me to the theme on the screen here this morning. And my final theme, the need to generate fight-tonight forces or contingency forces here in the Indo-Pacific. Hard power has always played a prominent role in statecraft, especially during times of intense strategic competition. And with global spending on defence growing by 2.9% in real terms last year, military instrument of national power is clearly somewhat resurgent. And the momentum of rearmament is gathering. The challenge today is to ensure that the use of this instrument remains defensive in nature, that nations continue to eschew the use of political violence as a viable tool in the pursuit of national ambition, and that hard power remains the last tool of resort. And this is why deterrence remains the strategic objective of most nations. Nations seek to develop sufficient hard power to deter aggression, to prevent coercion, and to continue to underwrite a system of rules and norms that maximise the chance of stability, if not peace. But deterrence is a tangled and a difficult concept with which to come to terms. Now, Lawrence Friedman once described it as the Goldilocks strategy. Not too hot, not too cold, just right. Like statecraft, our understanding of both the theory and the practice of deterrence are likely not yet match fit for our era. Two ideas within deterrence theory stand out to me as being rather important. The first is that for hard power to have a deterrent effect, it must be both relevant and credible to the actor we seek to deter. And of course, relevance and credibility are therefore relative, and they cannot be viewed in isolation. As Admiral Sam Paparo noted in his recent testimony, the demonstrable ability to defeat aggression is the most effective way of deterring it. The second idea is that hard power must be effectively demonstrated and communicated if it is to deter. Deterrence is ultimately decided in the mind of its objective. The Singapore strategy, used by the British to deter the Imperial Japanese in the 1940s, was only effective when it was underpinned by a visible fleet that could use Singapore to launch overwhelming sea power into Asia. As the strength of the fleet declined and its proximity to the theatre, so did its deterrent effect. And the fall of Singapore shows that, as the title of today's conference rightly suggests, deterrent forces require three factors: readiness, resilience, and posture, if they are to be effective. If any one of these three factors are lacking, such forces become, as Mao Zedong once framed it, nothing to be afraid of, a paper tiger, unable to withstand the wind and the rain. So what does this mean for us today? Diminished strategic warning time and challenged international norms mean that war is more proximate, not inevitable, but more proximate. J.R.R. Tolkien pithily summed up the implications of this in his novel The Hobbit, when he observed, "It does not do to leave a live dragon out of your calculations if you live near him." And this is why it's vital to maintain contingency or fight-the-night forces in the Indo-Pacific. Our capacity to deter war relies explicitly on our capacity to credibly respond to and defeat aggression. This requires that we are postured, ready, and resilient, underpinned by appropriately communicated national will and commitment. And we know that none of us can achieve this alone, and this is why we act together. That is why 19 nations gathered in Australia last year for exercise Talisman Sabre, to rehearse and to demonstrate our collective will and our collective capability. This is why together we are witnessing an acceleration and expansion of multilateralism in many forms, to ensure that war remains a tragic exception rather than the norm. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share some thoughts with you and be with you today. This week, I will also participate in the LandPack exposition, and I'm struck over the last 4 years that I've been involved with LandPack over the level of cohesiveness and collective will that are demonstrated by all of the nations that are gathered and represented here in Honolulu this week. We are stronger, we are more aligned, and we are better integrated than ever before. The collective will is to deter war. It is unambiguous, and our means to do so collectively are evolving quickly. However, there will be no slacking of pace, no space for complacency. The intensity of today is our new normal. Time is now, and it is up to us. President Eisenhower was right in the aftermath of the Second World War when he argued that nations should be cautious before they hang themselves from the so-called cross of iron when he referred to hard power. But to borrow from Lord Robertson again, British Chancellor of the Exchequer Denis Healey was also right in 1976 when he said, "When our security is imperilled, we have no houses, we have no schools, we have no hospitals, we have a heap of ashes." The answer is not guns or butter, it is both. The art of statecraft will be finding the right balance in order to secure our collective.
For those in the audience that have a question, please take the time now to prepare. We've got some mic runners. Again, put your hand up and we'll get that to you. So I guess I just begin again by acknowledging your comments and expressing my appreciation for those. My first question is just in that sort of the challenge of land forces in the Indo-Pacific in terms of your modernisation priorities in that fight tonight context. Without oversimplifying it, is the answer for land forces to build multi-domain task force as a design baseline, or is it the case of getting that balance right between traditional hard power to win on land in the expeditionary context, or is it a bit of both? What's your sort of views on force design as we move forward over this coming decade?
Yeah, I've got to begin by saying we have deliberately set out for our transformation to do it around a central idea of continual adaptation, because continual adaptation reflects the nature and indeed changing character of war. That is, the competitor who can adapt the fastest and most effectively is ultimately going to be successful. So that's the idea. We subscribe to a Clausewitzian binary of enduring nature and changing character, and so those ideas are central to our approach. Our fundamental purpose, along with our teammates, is to fight and win our nation's wars. Full stop. Our job is to bring the expertise to fight and win in the land domain. The strategic review that was conducted a few years ago gave us some very clear markers around requirements in terms of what our contribution was to joint force and the collective with our allies and partners. And very simply, it was to be able to exploit the manoeuvre space of the littorals, to be able to strike at operationally and strategically relevant ranges, to be able to continue to win the close flight on, from and onto and to be able to integrate digitally, procedurally, at a human level within the ADF and across our forces. Those are the tasks. The other lens we use is what is the value proposition, if you like, of land power in the Indo-Pacific in the 21st century. And building on some work that Jack Watling did a few years ago on the value of the British Army to the United Kingdom, we settled on 5 characteristics. So presence, persistence, asymmetry, versatility and value. And it's looking through those lenses to see how do we maximise the way we're organised, the distribution of sensors and effectors, how do we organise, and importantly, in today's operating environment, how do we ensure that we are hardwired to continually adapt? And do we have the systems, the processes, the doctrine, the mindset? Do we train, educate and experience our people, our leaders to be able to do that? What are the new teams we need to be part of, in particularly with industry and academia? And how do we break the shackles that have traditionally governed those relationships to be far more flexible and to play our role in the broader application of statecraft?
Just sort of drawing on that for a moment, and again, in the AUKUS context, there's so much focus for obvious reasons on the maritime domain, but specific to AUKUS Pillar 2, there's clearly opportunities for Army through technology pathways to be able to modernise and build that kind of multi-domain effect that the future joint force is demanding from the land force. I know PRISM's a great example, whilst not AUKUS Pillar 2, certainly has the characteristics of a Pillar 2 type activity. Do you see more of that in the years ahead, particularly in areas like counter-UAS and some of those sort of unique challenges to war's character?
I do, and I think the PRISM's a good example because that's a departure from a foreign military sales relationship to one of co-development, co-production and co-sustainment. And what that does is build supply chain resilience, builds geographical resilience. It means we can apply the R&D expertise in a much broader sense, and of course it guarantees slots on production lines. So that's certainly the approach we're applying in a range of areas where it's appropriate. And to your point about the requirement to protect against small and other UAS, that is a layered and a multi domain approach. There is no other way, I don't think, to solve that problem unless we are working collaboratively with others. And some of the experiments we've done with industry partners and some of our tertiary institutions have proven that we can do it. We can do it well before any contractors sort of put out to tender. It helps us to define requirements by understanding what the art of the possible is and considering things that we may not have been considering. It also gives our industry teammates clarity about what our requirements are, and all this before a dollar.
Yep.
So industry aren't wasting time if it's not their strength. They understand our requirements, and we've got a much better and more immediately deliverable set of requirements as a result. There's also some really good spin-off benefits, particularly in the B2B relationships, and some companies that have carved out some really good niche sectors that we're now partnered with, and we do have contracts with.
Yep, great. Okay, ladies and gents, I'll open it up to the floor. Now again, these things begin slowly and then happen all at once. So we've got about 10 minutes for questions. So if you have one, please put your hand up there. I'd also encourage those from particularly industry, private equity, people like Anthony Wilson who's sitting in front of us. If you've got a question, please ask, and let's have a public discussion on areas that you're interested in. So who'd like to go first? All right, well, I'll ask another question in the absence of some
bunch.
confidence from the floor, but please keep your mind thinking. So again, using the famous Singaporean statesman Lee Kuan Yew and quotes about poisoned shrimps and Singapore as a middle power needing to survive and coexist in a region of big powers. Do you think, in the context of armies modernisation, the capability upper limit that middle powers have invariably when in systems defined by big powers, and the sort of dimension around the alliance management from an army to army perspective, particularly as it relates to the US in this case, do you see exercises like Talisman Sabre and other joint forums becoming more critical in a deterrence function in the years ahead?
I think they're absolutely critical, and I would say just over the last 4 years, and I think the inflection point, as far as I could tell, was exercise Super Garuda Shield,
Yep.
hosted by Indonesia in 2022. It was hosted for the first time, not on Java, at the Bataraja training area. In East Malaysia. And there were 14 flags. And that was a departure, the key departure from what were previously a series of US and bilateral partner activities. Since then, I don't think there is a previously bilateral activity that is now not multilateral in nature. And the currency, the valence has gone from having flags there to reinforce the expression of national will, but to a degree of sophistication when it comes to being able to operate together. We talk about interoperability, we talk about interchangeability, but the bottom line is the level of sophistication, whether that's digital integration of closing a kill chain, whether that's the capacity to conduct joint force entry operations from the air, from the sea, or do that simultaneously, the ability to conduct large-scale combat operations over some pretty significant and difficult geography in a dispersed way are all features of, I think, a level of sophistication that has grown rapidly and includes more and more partners. At the same time, there's a proliferation of whatever the term du jour is, of mini-laterals.
Yep.
And these, generally speaking, will reflect where there's areas of common interest. And so I think all of that together, it puts a demand on us in terms of capacity. But when we work together, when we operationalise and take a campaign approach to what we're doing together, we're often able to be more efficient in the way that we...
Okay, thank you. Go for it. Thanks, Anthony.
Good morning, Ian, and thanks for the opportunity to be part of this event today. My name is Anthony Wilson. I'm from Brindabella and Company, and we are a national security postured investment firm. Just a broad question, if I may. How concerned are you about Australia's military industrial base, if at all?
Yeah, thanks. Look, I think that's a question that's on most people's minds. I think we've got some great potential. I know the government in the most recent National Defence Strategy has put quite some emphasis on developing that industrial base. I think everyone would agree we've got some ways to go. Of the three pillars, if you like, of our national security or defence strategy are obviously our alliance with the United States, the idea of collective security, and then self-reliance. And self-reliance doesn't mean being able to do everything ourselves, but it does mean identifying those areas where you've got criticality in the capacity for manufacture or supply chain. So I talked a little bit about cooperative development programs that involve cooperative production and sustainment. I do think that's an area that is worthy of some more pace and some more expanded approach. And I also think that we can probably learn a little bit from history as well. I'm not sure everything has to be bespoke military. If we look at, excuse me, US industrialisation, both the First but most particularly the Second World War, they looked at what capacity existed. For example, Ford Motor Company, what angles could you bend for steel? What were the dimensions of factories? And they designed their military equipment to be able to use the standing industrial capacity. So I think that there are probably areas that require some more investigation and some more thinking about it. And then Essington Lewis, probably our most famous industrialist, I think probably worth us going back and reading some of his thinking and his approach to bringing together some of those key aspects that provide a national capacity for our elected representatives to prosecute statecraft. Bottom line is, I think there's only one way to approach this, and this is collectively. I think we're doing that better than we ever have, but are we there yet? Hell no.
Thanks, Anthony. Go, Callum. Yep.
Hey, good morning. My name is John Mitchell. I'm from MNC Saatchi World Services. Thank you for inviting me, and I appreciate your remarks this morning, sir. The question I have is kind of like one thing we can say about us in your country and all the countries here that Russia and China cannot say is that we have lots of friends. Our alliances and our joint capability, as you alluded to earlier, and the exercises that we do to highlight that capability and the messaging we do after that supports the promulgation of that capability to our would-be adversaries or our adversaries. What are some of the indicators that you look for as Russia and China do the same, conduct exercises together? What are some of those same indicators that you look for that would kind of make you more worried about their interoperability?
Yeah, thanks. It's a great question. I think the debate generally falls into two schools. One almost dismisses that, and there's many terms for it, but the new arrangements and cooperation between the so-called CRINCs, and it does so on the basis that shared values are not identifiable. The other side, I think, potentially over-emphasises the value. I personally think the answer lies somewhere in between. While there may not be shared values, there is a definite impact through that cooperation, and we've seen it in the European theatre, where you've got effectors and drones and things that have come from, in part at least, or in full from Iran, that have been prosecuted by the Russian military. You see dual-use parts, excuse me, from China. You see energy flows. You see support in international fora like the UN. So the coalescence and cooperation obviously is going to be a challenge, because it applies, generally speaking, a larger surface area, if you like, a larger set of capacities, and all of which need to be matched or protected against or overcome. But I think the former is perhaps a little naive, and I refer to my comments about not being match fit. At the very least, we need to be able to imagine the world or see the world through an interests-only lens, to be able to better understand it and make sure that our responses are calibrated to deal with the reality of that approach and the threats that emanate from it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of this session. Would you please help me thank General Stuart? Our next session begins at 10 a.m. It's coordinated by Dr. Alicia Ellis. It'll be on resilience, so please grab a drink and be seated by 10. Thank you. Thanks, sir. Yeah, no.
What? Hi, everyone. I'm Alicia Ellis, a professor of practice at Arizona State University. I'll be moderating the first full panel of the day, where we'll talk about readiness in the age of volatility. Now, when we talk about readiness in the Indo-Pacific, the key question, I think, isn't whether we have capability. It's whether we can actually bring it to bear quickly enough, sustain it long enough, and do it together. So this panel is really about the difference between readiness on paper and readiness in practice. And the Indo-Pacific is a theater that tends to expose that gap pretty quickly, right? The distance is pretty unforgiving, timelines are compressed, and a lot of the systems that underpin operations, which we'll talk about throughout the day, logistics, basing, communications, et cetera, are operating under real constraints in ways that are sometimes difficult to fully replicate in planning. So rather than just talking about readiness in the abstract, what I'd like to do with this panel is talk about what it actually takes to employ and sustain forces at scale, at speed, and with our allies under real-world conditions. Now, fortunately, we have a very strong panel with us here today to take this on. Starting down at the end, we have Major General Matt Mowry, Deputy Commander of U.S. Marine Corps Forces Pacific. Sitting next to him is Major General Giles Cornelia, Deputy Commanding General for Strategy and Plans at U.S. Army Pacific. Then Brigadier General Jim Bliss, J4 Strategy at U.S. Indo-Pacific Command. And lastly, Captain Chris Dyke, Chief of Staff for the UK Carrier Strike Force in the Indo-Pacific. So all of you are kind of approaching this from a little bit different vantage points. So I think we'll start by pulling those perspectives apart a little bit and see if we can surface where your experiences align and where they diverge. So I'll start by posing an opening question to all of you, and we'll take the conversation from there. Sound good? Great. So let's start by talking about what readiness means. We use phrases like fight tonight all the time, but that can be more difficult in practice than in theory. And it can mean different things in different contexts, right? Aviation, ground forces, logistics, et cetera. So from where you sit, what does fight tonight actually require in practice? And maybe we'll start with you, General Cornelia, and then go from there.
Thanks so much, Alicia, and it's an absolute privilege to be here with you, with my fellow panellists, and with this room full of security professionals. This is clearly a wonderful forum, and United States Army Pacific is pleased to participate as part of it. A fight tonight posture is echelon dependent. It's actually my first. It's different between the echelons of command. What we are focused on in a readiness sense at theatre army naturally is a different set of conditions and requirements to the tactical level for our contingency response forces, which are postured throughout the Indo-Pacific, and obviously for our forward stationed elements, for example, our field army, the 8th Army on Peninsula in South Korea. Fight tonight means combat readiness, in my view, at the operational and tactical levels, and at the strategic, and certainly informed by US joint doctrine, it's about getting the balance between the force in being and its capacity for combat operations that is fit for purpose in the character of war. And it's about that balance between that force in being requirement and modernising in a way that is going to allow continued advantage, credibility, and ultimately deterrence. The US Army Pacific, as part of Indo-Pacific Command, fight tonight means maintaining and developing forward persistent presence. It means forward stationed, forward deployed, and pre-positioned equipment and stocks. This is, of course, at the invitation of and in conjunction with and shoulder to shoulder with allies and partners across the region. There are 36 countries within the area of operations for Indo-Pacific Command. We span 52% of the Earth's surface, and the varied nature of both those military to military relationships and the type and scale of forces depends upon a nuance, certainly from all countries' perspective and from a theatre army perspective most particularly. Setting the theatre through those forward, stationed, deployed and rotational force elements depends upon allied and partner relationships, long-standing and newly emerging agreements for access, basing, overflight and the opportunity to train together in a combined manner. We must, to be able to fight tonight, deploy fully constituted force elements with the right mix of capabilities, the right composition of the force and with unit basic loads so that they are indeed able to move off the line of march and contribute to either crisis response in the form of humanitarian or disaster relief assistance through to varying levels of conflict. Ultimately, readiness is about mindset and attitude that is matched by the procedures, the maintenance functions and supply chain that can withstand the shock of combat in the vast area in which we operate. In terms of our constraints, our biggest is of course geography. The vastness of the Indo-Pacific imposes a tyranny of distance. Sustaining forces is difficult without forward deployed and pre-positioned elements, and we must do so in environments that are incredibly challenging. From jungle to Arctic, archipelagic to urban, the environment in this region is hugely testing for soldiering and doubly so for our readiness requirements.
It's up to you. You're next.
Hey,
So go for it, yeah.
oh yeah, okay. Hey, thank you. Yeah, hey, from United States Marine Corps perspective, first, again, thanks everybody for coming out here today to participate. The USERPAC challenges that Giles just described are similar for the U.S. Marine Corps, but maybe I can just kind of nuance out a little bit of different perspective. So Marine Corps was kind of an early adapter several years ago to committing to be kind of a fight tonight stand-in force within the first island chain. So we've had about really 5 or 6 years to really try to understand what it will take for our 1 and 3 MEF forces to kind of fight all the way from Northern Australia up through the Philippines and to Japan, first island chain. To be a fight tonight force, what you have to be first and foremost is in position and postured to have that fight. So just as Giles talked about access, basing, overflight, building relationships is what we've been working on a lot for the last couple of years through our OAIs, our operations activities and investments that we've been making. Just finished Balakatan 26 in the Philippines, which was an example of us using an exercise with key allies and partners, not only to exercise capabilities, but most importantly for the Marine Corps, that is how we posture our force. That's how we position ourselves within that first island chain persistently. Every exercise like that we view as an opportunity to not only build capability with our allies and partners, but to also build our ability to fight from that terrain. So I'll just list out a couple of things really quickly that we think about every day as a fight tonight force. I mentioned posture. Part of posture means mobility. So how do I get my forces and my equipment into those places that I suspect I may have to fight from? It's protection. How do I protect that force, whether it's through sophisticated advanced things like electronic warfare, signature management, but it's also kind of the less technologically advanced things like just maneuver. Part of being a stand-in force means at some point you will have to show yourself. do something like fire a weapon system, at which point you've shown yourself. How do I then quickly displace that force, get them in a position to fire again? It's C4I, which includes not only command and control, but also how do I do long-range fires. We're closely watching what's happening in CENTCOM right now. Although we have that tyranny of distance here, long-range fires is long-range fires. How do you do that? How do you close that kill chain? But what we're seeing in CENTCOM is also how do I do that dynamically? So, it's one thing to put everything in place to find, fix, track, and target, but it's another thing to do it on the fly, targeted opportunity. So that's a challenge that we need to solve. And then finally, I would say, and Giles hit on this, it's sustainment. How do you sustain a force that's operating far from home on ally or a partner piece of geography? So the Marine Corps, we like to be a self-sustaining force. So one of the goals we've set for ourselves is 45 days of sustainment for our forces within the first island chain. But I can't build up the Iron Mountains that I was able to do for 20 years of global war on terror. So how do I strike that balance of not having to have an Iron Mountain, being able to sustain myself for that long? So that's kind of our challenge. And I'll close my part by saying, what's the first constraint? I just laid out a lot of challenges, but I think the first constraint when deterrence fails and crisis goes to conflict, it's interoperability. So how do I seamlessly integrate with my allies and partners across vast Indo-Pacific and a lot of areas that are politically sensitive that we need to operate from? How do I seamlessly integrate? I'll talk about that, I'm sure. But thank you.
Thank you. General Bliss?
Just, excuse me, just probably leverage off a couple of the two generals' comments around, for logisticians, it is that, the right stuff in the right place at the right time kind of mantra. And for logisticians, it becomes a little bit of a maths problem. There's some operational realities in that. Hawaii is 3,000 miles from the west coast. Guam is 5,000 miles from Hawaii. And the first island chain is 1,500 miles from Guam. So a vast ocean, very, very little in the way of logistics nodes on land forward available to be used. And then if we overlay that with adversaries who will contest our presence and our deployment and distribution in that theatre, the problem becomes even more difficult. Also, 85% of forces that may deploy into theatre that are not already forward with operations, activities and investments or forward-based are in CONUS. So there's a deployment and distribution challenge that, as logisticians, it vexes us, and it's we spend a lot of our time thinking about. We've heard about posture, and for logisticians it is exactly that. It's being postured forward. But it's not only fuel and munitions that we have to consider, it's all the logistics functions in order to sustain the warfighter and in competition and prepare for crisis and conflict. And that's maintenance, that's medical, that's contracting, as well as supply. And as we've heard, 45 days of supply forward in theatre is considerable. And it's a supply chain that stretches all the way back to CONUS for the industrial base. We need to be able to have a secure supply chain, one that's resistant to both kinetic and non-kinetic threats, and is maximised. And we heard the Iron Mountain mentioned, General. The days of the Iron Mountain are gone in the uncontested space, but also the days of just-in-time logistics, which we might have remembered fondly kind of pre-pandemic, are also something that are well behind us, ensuring that for us that the warfighter has what they need in the right place at the right time ahead of conflict is vitally important. Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, and thank you. It's a real privilege to be here as the one out of theatre speaker in this, and I'm hoping to bring a couple of different perspectives to the conversation. I'd also like to thank General Stuart for bringing up the UK history in warfare. and pointing out all the bad things that we've done, but we did learn a lot from those mistakes. And one of those lessons was certainly brought home last summer at the Strategic Defence Review. And he mentioned Lord Robertson, former NATO Secretary General, who was the author of that review, and what he put together last year very firmly put our focus back on working in what I'll call the EA2, the European Atlantic Arctic region. And that's what you've seen in the press and the media a lot. So what I want to put into context in this forum is that, and we'll talk about NATO, I'm sure, as we go through, about what that actually means for our operations in the region. Because we've come from a period from the mid-2010s where we did operate quite large forces in the region, and we've had a persistent presence since 2020 with our 2 OPVs, 2 offshore patrol vessels, and we've been able to prove that even at the range, the tyranny of distance, as everyone said, we've been able to maintain British forces in the region supporting our allies and partners. Twice in that time as well, we've deployed aircraft carriers to the region. The first time as a proof of concept. If you want to work in NATO and prove the ability of sustained readiness with all the logistics challenges, then there's no better way of proving that than actually coming out into this region and exercising with our friends and partners here. We developed those lessons into the deployment last year, and that was the one that I was more heavily involved in making sure that that worked. And participating, and we've already talked about Talisman Sabre. For us, and I'll come back to it when we go into more detail, Talisman Sabre was the proof of concept of being able to deploy at short notice 4,500 people into the region from the UK to conduct operations in response to a crisis. We considered that a rehearsal of concept, and I hope that's a phrase that comes back up, because when we're talking about Fight Tonight, very much in our lexicon, we need to rehearse that now and prove it. And I know we're going to talk a bit more about it later. I would argue that we're already in a deep fight in some of the domains already, and the ability to bring force to that fight in what's happening in the grey zone, to be able to actually bring kinetic effect, is what we showed last year in bringing the carrier here. Yes, there were challenges in the readiness part. I glibly said that at the drop of the hat, we brought 4,500 people to Talisman Sabre, and I'm quite happy to talk more about that later. Yes, that was difficult. It was difficult to sustain. Access basing overflight was an issue, but we did prove that we could keep the carrier here, we could do operations and do stuff from the European theatre. And I just want to close by saying we'll talk about interoperability and interchangeability, but we must be integrated. Because if we're going to look at planning future operations in this region while we're focusing on NATO, to take forces at risk out of NATO, we need to be confident that we've got that ability to come here and be integrated. And to coin a phrase that I learned in Sydney from the Royal Australian Navy in December, we need to be indistinguishable as well, in effect. We need to come in and immediately be indistinguishable from any threat that we face and be able to be sustained in that operation with our allies and partners in the region.
Thank you. I'm going to bring that back later too, actually, the importance of alliances. But for now, one thing I heard from I think almost all of you when we talk about Fight Tonight, immediately what the constraints are. So I want to dig into that just a little bit more. If we took our current plans, and I will euphemistically say, put them under real stress tomorrow in the Indo-Pacific, where would you expect it to show strain immediately, and what could we be doing now to become more resilient and more prepared for those challenges? And maybe we'll start with you this time, Captain Dyke. This is something we were talking about a little bit in advance, and to your point, you're the sole out-of-theater voice here, so maybe you could also talk about how much of that strain is driven not just by Indo-Pacific demands, but by the need to balance commitments across multiple theaters. And then we'll just go down the line from there.
Yeah, I want to bring in another I word, and that's indivisibility of the global context in which we face the volatility of the world at the moment. Yes, we are focused on the EA2 part of it. We have a war going on in Europe, in Ukraine. There's been Indo-Pacific involvement in that war. Again, to go back to General Stuart's analogy of where we look back in history and try and work out where we are, People have said, oh, we're sort of in 1938, 1939, in the context of the build-up to World War II. I've heard people argue we're post-1939. We're already in a war in Europe. We're just waiting for everyone else to get involved. Perhaps in the past few months that has happened. But yes, the stress for us at the moment is to balance the development of new hybrid capabilities in our backyard, in our area of operations, and how we can maintain our global commitments to deploy when we're required to meet the threat in other regions, Indo-Pacific, South Atlantic, and all those regions as well. The new equipment that we bring in, the new hybrid capabilities, the stuff that General Stuart talked about in the AUKUS world, the AI, the hypersonics, the cyber, it has got to be interoperable, interchangeable, indistinguishable from everybody, with everybody else's, so that we can come in and immediately slot in. There's two other factors I just want to close on before we pass on that we need to make sure that happens. And the first one is that our people are aware of the region. So we are rotating more people into this region. We're having a better understanding within our training and education back home and in Europe and in NATO about exactly what operating in the Indo-Pacific is. And I'll just broaden that to my partners in the room. Within NATO itself, Sweden, Denmark, Lithuania are leading with the military council the movement of the NATO alliance to watch what's happening in this region, in particular with the IP4 and with the other nations that we're bringing into that sort of context of Vietnam in particular and the Philippines. The second part is, and I've talked about this, we need to make sure that those nations are involved in that rehearsal of concept, that rehearsal of capability. So as we're doing our Talisman Sabres, the experimentation, as we're doing RIMPACs, the Balakatan, we need to invite the global audience in. We need to get more nations involved in that so that we know how to do it, we know when to do it, and we know who the people are that are aligned along our levels of command, who our peers are within those countries as well, which is the value of events like this and the Honolulu Defence Forum earlier in the year.
We're going to talk a little bit about logistics later on, but just the one, real pressing kind of issue for logisticians to deal with is just the staggering burn rate of ammunition, fuel, medical supplies, and other classes of supply that a peer-on-peer conflict will have. And we're talking World War II level consumption, and that's something that we haven't had to deal with in a competition or recent kind of operational tempo before. So Epic Fury has shown, and we've learned lessons from Epic Fury. We have a defence industrial base, which is, National Defence Strategy now talks about supercharging the defence industrial base to match the requirement or the operational requirement with the generation of capability and also of things like munitions and the like. So that is all underway. I think for us in the Indo-Pacific, we have a big job to do, and we do this, of course, is rebalancing, resetting within our own theatre to ensure that readiness is met and that contingencies are well resourced and capable of meeting the mission requirements. So I might just leave it there until we double back for another question later on.
Thanks so much, Jim. Just to go back to Chris's point, I love the 4 I's, and really they're heavily dependent upon forums like this, upon combined major exercises. You've already mentioned Talisman Sabre, and of course the asymmetric advantage that is afforded to the United States and like-minded countries of the strategic land power network. That network enables us to operate in a rehearsal and a training sense across operations, activities and investments that make the whole far greater than the sum of our parts. The land pack activity that this has shouldered off, the Indo-Pacific Army's Chiefs Conference, and a number of emerging multilateral and relatively small group fora. It's not a formalised NATO. It looks different, but it gives us that opportunity to pursue the indistinguishable nature of force elements in the operating environment, and of course that desire for interoperability or perhaps even interchangeability depending upon the nations. For the system stress points, I'll raise two. No surprise, Matt, I'm going to talk about sustainment and logistics again. Army support to other services is one of the key functions of the US Army. It's part of the US Code. Here in this theatre, it involves joint sustainment and protection tasks largely. It is heavily dependent upon pre-positioned stocks, on Army and contracted watercraft, and on the building out of joint theatre distribution centres and the refinement and deepening of support arrangements with allies and partners, again from a USAPAC perspective. That is a work in progress, and in the event of the types of crisis that we're hinting at with stress points, that would be tested clearly. The second component that I'd like to raise is adaptation and modernisation. We know how much the character of war has evolved. General Stuart touched on that in his point. So balancing readiness of the force in being and modernisation, being able to get things not in a just-in-time environment, but in a combat environment in which there is never going to be enough of certainly some quantities, there's never going to be enough of some types of forces, and the art of generalship is going to be about the sequencing and apportionment of those capability sets. That will stress systems, most certainly in the context of the higher end of military operations and nations at war. Seeking to find how our lessons learnt can be applied time now in the most realistic training settings is what we must do, and it's what we're certainly doing with the Joint Pacific Multinational Readiness Centre and its exportable versions of training, which involve not only the US Joint Force, not only the ground components of that Joint Force, Army, Marines and SOF, but of course key allies and partners across the region and in the places on key terrain where we must train.
If deterrence fails and we have to execute our O plans, I think logistics has been appropriately hammered on by all three of the speakers so far, and add to that. But I think if you hand wave logistics and you hand wave posture, which is something I'll get accused of doing sometimes in war games, let's assume we've got our forces where we need them. We've taken care of ABO and all the concerns of getting the force in position. I think one of the areas we're going to see strain right off the bat is really how do we maintain multi-domain awareness and share that common operating picture amongst not only a joint force but a combined force of willing allies and partners. Admiral Paparo has been trying to build upon a joint forces or joint fires network over the past couple of years, which aims to get at exactly that. How do we take among disparate national services and all the friction that becomes with classification within our own national networks, be able to share information down to the point that it's targetable and actionable? If I've got a stand-in Marine force operating forward and they can generate a target, the Australians don't care how I got that target information, nor should they. They just want to know, can they act on Or if the Australians are able to generate a target, how do they get that targeting solution down to a first island chain force that has the missile or the munition ready to go? So it's how do we break down those barriers and sharing that data? And then I think the second piece of that problem is we are in a environment today where I have more data than I know what to do. So how do I not only generate data using whether it's ISR, air breathing, low Earth orbit, but how do I take all that volume of data, be able to secure it, scrub it, and then share it back into that comrade? Using multi-band but very targeted bandwidth that's hard to intercept, able to use AI tools in order to scrub and pull out the data and the targeting that's applicable at the time. And then finally, the holy grail, kind of be able to find best shooter, best weapon system for that target, and really be able to preserve what is more and more becoming very expensive high-end munitions that I cannot afford to expend on a low-end target that's not really kind of do that real-time, back to my term earlier, dynamic targeting scale. Easy problems to solve. You're all going to help us solve 18 to 24 months, I'm sure.
Yeah, you made a couple of good points there. One of which is you're right to point out that one of the things that keeps coming up in these responses is logistics and how much we depend on that. And so I won't beat it to death, and we don't all have to answer this one, but I do want to give General Bliss an opportunity to jump in here, because a couple of you have mentioned sustaining operations over time and over distance, right? And that's a really good point. Starting operations is one thing, but sustaining them over Indo-Pacific distances is a different challenge. So how do we sustain operations at tempo, not just initiate, but maintain them under pressure over time? And to General Cornelius's point, to what degree does that depend on systems and supply chains that are outside the immediate theater? That's all you.
I don't have the answer. There's a couple of things I just wanted to raise, and I think it's really important to go back to that national defence strategy to see a super-in-charge industrial base being one of the objectives at the highest levels of strategy, and then being able to leverage off that into industry with partners, and then down through the COCOMs. I think that's really important. A couple of initiatives that are getting after this really wicked problem about sustaining forces so far forward. One is the Regional Sustainment Framework, which is a Department of War-led initiative, but in the Indo-Pacific, tries to get after the problem of if we have a piece of equipment break, capability, a high-demand operational piece of equipment, we don't want to be dragging it all the way back to the US to a maintenance facility for repair. And obviously taking it out of the fight for that long period of time to turn that piece of equipment around and then bring it back into the fight. So the RSF strategy looks to establish repair, maintenance and overhaul well forward in the theatre. And it looks to co-partner both with industry, with the equipment manufacturers, but also with allies and partners in theatre so that equipment can be repaired and returned to the fight as soon as possible. We've seen some real successes with that, with Army watercraft, for example, and repair in Korea, and with aircraft repair in Japan, and similarly for the Marines with radios in Australia. The benefit of that, of course, is when you're doing that with like-minded allies and partners, is that you are also solving a problem that they may be encountering in relation to equipment repair, and it's balancing out that MRO fight that we all have. The second one is probably just leveraging a little bit of the experience of NATO, which is PIPER, which is the Partnership for Indo-Pacific Industrial Resilience, and taking a good look at the lessons that came out of the Ukraine donor conference work that was done in supporting Ukraine and seeing the need for industry to be able to share data, be able to work through co-sustainment and co-production issues, and then generate solutions to once again level out that kind of supply chain burden on building, generating, supplying munitions. So two initiatives. Piper has 16 nations, both, but not only Indo-Pacific, but also nations from Europe that are contributing to that. And it's a pretty positive longer-term strategy for sustaining the fight longer term. And as we talked before, the rest of it, I think, comes down to posture and setting the theatre and making sure that we can sustain the current fight and then surge and expand our sustainment support to the warfighter.
Jim, I can't top your discussion about what's coming from outside of the theatre. Inside the theatre and focused on the First Island chain, USAPAC is generating the types of capabilities, both rotational and forward stationed, to achieve joint interior lines in the First Island chain. This will better enable and does better enable time now for joint force to campaign, to respond to crisis. We are expanding forward stocks of all classes of supply. I've mentioned our ASOS requirement already. We are forward stationing unit equipment sets in collaboration and with the agreement of host nations, constructing new facilities, many of those facilities on base for ally and partner nations, hardening existing infrastructure and employing and improving air point of disembarkation and sea point of disembarkation nodes across the theatre. Army watercraft have been mentioned quite a bit. They are absolutely vital as a type of capability for intra-theatre distribution and operations with Marine stand-in forces, Army contingency forces, both inland and for shore operations. And of course, all of this is to the end of generating that positional advantage of frequently moving forward or already being there with command and control, protection, collection, and the sustainment capabilities make this a real and credible force for deterrence.
Incredible, I like that. Have we sufficiently beat logistics to death, or do you want to add something? Go for it.
One very, very short point. Many years ago, I unfortunately did a job in procurement in the MOD, and I learned very quickly there about the friction of competition and big projects. But I just want to expand the point about Piper. A lot of lessons have been brought in from Ukraine, and one of the most recent ones that's in the press 2 days ago was the £16 million, just £16 million contract for 3 years to bring in Starlink to UK forces and to the Ukrainians in Ukraine, which has sustained operations. I don't want to go into any of the details, but it's in the press. But it's just a very quick advert for the change in mindset that I'm beginning to see now across the procurement of stuff that we can bring into the warfighting domain, not just in the delivery of the kinetic effect, but actually in how we manage the logistics. And we learnt a lot of lessons from the carrier deployment last year about using the supply chains that are actually out there called FedEx and Amazon and things like that, and being able to learn from them and utilise their experiences from using internet-based protocols and protecting the cybersecurity side of it. So this change in procurement mindset is a track that we're on now that we just need to jump on and make sure it gets better and better.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to shift gears just a little bit because when I walked in today, I got this great coin from General Cornelia, and it says, "We haven't a moment to lose," and he's very excited about it. There's an exclamation point in everything. So I want to talk about that, actually. The need to move faster to shorter decision cycles, faster responses, et cetera. This is something we talk about a lot. And I'm wondering, in your experience, where do operations tend to slow down the most? Where's friction coming from? And how do we kind of get out of our own way and be more agile as a fighting force?
Thanks very much, Alicia. So there's a natural culminating point to any military operation that is often in a blue force sense driven by sustainment. Of course, the enemy gets a vote, and we can have a culmination point induced by adversary action as well. So working through phase transitions, we tend to slow down. In terms of the theatre army and theatre strategy, uncertainty around access or basing can also generate a degree of friction, particularly in opening stages of an operation, regardless of the level of war or military support that is engaged with. Interoperability gaps and, of course, sectional and institutional interests can be barriers to our capacity to adapt at the speed of relevance and have the desired military effect. These challenges can be paid down. They can be paid down by planning, by sequencing, and by building an adaptation system within military organisations that allows the pursuit of what is effective in light of both the unchanging nature but also the evolving character of war. Everything in this theatre, and indeed everything that the theatre army can contribute to, is inherently joint, it is inherently combined, and it is nested into a wider US government and national line of effort. Within the United States Army Pacific, we are working very hard to streamline both our decision cycles with our mission command approach, employing artificial intelligence as part of varying nodes within those decision cycles, and improving our data literacy. My boss, General Clark, makes the point of having a data minute. Sometimes it goes for a minute and a half to get after what types of opportunities there are out there to both understand ourselves, understand the environment, and cut to the chase in the way that enables speed of decision and the retention of the initiative. Information sharing, of course, pays down all of the frictions that are inherent in cross-service, cross-cultural, cross-national. Thanks for the question.
Yeah, thank you. You look like you have something to add, General Maury.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of what Giles just described is when the shooting starts, where you slow down a lot is where you have seams, and those seams can be across national partners, it can be across classification levels, transitioning from one phase of the warfare to the fight to the next. And I think one thing that really Admiral Paparo has demanded of his components for the next year and a half, 24 months, is aligning our exercises and activities throughout the Pacific. So, the USARPAC, U.S. Army Pacific, every year does certain exercises with certain partners. The Marine Corps, historically, certain exercises with partners. What you're going to see, and it's already started this year, is the alignment, a lot of those key exercises. So if the Marine Corps is going to do something in Japan, we're going to also align that same exercise down in the Philippines, to where we're kind of forced to work across those seams. And you saw that some in Balikatan 26, where we were doing a long-range fires between U.S. Army, U.S. Marine Corps, and the Philippines, but we also had simultaneously operations going on in Japan. They were trying to see that same targeting just so that we could break down that barrier of that seam. So I think it's going to be an exciting next 18 to 24 months now that we have this alignment activities and we're going to start forcing ourselves to, okay, identify where that seam is, find out what we need to do to break it down. Is it something we can do with technology? Is it some kind of authorization or policy barrier that needs to come down? So I would encourage you all to watch for that and see how we do.
I can see that Captain Dyke has written down "move faster" on his note card, so I feel like I know what your answer is, but...
I was just putting it in the context that, so the organisation I work for, Carrier Strike Force, we got together, we put together the Carrier Strike Group. It did its stuff last year. This year, my boss is now the NATO commander for the Atlantic, with a multinational force at the moment surrounding HMS Prince of Wales. The context for us around this is that we need to be able to keep a watch. As General Stuart mentioned, the 10-year thing, to understand when the threats are arising. Of course, it's more like 10 seconds nowadays. It's the next news article that comes up. We just need to be able to move faster in terms of our thought process to take forward any plan that gets to the transition from phase 0 into phase 1. It immediately changes, always has done. Throughout the context of military history, no plan survives first contact with the enemy. That's the bit we need to move faster on. And as a warfare officer, so in the 3-5 domain, I learned a lot about the 4 logistics over the past 2 years, and I know that it is the single most important factor. And that is where my advice to my command team has been: we need to move faster to understand where we need to pre-position, where we need to have all the stuff in advance and the people in advance, so that we can achieve what we want from our mission set.
No, move faster. Right, you're up.
Just a couple, because we've talked a little bit about AI, and certainly there's a lot of opportunity in the logistics space throughout the whole joint logistics enterprise for AI to speed our decision making, to see data, to analyse, to anticipate requirements, and to complete logistical transactions at the blink of an eye, which we used to be fairly mandrolic in our process. The two I'd like to talk about maybe just a little bit is around technology is things like additive manufacturing or 3D printing, the opportunity that provides us to have those capabilities well forward in theatre at the tactical level units, and overcoming that tyranny of distance of a supply chain that, you know, widget A may be sitting in a warehouse in Illinois with a delivery date of 97 days. It could be manufactured in a matter of minutes. And if you take that now into the ability to produce drones and the like, there's great capability that we can leverage in the additive manufacturing space. And the second one is around autonomy and the use of autonomous vehicles, be they air, be they sea, and how that helps us out in the tactical fight, and what some would say is the last tactical mile, or the last contested kind of piece of the battle space, where we can use autonomous vehicles to deliver either exquisite blood or munitions or repair parts to recover casualties from the battlefield. But in time, it may be able to do some of the heavier lifting, logistical replenishment well forward in the battle space. And that's not only a speed of system thing, but also a protection of life opportunity for us as we look to safeguard our own soldiers, sailors, and airmen.
Thank you. I do have one more I really want to get to, but I want to leave the audience time for their questions as well. So I think I'll turn it over for Q&A at this point, and if nothing comes up, then we'll keep going. Over here. She's going to bring you the microphone. If you could just introduce yourself really briefly, and then a question that ends with a question mark.
Thank you. My name is John Mitchell. I'm from MNC Saatchi World Services, based here in Honolulu. Thanks for your comments today on a very intriguing discussion. I do have a question, though, for probably more so for General Bliss, so welcome. You've talked a lot about the op-tempo and the 45 days of supply, interoperability, interchangeability. As part of the exercise schema and planning and execution, are we practicing, and how comfortable are you with this interchangeability of logistics and supplies amongst nations during an exercise. Are you comfortable with where we stand, or if this is is this part of our exercise program where we actually conduct that?
Yeah, so I think exercising in the contested logistics space is at every echelon that, I'm speaking in the US military. It's been the Joint Chiefs have been told to get after the contested logistics. Commander Transcom, exercises at a 4-star and strategic level, and every activity that I've been involved in, both US bilateral, multilateral, exercises logistics in its fullest at a tabletop exercise, CPX level, and then if you take it down to the tactical, as you'll see in Balikatan and Salakanib and the like, it is about exercising every kind of component of logistics and its interoperability and interchangeability. So yeah, that's something. I mean, going back in my career, 20, 30 years ago, you never did that as a logistician. You were told to support the manoeuvre fight, and that was it. And it was either assumed that you could, but it was never tested out. So yeah, we can only ever get better from that kind of rigorous kind of focus in on the logistics kind of part of sustaining the warfighter. Yeah, so I'm pretty good.
And if I may jump in on that answer, John, Balikatan, which Jim mentioned, an exercise in the Philippines, it's just happened. There were over 17,000 troops from 7 different nations involved in that, 11,000 or thereabouts from the US Joint Force. 75th anniversary of the US and Philippine Mutual Defence Treaty, and this is the 41st iteration of that particular exercise. This was the largest, the most realistic, and sustainment of the contributing force elements was absolutely front and centre from our point of view to understand, get better, and rehearse.
Over here.
Ellis from King's College London. Thank you so much for your very insightful remarks. I wanted to go back to quickly 2 points that raised across the panel. One about readiness and the other one about contested logistics. And I was wondering if you could share your thought with us about how the current redeployment of forces from the Indo-Pacific to the Middle East in support of operations against Iran is affecting readiness. And when we're talking about contested logistics, we've got an example of a contested international waterways and strait with the Strait of Hormuz. And of course, a lot of the logistics in this part of the world depend on similar choke points. How are you factoring in what is happening in Hormuz in terms of translating into your contested logistics? Thank you.
That's a great question. I'll take a stab at the first part of that. So, yeah, I think a lot has been made in the open media about Indo-Pacific forces that have had to support CENTCOM operations. That's nothing new in the standpoint of that's how geographic combat commands work, right? I mean, say Indo-PACOM is the priority theater, and it still is for sure, but when something kicks off in another part of the world, one of our priorities right now today is supporting U.S. Marine forces assigned to Indo-PACOM that we've had to assign into CENTCOM for this fight. The good news is we've got a pretty deep bench. Balikatan has been mentioned several times, I think because all of us have just been living it for the past 3 weeks and it just wrapped up. We had to adjust our goals and outcomes for Balikatan very little, based on some of the capability that we did have to flow into CENTCOM. But the example of what we were able to accomplish in Balikatan, we hit all of our goals that we wanted. So good depth of bench. Certainly there has been some impact to the theater. One of the things that we're focusing on right now is resetting the Indo-Pacific theater once this conflict over in CENTCOM. How do we reset that force? Second part of your question, though, I think is really interesting. That is, when you see what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz, that has given us all a real-world perfect example of why we are focused on our sustainment out here. If we think that if and when deterrence fails, and if crisis goes to conflict, if we think we're going to have 45 days to bring in, all of our equipment sets and bring those forces in, we have not been kidding ourselves, but we would be kidding ourselves. So, perfect example of why we've got to double down on our efforts to, again, how do I increase local manufacturing and production? How do I speed contracts to do things locally and I don't have to wait for things to come in? But at the end of the day, what is this has showed the Marine Corps for sure, and I think USER PAC as well, if you don't have those forces here when the shooting starts, better plan to live without them, because it's going to be a challenge to get those forces in place. So great question, and I think we are postured pretty well, but we can improve.
I think we've got time for one more question. Yeah, right here in the front.
Good morning. Thanks, Alicia and gentlemen. Megan Olding, I'm from One Response, which is an emergency response company based in Australia but with global reach. My question is about civil readiness and emergency management capability in the broader national readiness discussion, particularly as we see now an overlap of natural disasters, grey zone activity, critical infrastructure, vulnerability and military support readiness. Can you just comment on your thoughts on that sort of intersection of civil readiness and military readiness? Thank you.
All right, I'll take a stab. In competition, that's really, I think Giles mentioned, 36 nations. And in competition, many of those countries, they have to balance their, geopolitics with how much they do with the Western allies and partners. But one area that is very low risk for all of these countries is the humanitarian assistance side. It's disaster relief, humanitarian assistance. So we have great relationships across the Pacific partners when it comes to humanitarian assistance. And, if you look at some of the recent typhoons that have hit throughout Indonesia or the Philippines in the last few years, being able to go in there and help those countries rebuild and handle the immediate crisis, that also looks a lot like what you're going to be doing if deterrence fails and shooting starts. And so building those relationships, the importance of those, to get to know those partners' needs, how they operate, and then to be able to build the relationship that if you need to, you now have maybe access generated because of some of those activities. We've been doing that for a long time. I don't think that changes. And I think as you start looking at more unmanned systems and some of the new technologies, that's just more ways to open that door to get in there and have those relationships. Giles, your thoughts?
Look, I think Matt's covered really well the engagement with other countries to consider the US homeland, and America's Day begins in Guam, and obviously we're here in the state of Hawaii, here in the North Pacific. We have an increased focus on civil readiness, our interactions across the levels of government, emergency response, and of course the US Joint Force. And in many ways, the US Army Pacific has an outsized role in that in terms of military lead. It's certainly a focus area. We are exercising it, and very regularly.
I'd probably just use this as a chance to have a shout out for the Centre of Excellence for Disaster Management and Humanitarian Assistance here in Hawaii, which is an element or an organisation that works under Indo-PACOM and pulls together all the countries of the Pacific at least annually to work through exactly those topics. But what I take from probably last year's one and from the Straits of Hormuz kind of conversation is just countries starting to really understand what national security means. in relation to energy security, environmental security, water security, and the like, and what part that plays in the conversation, which is a great way to come together as a region and kind of work through some of those problems together. So yeah, thanks.
Yeah, and on shouting out, Pacific Partnership. Every year, the deployment of US and allied ships around the region. The one thing, and I've had 8 years of experience now with Pacific Partnership, UK has been deputy commander in all those years bar one. It started off as subject matter experts delivering all their stuff around the region. That was wrong. It was subject matter expert exchange. It was talking to the nations. You go to the Pacific Island nations and the Southeast Asian nations, and it was exactly what Brigadier Jim's just said. It was exchanging information, understanding and building relationships, which was important, and it was all around the hadaf theme of being able to go in and know exactly where you're going and who you're talking to with the resources available to do it. So subject matter expert exchange, listen to what you're being told, understand it, and then help develop.
Yeah. I think that's a good place to end it. So I'll just close by saying, General Cornelius, more than once you mentioned the importance of allies. I heard General Maury talk about aligning exercises with multiple partners across the theater. Captain Dyke, you said more than once that we must be integrated. I think the common theme here is that success depends on operating not as individual forces working in parallel, but truly as a coalition. So in that spirit, it's really wonderful to have you guys all out here together talking about this as a team. So if you guys could join me in thanking them for that.
All right, folks, as you're ready, please find your seats and we'll kick off with panel 2. That's a very compliant crowd. Usually I have to say that 3 or 4 times. Look at them go. Well, it's been a great start to the day, and it's my privilege to keep us going with our second panel. You'd think I'd know what it was called, International Partnerships from Cooperation to Seamless Integration. My name is Ryan Shaw. I'm a professor of practice in history and strategy and a managing director out of the President's Office at Arizona State University. I manage a number of our national security partnerships and programs, including Security and Defense Plus, which is a great privilege. I hope you'll not be surprised to hear that we have something of a narrative arc to the day. At least we've tried to engineer one. You know, we started with this uniformed panel on military readiness, this fight tonight concept that we heard a lot about, and we'll kind of go upstream from there throughout the day and finish with a panel on the defense industry and capability development. But the present policy, or the present panel on policy, is kind of the bridge that connects across from that first panel to the last, along with the threat picture from the afternoon panel. And so, fortunately, we have a great group here assembled to help us build and navigate that bridge. I'll introduce them very briefly. I'll try to go from near to far. We have Commodore Jonathan Lett of the Royal Navy, who's serving as the Deputy J5 for Policy at U.S. Indo-PACOM. So he is a British officer, obviously, but serving in a U.S. billet, and will speak from the U.S. perspective. He comes to us from an extensive career in the Royal Navy, including assignments with Allied forces in both CENTCOM and SOUTHCOM prior to Indo-PACOM. And having just discussed it in the green room, he's been assigned overseas since 2017, so he's about due for a trip back home. We have, who's next? Consul General Greg Wilcock. Serves as the Consul General for Australia here in Hawaii. He comes to us from a long and distinguished career in senior diplomatic and defense posts across the Indo-Pacific and also in the embassy in Washington, D.C. Adam, I got a phonetic...
Korzeniowski.
Yeah. Adam Korzeniowski, yeah?
Yeah, close enough.
Close enough, right, is the AUKUS liaison in the U.S. State Department. Prior to this role, he served various political appointments in the administration, in USAID, in Treasury, and in Commerce, and prior to that, combat veteran of the United States Marine Corps. And finally, last but not least, Susie Veras-Lum, who is the director of the Daniel K. Inouye Asia-Pacific Center for Security Studies, DKI-APCSS. I was recently at Fort Bragg at the U.S. Army John F. Kennedy Special Warfare School and Center, and so I'm going to say that you're only in second place for the awkward acronym contest. But as we all know, it's a critical security cooperation center here on island. We're delighted to have Susie here. Prior to her directorship there, she directed the East-West Center, and before that, she served as a Major General in the U.S. Army, 34 years, including 5 in senior positions at Indo-PACOM. As I mentioned, I'm Ryan. And with those introductions, I'll take a seat and pick it up from over there. All right. This one on too? Okay. Let's start with Adam, if I may. You may be shocked to learn that not everybody in the world wakes up first thing in the morning and scours the news for reports about AUKUS. We all do, obviously, but not everybody. And so for some, the last headline they saw about AUKUS would have included the words "full steam ahead," which was President Trump's message upon the visit of Prime Minister Albanese to the White House in late October, I believe it was. Of course, that was before the final release of Elbridge Colby's, or the Pentagon's AUKUS review, which was not publicly released. And so my first question for you would be, is full steam ahead still the guidance you're working on from the administration? Assuming so, what does that look like day to day in your role in the State Department? And then, in light of the other priorities that have been, straining potentially our focus these days, including in the Middle East, in the Western Hemisphere, Venezuela, the Caribbean, et cetera, how is the administration thinking about the prioritization both of the Indo-Pacific theater and AUKUS itself?
Thank you. Thank you for the excellent series of questions, and all of which are simpler than the last. What do you prefer, Ryan or
Ryan is fine,
Doc?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
As Ryan was saying, I'm a political appointee in the Trump administration, so I come in with the administration, I leave with the administration. So I do bring a very different perspective than your average civil servant. But specifically on AUKUS, so my understanding from what I've been told is the president looked at this, he said, this makes perfect sense, why didn't we do this years ago, why haven't we done this decades ago? We're full steam ahead, nothing's gonna stop us, we're gonna move into implementation as soon as possible. And so, as mentioned, Undersecretary of War for Policy, Elbridge Colby, had a review that he was chairing. That review has concluded, and there will be announcements related to AUKUS Pillar 2 or the Advanced Capabilities section imminently. I'm not sure what has been announced when it is going to be, but I'm sure you could put two and two together for conferences coming up. So we are moving full steam ahead. So what does that look like from the sort of the political policy point of view? And just to take a half step back, the reason why I say political policy is that where I sit in the government is it's really at that political policy level that sort of helps inform strategic decisions, but also is informed by the strategic decisions and decision makers. So one of which is one of our chief responsibilities at State Department, which is technology controls, weapons controls, and the like. So my direct boss, Undersecretary Donano, the Undersecretary for Arms Control and International Security at State Department, stated to the Hill in a public hearing, you can look it up, it's very, very uneventful because it's mostly talking about missile technology control regimes, said that we're going to be pushing the exemptions for Australia and the United Kingdom further and faster that we can under the law, but also under our treaty obligations that we have. So he has called for a review with his counterpart on this subject, Undersecretary of War Michael Duffy, to actually bring together heads of the different sections for the regulatory reform and weapons control regimes so that we can better share technology amongst the trilateral partners. And this is where this is sort of important in terms of like the broader perspective outside of just the AUKUS programs, is that AUKUS at our level is almost more of a mentality, right? It's a way of thinking. And AUKUS is the spearhead, it's the canary in the coal mine, it's the future model of interoperability between the different allies. You know, if we can't figure this out with Australia and the United Kingdom, then what are we doing? Like this is a first principles type of operation, especially given how close we are as countries. And so, you know, as we move forward on the Pillar 2 partners aspect, you know, we'll be looking at figuring out ways to integrate other industrial bases as we move forward. That's going to be a little bit of a longer term project, but you know, we're looking at this as much more holistically than just programmatic military acquisitions. This is a strategic partnership, and this is something that the president believes is completely in line with his national security strategy. And I hope I answered all your questions.
Yeah, I think so, but I'll follow up with one more anyway. On this stage last year, I asked this question of Matt Steinhelfer, who remains as the senior advisor for AUKUS in the State Department. Yeah?
Yes, I can explain that, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, okay, so feel free. So the question was, and this was prompted by the close of your remarks, you know, when AUKUS kicked off, especially in this Security and Defense Plus thing, did you know, some tours with policymakers in all three countries, and there really seemed to be kind of a split approach to AUKUS. On the one hand, you had very highly placed, you know, policymakers and defense officials in all three countries who hailed it as, you know, the next great thing that one congressman I remember referred to AUKUS as the beating heart of freedom in the Indo-Pacific, and it was a new NATO for the Indo-Pacific and all the rest of these things. And then you had this whole other chorus of voices who said, let's just take a breath. We have got plenty to do delivering the capabilities that we've committed to delivering here, and if we can just focus on that, that'll be quite an achievement. And it has appeared to be a little bit, of an uphill slog on just the capability development thing. So on that scale from, a new banner of allied cooperation to unite the world for the 21st century, unite the free world for the 21st century versus a simple set of FMS deals. How are you and how is the administration approaching AUKUS?
Yeah, the thing is with AUKUS is it's more than just FMS sales, right? Yeah. And that's sort of the trick. And for the Australian government, the Australian people, it's an existential issue. Right, this is a significant portion of their military strategy for the next several decades. Right, for our British partners, this is replacing their, the SSN AUKUS is going to be a tool to help replace aging nuclear submarines. So this is much bigger than just us trying to sell, AR-15s to the British Royal Marines. That's something that can be just stamped by a bureaucrat. So there is a attitude where let's take a breath, and let's just focus at the task on hand. But the U.S. government weapons sales model is not meant for moving fast. And it's funny, I took a note that one of the previous speakers had. Captain Chris Dyke said move faster, right? And I thought that was kind of funny because the moderator was reading from the gentleman's notes, but it's also the bureaucracy does not like to move very fast. Yeah. And it's trying to break people out of the mentality that this is a program with just acquisitions, start date, end date, and thinking more broadly in terms of technology cooperation, international cooperation, security cooperation, and further integrating our economies, not just in the defense space, but even broader than that.
Great, thank you. Well, Adam says that it's existential for the Australians, so let's go to the Consul General next and talk about that set of priorities. So I am in the camp of folks who, maybe not every morning, but frequently scrub the internets for stories about AUKUS, and many of them out of Australia these days express some skepticism, if we're being honest. So we also talked in the green room, and it's been some time since you were back in Canberra, but I will ask you from the perspective of Canberra, how are Australian policymakers thinking about allied focus and strategic bandwidth right now? Again, with everything going on in Europe and the Middle East, how do we maintain confidence that allied Indo-PACOM commitments will remain durable over time?
Well, in 2 words, experience and practice. And we're not coming at anything we are doing, ambitious though it is, from a cold start. Mm-hmm. We've been doing this for many, many years now. Now, some of you, I certainly can cast your minds back 25 years. ANZUS marks its 75th year this year. 25 years ago, of course, it was marking its 50th year. That happened to be the year that ANZUS was invoked for the first time. Some of you, not all of you, will know that John Howard, our then Prime Minister, was in Washington, DC on that day. He saw the attack on the Pentagon unfold. And the next day, September 12, invoked the ANZUS Treaty for the first time in its history. 25 years later, where are we? As Adam says, we're full steam ahead on AUKUS. What does that look like here in Honolulu? Well, my team and I are helping lead the rapid growth of Australia's posted presence here. We have well over 400 posted staff on the ground here in Honolulu now, actually operationalising AUKUS. Those are the people who are driving the submarines, who are going to be driving our future submarines, and the people who are going to be keeping them in the water. Sailors, the shipyard workers, all here doing this work right now. We mark 5 years of AUKUS this year, and the proof is in the pudding. We mark 15 years of the force posture initiatives unfolding in Australia. So we have been very busy for the last 25 years building a foundation for everything we aspire to now. And just the power of anecdote. 25 years ago when the Prime Minister invoked AUKUS, we were at the start of a very long road in the Middle East and Afghanistan, where, and the uniformed practitioners amongst us will know this in much more detail than I do, including because they've served in those campaigns, but we have driven interoperability very, very hard over the course of the last 25 years. We have operated hand in glove in some of the most difficult environments you could imagine. And at the same time, I was working in Washington, DC at the time. We were driving our policy integration process very hard, to the extent that we, the Brits, others who were involved in those campaigns, were drawn into the interagency process in all of its majesty in Washington, DC. So we understand what the policy process looks like in DC. We are familiar with it. We're very well practiced at it, and that sets us up for the now. And what does the now look like? Well, again, speaking from a practitioner's perspective, look at our embassy in DC. Diplomacy is not some rarefied practice that's performed by experts and an elite especially. Diplomacy is practiced by the couple of dozen agencies that are represented under our roof in the embassy in DC. The national security agencies, our economic agencies, everyone who is driving a strategic agenda with the United States. That applies to my team here in Honolulu too. We are an extension of that team. And as our presence here grows and as our agenda grows across the alliance, so the diversity under our roof continues to evolve, reflecting all of the touch points that we have in Indo-PACOM and the component commands and the agenda that we are driving. So, long answer to your question, but we're not making a cold start. We've had a lot of practice at doing what we're doing under very difficult conditions. We don't delude ourselves that it gets easier, but we have the foundation. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, that's great. So that was a very positive message, and for one, I'm happy to hear it. But again, there are those skeptical voices inside Australia, and they're pretty loud sometimes. So how should us as your American and British counterparts be thinking? I mean, of course, we're all free and open societies. People can say what they will, and they frequently do. Our media doesn't speak with one voice either. But if you have a message in response to that AUKUS skepticism in your body politic, what would it be?
Well, I mean, we are two of the world's great democracies. There's always going to be a diversity of opinion and view, and that is fine. I think it's incumbent upon successive governments in both countries to demonstrate what the strategic agenda is, how this benefits both countries, and above all, to demonstrate progress, to actually demonstrate the implementation of this initiative, and through it, demonstrate the difference it's making to both constituencies. We're at an early stage in our journey there, but we are making progress. Adam?
Just to be a little curt about it, like, I don't find the narrative contrary to AUKUS in particular, but in general for the bilateral or the trilateral relationship, particularly serious. Like everybody's entitled to their own opinion, but oftentimes these folks that write these opinions have contrary interests and/or maybe they get the facts wrong very often.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
And that's just the reality of things. Like politics is, capital P politics is fun, and like you don't necessarily have to be correct 100% of the time to make an impact. But the reality is, like, the small p politics of it is that this is moving forward, and this is a fact. Like, there's not going to be any sort of great revisions to this. Like, things may change after first contact with the enemy, which maybe our bureaucracies in this case, but this is a fact. This is going to be a historical record. Like, this is going to be something that's done at some point. And, you know, like, people are welcome to criticize, but, you know, we're not paying any heed to the critics on that front.
Yeah, great, thank you. One of the things I forgot to mention at the outset is it is my intent, and we'll see whether I can make good on it, but it is my intent to turn this over for audience questions a little earlier than the last two have. And so please have your questions ready. I know that there are a lot of them out there for this interesting collection of guests up here. So to the Commodore, we all know that it's not an accident that strategy and policy are combined in the J5, because it's your job to navigate political realities, big P or small p, and produce workable strategies that enable military outcomes in support of these policy objectives. So from your vantage point inside Indo-PACOM, how is the policy environment that Adam and Greg have just described either facilitating or perhaps complicating the kind of readiness and integration that they talked about on panel one?
Thanks, Ryan. I feel really privileged that this is my third US role. As mentioned, previously served at CENTCOM, Southcom, and now Indo-PACOM. CENTCOM, in terms of partnerships, it was very much formalized coalitions. Southcom was very much coalitions of the willing. And as I reflect on my 2.5 years here at Indo-PACOM, how have I seen those partnerships change with respect to our alliances and partnerships? It has been a change. 2.5 years ago, it was very bilateral in its focus, particularly in my role in that policy world. Over time, it has changed. It has changed from bilateral to, at every opportunity, making those relationships multilateral. And then I think we've seen a move to the next level as we talk about integration. And we said we wouldn't put too many eyes in. There were enough in the earlier panel. But that integration, the levels of integration have changed. And I think we've seen a change in the theatre driven by Admiral Aquilino and Admiral Paparo from a traditional hub and spoke model of alliances and partnerships to much more of an integrated lattice work. Perhaps more complicated, and AUKUS is difficult, yes, but we need to get after it. And Greg spoke about AUKUS, spoke about operationalizing AUKUS, and I think there are other posture agreements, other posture activities out there. Those posture agreements in this theatre are operationalizing that integrated lattice work of alliances and partnerships.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. Okay, so Susie, one theme here across both this panel and the one before is on kind of reducing friction ahead of time, you know, on the front end of a crisis, before crisis ever begins, by building the habits and relationships and institutions that allow coalitions to move fast when the pressure rises. So from your varied experience over quite some time, what are the most important things that we do that actually do reduce these frictions? And then, you know, kind of on the converse, what is the sort of residual friction that's just always going to be there no matter how much coordination we do in advance? And then I have a follow-up question, but I'll try not to do these multi-layered things like I did to Adam.
Thank you so much. I'll use yours. Thank you, Adam. Teamwork makes the dream work. Thank you, Adam. And thank you, Ryan, for that question. And really, it is an honor to be here with these distinguished panelists. And thank you for your comments and your question. We were designed to do that, exactly that, at the DKI APCSS. Not waiting to the moment of crisis, but building team, building relationships beforehand. And this is specifically really why I think the Honorable Secretary of War, Honorable Hegseth, came to the center in March of last year at the beginning of his tenure and really spoke to our alumni, over 16,000 alumni from the region and the world who've come together to talk about these key critical issues that Adam brought up about this commitment. How do we develop commitment despite bureaucracy? Or, you know, we heard Greg talk about how do we build commitment and that you see with Australia, and then also, of course, Jonathan, that commitment to integration. All of that happens, you have to come together before a moment of crisis, before the time of need is not the time to pick up the phone, cold call with someone that you don't even know. It's the ability to pick up that phone with a relationship that took years to develop. And those relationships don't just happen. And we know that Indo-PACOM has been completely committed to the exercise. If you just looked at the number of exercises and the depth and the multilateralism that you're seeing is incredible at Indo-Pacific Command. What we do is that moment where you can come together and talk, recruit strategically with the people who are going to make the difference. And I'd like to talk a little bit more when I can about the defense industrial base acceleration that we are doing at the request of the Indo-Pacific Security Affairs. So our center works directly for Department of War Indo-Pacific Security Affairs under John Noe, Bridge Colby, and the Secretary, of course. And we have been able to pivot very quickly to meet the needs that you're hearing about, whether it's AUKUS, whether it is how do we accelerate co-innovation, co-production, co-creation of a future to overcome what Adam had said about this commitment to overcoming that bureaucracy that doesn't lend itself. How do we do this? And I'd love to just share a little bit more about that at the appropriate time.
Well, we will get to that for sure. Okay, so the follow-up question. This has so far mostly been a trilateral conversation, both this panel and the prior, but there are obviously a lot more interests at work in the Indo-Pacific region than just the ones that are represented on this stage. So how are we, or how should we manage the same type of preemptive friction reduction with, the ASEAN nations, other Pacific partners, what General Stuart referred to this morning as the middle powers? Please.
Well, currently right now as we sit here, there are 140 plus fellows right down the road at our center from 25 countries, from ASEAN, from the Pacific Island countries, from South Asia, Northeast Asia, and other European countries and Americans. So it's bringing together US, Asia, Pacific together, and others from outside the region who are interested in Indo-Pacific to come together for 5 weeks and through the weekend to not just talk about key critical issues, maritime security, cyber, AI, space, the gray zone, defense industrial base, all the key critical issues, domains of consequence that you find at Indo-Pacific Command that are important, interoperability, integration, all those issues, but also volleyball game, time together. We chuckle, but really it is those relationships where they're on a WhatsApp chat all together and they update each other and they tell each other how they're doing and how their relationship. You can't underestimate the power of those relationships because we've seen it in action, whether it was a crisis in Nepal and an Indian and Pakistani who've been in a course together, who in a particular region, the Pakistani not allowed to go in the Indian area, but because they were in a course together, they actually realize, life, limb, and, response, right away, immediate response. They were able to do it because they knew each other from the same course. It's those kinds of things that are powerful.
Great. Okay, one more question from me that I'll put to each of you, and then we'll turn it over to the audience. This has all been very positive and very encouraging, which is great because, most all of us here in the room, certainly on the stage, are, true believers in the alliance and in the mission. So I'm very happy for the positive tone. But we don't do ourselves any favors by, focusing exclusively on the positive, if only because risk reduction and risk mitigation have to start with risk identification, right? So I will ask the question, any of you are, whoever feels like taking it first can take a stab at it, but I'd love it if each of you could provide your best answer. What is one assumption, or more than one if you please, but at least one assumption, spoken or unspoken, about allied coordination or strategic alignment that may look less solid in retrospect? Sure.
Thank you. So I don't know if this directly answers your question, so putting my best political hat on, I'll not answer the question directly. But you can laugh at that, that's okay. But this is sort of why I keep bringing up that this is not just an acquisitions program, and why it's a mentality, right? Is that, the reason why I specifically bring that up is because there's people out there who I've engaged with in the offices that actually treat this, like AUKUS itself, but other similar bilateral and multilateral relationships, as just yet another acquisitions process. And this is something that Sir Stephen Lovegrove, the UK Prime Minister for AUKUS, said the other day, is that we can't default to status quo. This is something that we have to make sure we're preventing, right? And that's part of it is to start integrating this whole strategic philosophy into it in order to resolve some of these issues. Because at the end of the day, most civil servants are good people, but the path to hell is paved with good intentions. You need to tell people that they need to think broader. You need to be constantly pushing on the engine that drives it. These are engines of human capital, right? Like people, morale is a thing, time, effort, rest is a thing. But like the where we're going to succeed or fail is at the human level. Whether it's a production of submarines, diplomatic relationships, or just to be able to generally deter conflict, it's going to be at that people-to-people level. And that's one of the things I really loved about Susie's answer to the previous question. And I'll cut it there.
Yeah, all right. So if I can take moderator's prerogative and rephrase that as a more direct answer to my question. Maybe a assumption that we tend to make that we might look back on with regret is that saying that this represents a long-term change of mindset and a change of culture makes it so.
Oh, did you want to?
I'm also going to answer that indirectly, like ideation. Like when you say something, that's the first step into making it happen, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Like this is the aspect of like at the political level is that there is a political will is a thing, right?
Sure.
And this is something I actually made sure I put a note here on it. Mahan has these 6 pillars of sea power out there. And there's 2 of them that are very important. It's the character of the people and character of the government, right? The people need to be motivated towards industry, commerce, trade, but the government needs to be recognize the necessity of sea power, or in this case, general national security power, and to be able to both foster the intrinsic values and interests of the people, but also represent and protect those interests at the same time. And so, like, that's why just saying it, like with the president just saying it, makes it so, because there's a million people underneath him that will interpret that and execute based on the enabling factors. My role is not to do the work. Like the people in uniform here are going to do most, if not all, the work. I'm here to make sure the other bureaucrats get out of the way, and that I'm talking to my peers at the political level, but also at other governments to make sure that we're cooperating and connecting. Sorry for not answering your question.
No, quite all right. That's a fantastic answer. Very good.
Can I jump on that?
Please do.
So the assumption we make sometimes, I think, is that we have common values, we have leadership commitment, and we understand that. And so it's exciting. We need those things, and we do have that, which is a wonderful environment. So now it's to peel back. What are those policy issues or trade issues that Adam was mentioning that are in the way? We need to identify those things. So we're right now, we just concluded in Washington, D.C. with Assistant Secretary of War Katanazi opening it up, Assistant Secretary for Defense Industry Policy. And it is about bringing together the Partnership for Indo-Pacific Industrial Resilience. We were tasked to do a multinational armaments resilience seminar, which is something very different for our institution, but we pivoted to be able to do this, to bring together partners, and we got Australia's partnership to do this. We got Japan, Republic of Korea to help burden share, to look at ways in which we can peel back the onion, to identify those barriers, the bureaucratic hurdles that keep us from being able to move forward and accelerate. So allied coordination in itself, without digging deep and really being honest about what the barriers are, whether it's trade barriers or whatever it is, or intellectual property exchange, it starts though with trust. You have to trust your partner to be able to give, and also trust our industry partners to bring them in. That is a huge change. That this course in the past, to be frank, we would often in defense or in Department of War maybe be a little hesitant because of legal considerations about industry. We now have to move with them. You can ask any industry partner right now. They will tell you what the barriers are, flat out. So you cannot have the conversation to fix the problem without our industry partners. We had been reluctant to do that, I think, in the past, and now we cannot do that anymore.
Yeah, great. Well, that's an excellent foreshadow to our panel this afternoon. But Mr. Consul General, please.
I can go there too. More of a philosophical point, but when we speak about alliances, as we have here for the last few minutes, we frame them as a force for good, and yes, they are, but alliances are also really hard. And anyone who has studied, as I did once, the history of the Australia-US alliance, indeed before we were treaty allies during World War II, we bumped heads a lot, and we still do from time to time. We have differences. Fortunately for us, we're both argumentative problem-solving cultures, and our approach is to address difference and work out how it is we're going to thread our way through it. And there is no greater test of that than some of the implementation we need to get into and are getting into with AUKUS. It is a long road ahead.
Great. And we'll give the final word to the guy who works in the shop that lists assumptions very explicitly.
I think there's an assumption, and maybe this came out in some of your AUKUS skepticism comments, that we lack alignment, and that's our biggest challenge. I think actually tempo, time of decision making, both at the military level and the political level, are potentially our biggest challenge, particularly in an environment where we've got grey zone activity, where we've got cyber intrusion, and where the information space is contested.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. That's very good. Okay, let's turn it over to the audience for questions. Carla's pointing at one. Well, I only see one. Well, no, sorry, there is a hand in back there. Wherever you want to go, Carla, please.
Hi, thank you so much. David Santoro, Pacific Forum. My question is about how we manage the balance between deepening existing alliances and partnerships and expanding to engaging new partners. What is the right balance? How do we manage it? And particularly, how do we reach out to middle powers? And this has come up quite a bit in previous panels, and so middle powers in particular, if you can emphasize that. Thank you.
Yeah, it looks like Adam's got something to say.
Yeah, and this is sort of, sorry, my mic keeps dipping on me, so I'm going to have to hold it. But this is sort of the trick is that these are not mutually exclusive, right? You know, the U.S. State Department, while I'm here, is also engaging in high-level conversations, as everybody knows, between the President of the United States and the President of China. And so, you know, we are constantly engaged in a lot of different opportunities. But one of my favorites, and this is one of the ones that's already been sort of beaten to death a little bit, is the ASEAN relationship. You talk about something that has the power to dramatically impact the quality and life of people in these countries. That is something that you can't spend enough on military arms to actually be able to execute on. And this is sort of why there are different specialties, at least in our State Department, is to bring those folks on board. You know, we also have you know, our PAC Silica program, which is talking about rare earths, but mining in general. Well, Australia is a massive power in that, but it also allows us to bring in other partners, such as our European partners, in on this. But you know, this is the thing. It's a global environment. It's a multifaceted item, and we also we can't have. Well, time is essential, and it's a finite resource. We have to not get so stovepiped that we start thinking about everything in terms of military deterrence alone. The best way to deter conflict is to make it such that it's unaffordable for everybody else to actually pick a fight with you.
Good. Any other, please?
Yeah, I'll have a go there too. And David, it's a fair question, and again, in answering it, I don't want to succumb to the vanity of the present and try and persuade people that we're dealing with all of this for the first time. Indeed, to pick up the theme I gave in my opening statement, we stand on a pretty strong foundation here. I mean, speaking for Australia, we were ASEAN's first dialogue partner. We're a founding member of the Pacific Islands Forum. There is years and years and sedimentary layers of diplomacy upon which to stand. The difference now is the stakes are growing, and therefore the discipline, the imperative of doing more also strengthens. That's why we're doing what we're doing in striking strategic bargains in the Pacific, in further strengthening the Pacific Islands Forum. It's why we're doing what we're doing in our Southeast Asia strategy, including by creating more economic opportunity and economic engagement between us and the region. We're looking for more ballast and creating it.
Sorry, didn't mean to.
Over to you, Susie.
Sorry, thanks, Greg. I wanted to, David, just kind of add to that. This multinational armaments resilience, the Piper nations that are 17, Thailand just became a part of it. So just as Adam said, ASEAN, Vietnam, Philippines, part of this. They don't have a robust defense industrial base, but are looking to do that. What a great opportunity to be partnered with others who have advanced defense industrial base, like Republic of Korea and of course Japan and UK and Italy, France, and of course Australia being a part of that whole ecosystem. So I think we're starting to see this, bringing them in, and they're definitely giving that demand signal that they're ready to step up and step in to see where they fit in that ecosystem.
Yeah, great. Next question.
Just one for Adam and Susie. Transferring technologies under AUKUS Pillar 2 in particular, and ITAR, something that comes up with some of the industrial partners we're trying to cultivate to potentially manufacture in Australia, and that is something that's just thrown up repeatedly. Do you have a view on, can ITAR restrictions be scaled back under AUKUS Pillar 2?
Yeah, so for ITAR, MTC, Missile Technology Control Regime, and the excluded technologies list are three of the predominant barriers to military trade in the United States. These are meant to protect intellectual property, but these are things that we've already been actively changing for probably the last couple of years, if I recall correctly, but we're also going to be trying to move more aggressively this year. We had a pretty clear signal from the White House, from the Secretary of State, to move as far and as fast as we can take it practically, but also legally. And so this is something where State Department and the Department of War are working very hand in hand with each other, but also with our partners in the other trilateral relationships, so DFAT, DOD, FCDO, MOD, to work on, because everybody has similar-ish regulations. But one of the vignettes that we have is that a rocket company that was going to launch rockets out of Australia, in order to avoid even bothering with U.S. regulations, just went, instead of talking to an American rocket manufacturer, went and bought one from the Germans, which I'm sure is a fantastic rocket motor, right? But the fact that we weren't even an option on the table just shows how antiquated our bureaucratic rules are. But that's something that the president is very clear. He signed 2 executive orders relating to this. This is something Secretary Hegseth has talked about, Secretary Rubio has talked about, and the various undersecretaries and assistant secretaries out there.
I think, bringing together the SMARS group this is the second iteration to try, that has come up, of course, these barriers that exist, but maybe the solutions are not just one swooping solution for ITARs. It's specific to a particular industry within this larger DIB industry. And I think these are coming up, and having the right people. In this current course, you have key leaders and industry partnered together to kind of outline and bring those proposals back to the Department of War so that those can be elevated up to the leadership so that they can look and evaluate how do we get to yes in a trusted relationship.
Great. We have a question over here.
Yes, hi, Ellis from King's College. Thank you so much for the conversation so far. The panelists proved very eloquently that governance structures are ideal and indeed essential for any partnership to come about. APCSS is the best example, and you explained very eloquently why. So on the back of that, my question is about AUKUS Pillar 2 as an opportunity. Of the AUKUS endeavour, is the component has perhaps a deficit in terms of governance structure. What kind of governance structure would be ideal to get the house in order so that then you can invite others to join that party? Thank you.
Just to, you're asking about the governance structure or lack thereof, correct? Excellent. I just wanted to make sure that I got the question correct because I have a tendency to not answer them directly, if you notice. So this is actually a very good question, and this is part of the reason why Sir Stephen was in the United States, but also David Lewis of the DFAT, First Assistant Secretary, amongst others, was to sort of start talking about these items. And that's something that, well, we can't really get super started on it until the official announcement because there's going to be a requirement for trilateral working. That's part of the reason why I'm here. You know, Indo-PACOM in general, but various specific commands, we already kind of do joint interoperability to a degree that when I was in the Marine Corps, we would never be able to do. You know, like I remember the days when Op Herrick and RC Southwest was like basically a hard line. Like there was a physical barrier, and you're like, okay, that's their territory now. But you know, and like you see here, like it's sort of a nothing burger. It's just another day at the office for a lot of staff officers. So how do we get to that point when it comes down to that bigger policy question is going to be a challenge. One of the big places where it's going to be a challenge is going to be acquisitions. And this is where, you know, it's unclear to me exactly what that's going to look like, how it's going to be divvied up between the different countries, because we do still have different tax structures, even though we have free trade agreements and already existing mutual tax treatments. But this is something that we're going to have to solve. And this is why there's going to be further economic integration, because we're going to have to normalize between the different systems. So this is something that, you know, unfortunately I don't have a clear answer to, but this is something that we're actively actually discussing. Over.
We had a hand up here.
Hi, thank you. My name's Ken Farm, I'm a consultant. This question is addressed to these two over here from the American side. You were mentioning about that, you know, AUKUS needs to be a mindset and not necessarily an acquisition from there. Yet we always fall back to acquisition. And when I'm thinking about things like that, I'm thinking about, like, say, DOSAR or the DFARS or departments underneath and their own admin rules. Like, how would you change that type of mindset to make things move faster? Because those are the kind of things there that create that slowness or that tempo that you want. That's what really slows it down. So what are your thoughts on that?
Just to start, like part of the, one of the things I haven't said is listing feedback. Industry, like for me, it's actually not that difficult to get feedback from industry. They're pretty uniform in their chief issues. One of the things that's actually kind of difficult from State Department side is eliciting information from the uniform services, the actual people in uniform rather than necessarily the civilians and also people in the Pentagon itself. So, you know, part of it is finding out information of where the stoppages are. But, you know, I don't know if this is ubiquitous, but in the Marine Corps, there's 6 troop leading steps, and the most important one is supervise. And like, you know, you give your intent, you issue the orders, but you have to be on top of the system. And this is where government administrations, whether American or not, succeed or fail is based off of their ability to follow through. And right now, like, you know, this is one of those things that the president's not going to accept anything less than success. this president is very clear, full steam ahead, no more delays, just execute. We got to solve these things. One of the ways that DOW is solving it is they created what's called direct report portfolio manager for submarines. A gentleman named Vice Admiral Goucher, who reports to Deputy Secretary of War, but his job is all things submarine production. Well, he doesn't necessarily command a squadron of submarines. Like he's sort of the center point of it, and the buck stops there. And he has incredible power to actually go across political lines, across different agencies, to actually be able to get people in the same room. I'll pause there.
No, thank you. Just building on what Adam said, I think this intentionality that he said and oversight, I think in last year at Shangri-La, Secretary Hegseth announced the Piper Partnership for Indo-Pacific Industrial Resilience. And then March 20th, also Department of War put out a statement about the movement and the accomplishment, so measuring the effectiveness of the Partners for Indo-Pacific Industrial Resilience. Also, this is a second iteration for multinational armaments. I know so many acronyms, right? Mars, we create Martians for the Piper. But it's so important. This, in there was listed the Multinational Armaments Resilience Seminar that we have put on. And this second round, to change culture, like you said, on multi-layers, has to have this intentional effort that Adam is talking about, that we brought in together not just acquisition specialists or government leaders whose responsibility for defense industrial base, the joint force, as well as the joint staff, those who are responsible for it, Indo-PACOM science and technology in this course, this second round. So we learned from our first round. This one, we really made sure we have industry partners, not just US industry partners, but from around the region and around the world, to come together over 4 weeks, so it's not short. This is long, 4 weeks over 5 months in different countries. So we start in Washington, D.C. We look at our defense industrial base. They hear from people like our Assistant Secretary of War. They hear for defense industrial base policy. They hear from those who are responsible for DIB acquisitions within our Department of War system, as well as State Department, Commerce, Trade of the United States. Then they will go to Australia, because they have a course that has been going on since the end of World War II, which is their Defense Industry Studies course, something that we didn't even know until we reached out. And then we went to Japan, where ATLA and METI, their leadership are now in this course. And this next round, they'll go to the Republic of Korea to see. So this is not short. It takes a long time. And these friendships that are established can help to overcome those barriers, or at least together bring those up through their various changes in various governments, because it's not just the United States barriers. These are the barriers also of our partners. So it's important to look at both sides. Hope that helps.
I think we've got about 5 minutes left, is that right? So the very best questions that you've been saving?
Hard balls.
The hard balls, yeah.
We're going to take it.
Coming your way.
Thank you. John Mitchell with MNC Saatchi World Services. I'm probably going to expose my ignorance. So I was really hoping we'd run out of time. But so we have one more. My question is about NATO and a NATO-like organization here in this region. What is the major obstacle for that? Is it a U.S. policy issue? Is it just too hard? Or is it an adversarial red line that would be crossed if like an organization like NATO, because we recognize now with the straits, we have a couple here in this region and they protect those and keep those open. What is the major obstacle for not having an organization in this region? Thank you.
I think it's a great question. Who'd like to I think the Commodore?
Well, of course, we have had NATO-like organisation. SEATO was existed in this theatre, and I think we've got to ask what it is we're looking for from that organisation. Are we looking for integration and compatibility in terms of systems and procedures, or are we looking for political alignment and some sort of mutual defence treaty out of it? In terms of the alignment and compatibility piece, I think we're finding other ways. There is no proposal to have a NATO-like commonality in this theatre. We seem to get through that pretty well. If I look at, this is a RIMPAC year. RIMPAC, the world's largest naval exercise. So without a NATO-like structure, we still seem to be able to get after quite a bit of that. And I think linked to my earlier comments on how we've moved from bilateral agreements into multilateral and into a higher level of integration, I think we're getting after many of the things. So it's whether we're looking for the political or the political might be difficult in this theatre.
If I can sharpen the question a little bit as we pass it to Greg, and going back to some earlier points, if the press is to be believed, when the AUKUS review was underway, there was some pressure from the Pentagon to the Australians for a commitment to a certain level of defence spending, and then perhaps to a commitment for a commitment that if we provide these submarines, they will be used in a specific way under certain scenarios. And the pushback seemed to be, well, no, that's just not going to happen, and it's not possible. We are still full steam ahead, but those are both features of the NATO alliance, or something like that. And so, how would you respond to that?
So let's talk about sovereignty in these two ways. First, to your question about a regional NATO. I think the question is less the means than the outcome. What are you aiming for? Preventative diplomacy, long-term structural stability. And again, that's a better way in, because that actually allows you to address the history of the region and the way in which this part of the world has come at that problem in its own way. Much ink has been spilled about ASEAN and its utility, but it's been a great force for stability in the region because it has created a centre of mass. It has been premised upon the defence of those Southeast Asian countries' sovereignty and their rightful exercise of it, and it is drawn in powers including the United States, China, and dialogue partners like Australia and others. So different region, different experience, similar effect, and recognising the generation-long effect that it has created, our approach as a country is to keep building upon that foundation. And we're not doing that alone, we're doing that with the United States, we're doing that with our other friends in the region and indeed outside the region. On sovereignty, the second dimension of sovereignty I wanted to talk about goes to your question, the slightly sharper question. Any government, including in Australia, is going to preserve its room for manoeuvre in exercising sovereignty about how its country is used, about how its sovereign assets are used. The good news for the United States and Australia, and to go back to the point I made by way of opening, is that we have so driven, and we have driven very hard, our operational integration and our policy integration, or at the very least our policy coordination. And that makes it much less difficult to have an honest, outcomes-focused conversation about how we are going to exercise that sovereignty for joint effect.
I'll be brief into Ryan's question. Australia joined us in the Vietnam War, and I'm not really that concerned about Australia's willingness to join in a good fight if one comes up. But I think really at the end of the day, this is still a economic and trade issue. So, we don't want or need a giant military alliance in South Pacific or Southeast Asia right now. You know, we have that in spades with bilateral and multilateral relationships. What we need is us to work on ourselves, and then also just to further expand and integrate Southeast Asia economies going forward.
Work on yourself first. I'm sure I've heard that somewhere before. Look, I would be very happy to go all day up here, but we have the rest of the agenda to get on with and other questions to address, not least of which is what's for lunch, and I think that is, that is next. So we're going to have to wrap here, but please join me in thanking our panelists.
They cut our mics. Never mind.
So we have here all the requirements for an outstanding fireside chat except for an actual fire. And we are the only thing standing between you and lunch. What I'm going to do is really just set up a conversation with General Rowell and hopefully create enough angst and aggression within the group that it fires everybody up for a good discussion going into lunch between us and the audience. So let me start with a couple of comments. We are in an environment in the Indo-PACOM AOR of escalating great power competition, contested and volatile region. Yes, Taiwan, but even more so perhaps the South China Sea, threats to global maritime trade, to the viability of global littoral choke points. There's geopolitical, geoeconomic, and cognitive competition, which has an increasingly hard edge to it. We have 3 major conflicts going on globally, one in Europe, one in the Middle East, one in the Indo-PACOM AOR. One of those 3 is cold, the other 2 are hot, but for how long? So that raises a bunch of issues that we've talked about already today around questions like simultaneity, readiness, particularly readiness for what? How do we see the challenge that we're trying to prepare for? Resilience, the ability to accept, absorb, recover from, and adapt to shocks. And then how do we achieve deterrence and compellence against a background that's continually shifting? Every time we change our force posture or our readiness level, the adversary adapts, and so does everybody else in the region. The big question that I want to dig into today is how can allies help? How can allies help each other in particular? And I'll just note that one of the great advantages that we have on this side of the first island chain is that the US historically has had allies in a way that China doesn't have. China has vassal states, it has tributaries, it has transactional relationships with powers that are strong enough to push back against Chinese coercion, but it doesn't have allies in the way that we all historically have come to understand the term. So that's a incredible advantage when we consider what might be coming. So with that in mind, I'm delighted to welcome to our fireless fireside chat General George Rowell, who is the J5 at Indo-PACOM. His bio in full is in the brochure, so I won't go through it again, but I encourage everybody to take a look. But just some highlights from my standpoint: US Naval Academy graduate, Top Gun graduate, call sign so impressive that it's actually secret. Lots of Indo-PACOM and Pacific time writ large, as up to perhaps 5 tours, I think, in the region, including most recently Deputy Commander of USFJ. So hugely experienced, hugely capable. As a Marine Corps officer, very familiar with the maritime, land, air, and electromagnetic spectrum elements of the challenge. So no one better qualified, I think, to help us think through this set of questions. So General, welcome. And let me start by just offering you the opportunity to make a few comments, and then we'll dive into questions.
Yeah, thanks for that very much. And good afternoon to everyone. I see so many familiar faces out in the crowd, and so many of the folks that I've worked with and I've been able to interact with here in Hawaii for the past year, watching and taking notes. So I will take all of the comments on the barbs later. I appreciate that. I've just got a few kind of prepared comments, if I could, and then happy to take any questions and conversation after that. But really wanted to thank everyone for being here to talk about deterrence and readiness in the Indo-Pacific, really, which is defining our strategic thinking here in this part of the 21st century. Readiness, resilience, as introduced, are not a static metric. It is, as Dr. Kilcullen said, something that changes all the time, but it is the ability to integrate, train, secure, sustain, and build what we fight. All of those require speed, scale, and most importantly, allies and partners that can move and operate faster than the adversary can. It's about achieving absolute information and decision superiority by observing, deciding, and acting faster than our competitors can do in a contested environment. And I think back, most of you are aware of the Battle of Midway, but I think of Station Hypo here in Pearl Harbor before the Battle of Midway. Lieutenant Commander Rocheford's team took fragments of information, small fragments of information, under great pressure and gave Admiral Nimitz decision superiority before that fight even started. Today, taking the human and enabling the human with AI and with advanced computing, we have to have those habits of action because that cycle has become hypercharged. Warning times have collapsed. Commoditization of long-range precision strike and autonomous systems have really compressed decision timelines once those warning times are up. We can't rely on surging forces to the theater any longer. We must update and operate continuous dynamic combat power west of the international date line, and they have to be prepared to fight at any time. U.S. Indo-PACOM is building this decision architecture by integrating ISR, command and control, AI, and joint all-domain operations. The headquarters here at Camp Smith, U.S. Indo-PACOM, is an AI-powered headquarters, which uses AI-enabled tools to help us deliver affordable, asymmetric warfighting advantages. And the commander often says, the human must be in that decision cycle. AI enables that decision cycle. That does require, though, training, culture, and leadership to enable decisions at the scale and, most importantly, at the speed that's needed here. Resiliency, as you spoke to, sir, is also equally critical. It is no longer a support function, but has to be a warfighting function. It means sustaining combat power, command and control, and logistics, and being able to take hits in a degraded environment. Our way forward is to supercharge our defense industrial base, certainly a line of effort, and equally important to innovate with non-traditional primes. China possesses over 50% of the global commercial shipbuilding capacity, while the U.S. has about 0.1%, making it imperative that we accelerate capacity through both established and emerging industrial partners. We're advancing that effort by leveraging multinational ecosystems like the Partnership for Indo-Pacific Industrial Resilience, also known as PIPER. And I think I saw it written down on someone's card back there as I was walking to get some coffee. So that's good that we talked about that prior. Our greatest asymmetric advantage, though, remains our network of allies and partners and alliances. Our allies and our partners increase our combat capability and capacity, expand our maneuver space, and extend operational reach and strengthen deterrence. We're moving beyond cooperation towards seamless integration, working alongside allies through AUKUS and expanding regional frameworks to present a united and credible deterrent. The stakes are very clear. Deterrence by denial is an absolute imperative, and we are building that strong denial defense in the first island chain. Look forward to the discussion, sir, and any questions.
Yeah, thanks, George.
Yes.
So let me start with just one question. And obviously, as the J5, this isn't actually your problem, but how do you think about readiness, right? When you're thinking about how you interact with the ops guys, ready for what? Ready when? How does that frame in your mind?
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I appreciate this is not your problem, but I think everything somehow inevitably crosses the J5 lane. Readiness, I alluded to in the opening comments. I think readiness cuts across what I never traditionally thought of as what is the combat capability of said unit is a traditional military metric of readiness. I think now you take that, what is the combat capability of said unit? Where is that unit? What is the integration of that? And where is the posture along in the Indo-Pacific? We also have to take readiness as a metric of an advancing capability of all of our armed forces, not only U.S., but allies and partners, as they continue to evolve and continue to become more integrated.
How do you, so with that in mind and thinking about the range of challenges that you just mentioned, how do you think about the simultaneity challenge and how that potentially relates to things like magazine depth and pre-positioning and all that?
Great question. And I will tell you that we spend a lot of time thinking about working on and planning on simultaneity. We have to be able to rapidly pivot. We have to be able to rapidly maneuver. That is enabled by a resilient posture. It's enabled by resilient forces, and it's enabled by a resilient command and control architecture that is across the Indo-Pacific, not only, again, for U.S. forces, but with allies and partners as well. You can never plan for every eventuality. Everyone knows that, but we can certainly plan for many eventualities. And as the old saying is, you know, as soon as action starts, you are off plan. But we have to have thought through those problems. We have to have thought through what that posture is, and we have to have thought through what that framework and what that lattice looks like.
So based on that, it seems like you're now, in some ways, thinking about resilience almost like a warfighting function in its own right, rather than just a traditional enabler. I mean, how do you think about that?
Yeah, certainly not a joint pub warfighting function, but I think if you take all of the warfighting functions and stitch them together ethereally, holistically, you have a kind of a lexicon of what resilience is now. So it is certainly the ability to adapt, the ability to take hits, the ability to pivot, the ability to have the depth, both logistically, physically, and spatially, in order to get done what you need to.
Time, space, material.
Yeah, temporal, you bet.
Right. Yeah. Okay. How should we think about the challenge that's coming next? I mean, I often encounter people who think about all of Indo-PACOM in the context of purely Taiwan, and they think about Taiwan as a 3-day or a 3-week, when however long it takes the Marines to get from San Diego to and after that. But like, what does it look like a year in, 3 years in? What does it look like when, you know, half the Chinese Navy's at the bottom of the ocean and we've run out of missiles?
I think if I could, and just zoom out from that question a little bit, what does it look like across the Indo-Pacific without burrowing in on any one specific scenario? The outlook is challenging, but the outlook, I think, is also very positive. We have seen, you all have experienced a tightness, a closeness, a burgeoning sense of what our partnerships with our allies and partners mean, something that has been absolutely amazing to me personally and amazing to me professionally. I've had the pleasure of being in the Pacific for a while, and when I look across the gambit at how our forces interact, how our forces work together, and how close our forces are, it is amazing to me. We had last year, Talisman Sabre, over 40,000 personnel involved, Australia, Papua New Guinea, 19 nations. We just wrapped up the largest ever Balikatan exercise in the Philippines. Never in my wildest imagination 10 years ago did I think that we would be seeing a Balikatan like we just experienced. That's all very positive. And I think it is an outlook that we have to maintain and that we have to continue to push.
Yeah, that's great. One final question without notice. I'm gonna. You don't have to answer it, but
yeah.
I'm looking at Epic Fury, and I'm picking up a number of lessons. Right, dynamic targeting, magazine depth, integration of AI. There's a bunch of stuff. Obviously, many things that we don't necessarily want to talk about in a hotel room. But are you seeing anything in that realm of posture, resilience, the things we've just been talking about, that you think would be? I mean, it's a different theatre, different challenges, but are you learning anything particularly as you're watching it?
Yeah, well, undoubtedly, I will let I'll let my colleagues at Central Command talk to specifics if required. But if you aren't learning, then you're wrong. If you aren't learning from the lessons of others, you're not learning from what has happened with others. Then you are absolutely derelict in your duty. I think that all of those items that you mentioned, we are certainly gleaning lessons from. The character of war changes, the nature of war does not. We have to continue to learn everything that we can at all times. Doesn't matter who the enemy is.
And particularly because others are learning too, right?
Absolutely.
Others are watching, yeah. All right, well, folks, this is a phenomenal opportunity. You're never going to have Indo-Pacom J5 sitting right here, ready to answer any questions again. So please let me throw it open to the group. We've got about 15 minutes to pick up whatever points we've covered that you want to talk about, or indeed, if there's something that wasn't mentioned that's a burning issue for you, please take the opportunity to raise that. So as normal, we've got our mic runners, and who wants to go first?
Or you could just go to lunch.
Got one over here? Yep.
Thank you for a fascinating exchange. I have a couple of questions from a very layperson's perspective, given I just read the news. So I was very interested to hear you say that humans must be in the decision-making cycle with AI. Now, in the news, there was something recent about Anthropic losing a very large military contract on the basis that they wanted to specify that. So love to hear your views. And second of all, just watching what's been happening both in Ukraine with the Russian invasion and in the Middle East, we're seeing these quite low-cost drones operating and doing a lot of damage with very high-cost missiles on the other side, and just wondered if you could tell us a little bit about how you thought those experiences might play out with some of the planning in this region.
Thanks for both of those questions. Are you sure that someone didn't give you those to ask? Because those are two great questions. Let me speak briefly to AI, if I could. And what I mean by the human has to be in the decision. We cannot lose human morality to machines. We must have a human, whatever the lexicon is, in the loop or on the loop, in order to ensure that we have not lost human morality there. There's been a lot of things in the news. I understand that. I don't know exactly what the contention was, but you always have to have a human determine what is moral and what is not, and are we following the rules and the law of warfare or not. And I'll leave that one there. On drones, lots of lessons learned from Ukraine, lots of lessons learned from other places with drones, small drones, one-way attack munitions. I think what we're seeing is what my boss, Admiral Papara, will say is the commoditization of cheap kill. We are seeing that mass has some effect, that mass has an effect that that leverages probably towards the defense rather than the offense. One theater is not another theater. What is correct or what is right or what is applicable in Ukraine may not be applicable in a maritime domain, but certainly there are lessons learned along that. I think my only strong reaction when I speak to people about this is when I speak to absolutists about this. Well, it's always going to be drones, or it's always going to be one of these, or it's always going to be this. I think that history and the nature of warfare says that no one system, no one thing is ever going to solve everyone's problems, nor is it going to make something else obsolete. So we have to make sure that we don't go rudder hard over one way or the other as we take ingest some of these lessons learned. Is that a sufficient answer? Okay, great. Thank you.
And it might even be worth delving a bit more into that, because, I mean, Admiral Papara has talked about hellscape. He's talked about no blood on first contact. We've got the Marine littoral regiments deploying in a laydown. I mean, it's almost like, I mean, I'm looking at what's happening in Epic Fury, and I'm imagining myself sitting in Fujian in Chinese Southern Command. And of course, my number one problem is that my boss just got purged, right? But my other problem is I'm looking at somebody showing the way of like a massive tactical problem for any aggressor across a water gap. I mean, I think there's a huge amount of lessons to learn there.
I do too, and I'll to add a little bit to that. Amphibious warfare is not easy. Amphibious warfare never has been easy, and it only is becoming more difficult. The commoditization of drone warfare and of some of these autonomous systems, I think, only make it so, particularly if you are the attacker and not the defender.
Yeah, great point. Let me take a question from the middle here. Anybody want to jump in? All right, you guys missed your chance. Ian?
So I've got one for both of you. Firstly to you, General Rowell. Just that balance between AI and trust that you talked about. We talked about having humans on the loop and the Article 36 obligations, I think, that potentially come with that technology. But, you know, using the Midway example, part of the reason Rochefort was successful in that intelligence is that he was trusted by Nimitz. And so, you know, I have a tendency around AI that it's really hypnotic in terms of the technology, and it's starting to sort of overtake this tendency that relationships allow judgment and trust to manifest in decisions. So there's that balance. And the other one to you, Dave, is you sort of talked about China and its inability to form alliances, unlike ourselves. I mean, North Korean soldiers in the Ukraine, they get Shaheeds in Indo-Pacific. Shaheed's got a range of a Tomahawk. China's got tech transfer happening with the Russians. They've got a vast landmass that spreads across Eurasia. It's stronger, I think, than the axis of the 1940s for all of those reasons. So is that a little bit outdated? It's not an alliance in the same way that we understand them to work, but you can see what's happening across North Korea, Russia and China, which as an alliance framework for them seems pretty daunting. So to you first, sir, and then to you, Dave.
Thanks for that. So if I understood the question is relationships matter. Relationships do matter. Sure. That's right. I would agree with you there. It is the art of harnessing what is a very, very powerful technology in the correct manner. It is not falling in love with the technology. It is understanding the capabilities and limitations of that technology. And again, I go back to the point of it is always ensuring that human morality is part of that output.
I think the way I would think about particularly the North Korea, Russia, China, Iran relationship is it is transactional. That doesn't mean it's not close. There are collaborations, but just taking again Epic Fury, if I'm the Chinese looking at Iran's role in that conflict, I'm also taking into account the fact that I've got relationships with Saudi Arabia, with the UAE, with India, with others, and I need to be balanced in what I'm going to do. So you don't see China rushing to the aid of the Iranians. You do see them providing very carefully targeted satellite data to enable launches by Iran. If I was an Iranian looking at that, I'm thinking, what are the Chinese getting out of this and why are they not helping me? And I would suggest that there's that level of suspicion in every one of these hub and spoke relations that the Chinese have historically maintained. I think one of the strengths, speaking as an Anglo-American, Australian guy, is we maintain a degree of confidence and sharing of, not only sharing of information, but jointly developing approaches to solve the problem that you struggle to achieve that when it's a hub and spoke tributary type relationship. And I think that does remain a strength. Let me give these my laggards in the middle here an opportunity for a question, if anyone wants to ask one. Okay. Oh, we've got one in the back there.
Hi, Kevin Nodell with the Honolulu Star-Advertiser. Also a question for both of you. We've been talking, I think, a lot, and understandably so, about great power competition, but this region also still has a fair amount of insurgency, terrorism, and other kinds of operations that we've kind of seen. On the eve of Balagatan last month, there was an incident in the Philippines in which 19 people were killed, including 2 Americans. Now, there's a lot of debate about what brought them there and what role that kind of plays, but how does that factor into planning in this region? How can we work? Oh, okay, I'm not phrasing it well, but you understand the question.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, let me start the ball rolling. Just because you're operating in an environment that is characterized by great power competition doesn't mean that all your non-state threats go away. And we lived through this in the Cold War, where the mutually assured destruction between the Soviet Union and the US didn't result in the outbreak of peace. It resulted in pushing conflict down to the level of insurgency, so-called wars of national liberation. And we had a long period of conflict as a result of that strategic stability. Some people call it the stability-instability paradox in the academic world. There's a similar dynamic here, where conflict gets displaced. It doesn't just get displaced into things like insurgency and guerrilla warfare, but also into geo-economic competition, agricultural, space, cyber, a bunch of other sort of holistic areas of competition. And I think we're increasingly seeing that actually as a regional impact of great power competition. But for sure, New People's Army, Abu Sayyaf, JI, ISIS, they're not going away. And that's the persistent threat. So we typically think of an acute threat, a pacing challenge, and a persistent threat or a persistent set of challenges. And that's not going away. I would just say, though, it's something that we in this region have a pretty good track record of working closely with partners, even when we disagree on some other things, to deal with that internal challenge. And I think it's a great opportunity to get some reps in terms of cooperation and planning together, operating together in a way that builds that muscle memory for when bigger challenges come along.
What he said. I would add, it is a topic that we speak to with our allies and partners all the time. So because we are concerned about great power competition, because we are looking at other scenarios, does not mean that is forgotten at all. And it's certainly more prevalent in the mind of some than others, but it is always there.
Yeah. All right, probably time for one last question or comment. Carla's sprinting across the room there.
Yeah.
All right.
A question again, for both of you. Going back to something you always mentioned this morning about the tyranny of distances and linking to some of the comments that you just made on the lessons that one is learning from the use of drones and the democratization of available, cheap and cheerful drones that one can use. What would you say are the differences that we're looking in terms of the applications in the Black Sea, in the Red Sea, in the Strait of Hormuz, where distances are much shorter? We're talking about a couple of 100 kilometers on average, as opposed to the Pacific, where we learned this morning, where distances are much wider. How would you place the impact of geography on the lessons that you're trying to learn about, the applicability of drones, in what is, both, and I'll talk about Black Sea, Red Sea, and Strait of Hormuz, because these are maritime elements of a broader operational theatre, which is the closest I can get to the applicability in the Indo-Pacific sort of equivalent. Thank you.
Great question. I appreciate that. Again, I think alluded to it earlier. You can learn lessons, but you can't transpose one area to the other. The distances are much greater in the Pacific. The technology may be the same, but there are limitations to how far and how fast, and the movement involved in that as well. You were also talking about, as you said, the Red Sea, the Black Sea. You're talking about relatively stable bodies of water, not necessarily what we see in the Pacific. In the Pacific weather, all of those things have to be accounted for.
Yeah, and I'll just pick up one word that the General just mentioned, weather, which is one of the fundamental differences between some of the things that we're seeing in other theatres and what we're seeing in ours. All right, well, thanks. This has been a great session. Can I ask everybody to show their appreciation to General Rowell for coming out? And now it really is time for lunch.
Hey, Governor, how you going? Good to see you.
Hi, thank you so much. Aloha mai kako. Welcome, everybody. It's such a pleasure to have colleagues from the UK and from Australia here to this fireside chat with one of the United States' standout governors. Now, Governor Green is very modest, and he's been through my script and taken out many of the really nice things that I wanted to say about him, but I'm going to sneak a couple back in. Today, we're going to examine resilience and readiness through the lens of governance, environmental security, and civil-military integration, drawing on Hawaii's unique position at the intersection of strategic competition, environmental vulnerability, and regional engagement. Now, in a former life, I ran the New Zealand Development Agency, and our major focus was the Pacific, so very acquainted with some of the challenges in this region. I'm really delighted to introduce Governor Green, who is a physician, Hawaii's 9th governor, and very committed to advancing the health and resilience of Hawaii's people. Originally from Pittsburgh, Governor Green moved to Hawaii through the National Health Service Corps and served as both a family and an emergency room doctor in rural Ka'u on the Big Island of Hawaii. So this first-hand experience really propelled his understanding of the challenges facing local families here and inspired a career in public service. Governor Green served in both the Hawaii State House and the Senate for 14 years before being elected Lieutenant Governor in 2018 and then Governor in 2022. Now, one thing that I am personally very grateful for and would not let him take out my thank you, his leadership during the COVID-19 pandemic helped Hawaii to achieve the lowest fatality rate in the United States. So very impressive. Now, Governor Green is also a 2-time Physician of the Year and a recent recipient of the American Medical Association Outstanding Government Service Award. Now, Governor, you have certainly had a number of challenges to deal with, not least 2 big ones recently. You have prioritized housing, affordability, healthcare, and climate resilience. Your administration responded swiftly to the Maui wildfires back in 2023, which were the deadliest in the US in over a century. And then, of course, we've just had the recent Kona storm floods, which were the worst in Hawaii in many decades. So you have had no time to relax. How should we understand resilience in a state like Hawaii, where climate risk and strategic military importance intersect?
Well, thank you for having me. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you. It's been emergency after emergency, which, you know, can happen in a state. We're very isolated, as we know. We're the most isolated landmass on the planet, which means when a crisis occurs, we have little choice but to act quickly and act in partnership with all of our ohana, our family here. That means with our military partners to a great degree. Now, each of these crises have had a different impact. I can talk about the fire, for example. When the wildfire occurred on the 8th of August, 2 3/4 years ago, it stunned everyone. It, of course, threatened our infrastructure, and in the moment, the most pressing need was to care for people and get people to safety. And I don't know if people realize this, but we had early projections that as many as 1,000 individuals might have been lost. Because the fire swept through so catastrophically, you just couldn't tell. We lost all telecommunications. We needed to use the military partnerships for telecom. We had people to the wind without their infrastructure, without their phones, so we didn't know certain things right away. And also we lost our power grid. And the power didn't just go down, it jeopardized our power for the whole state, because when the energy company that we have a great deal of trust in and an intimate relationship with, that's HECO, when the underpinnings of their economic stability were threatened, that meant all of the state's energy was potentially threatened, which also meant that the military's energy was threatened. So you see how this is actually an ecosystem that depends on itself completely. So we responded, of course, with compassion, and everyone came forward. I mean, first, in the first hours, it was community, because that's the people that can get there the first. And then, of course, it was all of our first responders and our military personnel. It was extraordinary to see people survive and to come back together. But it was that infrastructure question and what comes next, rebuilding and clearing out the debris and dealing with the toxins, all of that was necessary. And so we've become very familiar with these disasters, but that's what we experienced. And we lost 102 people. We also lost 4,000 homes. It was a $13 billion incident in a state that our state side of the budget's only $10 billion a year. Wow. Federal support's another $10 billion. So it's another economic question, because that second $10 billion is federal, much of which is military related. So you can see how it's not just the disaster itself, it's the tsunami of other challenges that come thereafter. And I had a very critical private meeting on the tarmac with the head of Indo-Pacom right after the fire to discuss the necessity of making sure that the energy economy was sustained, because it was going to have a far-reaching ramification if it wasn't. So there's so many things to share, but that wildfire tells a million stories and teaches a million lessons about how you have to respond to disasters, or else you can be a devastated society, and it would have changed everything for us in the state.
Yeah. Thank you, Governor. And I guess as we're seeing increasing warming weather, we're seeing more extreme weather events, we're seeing rising sea level here in Hawaii and across many other islands in the Pacific. How do you see that already beginning to shape the security environment in the broader Indo-Pacific?
There are some nations that are headed underwater. I mean, first of all, the actual practical reality of low-lying nations threatens everything about them. And in my estimation, climate change and global warming in general will probably cause a wave of migration, of immigration or out-migration from certain regions, which won't affect just those people. It affects other nations that are adjacent. It creates all kinds of cultural challenges. We know that there are conflicts that come from that kind of migration. So it is something that we have to be very thoughtful about. And I think that that has to be a component of what humanity deals with. Now, speaking about Hawaii's experience, and one thing that I have learned as governor of a small state is that we can learn lessons and try to export them to a degree. Obviously, what happens in Hawaii doesn't translate directly, dollar for dollar or person for person, to a large state like California or New York or what have you. But we also can be viewed as an isolated 1.4 million people center of activity that is critical to other regions, and what we do could inform how other people deal with crises. So one thing that we felt was if we could recover from the Maui wildfire very quickly, and we did, we settled all the lawsuits in 11 months through a great deal of negotiation to make sure people didn't wait for 3, 5, or 10 years to settle their cases and recover. That was informative. So we figured out a way to do that through mediation and, frankly, just using the power of the governor's office in partnership with others to show it was in everyone's interest to settle cases, to get people recovering, to build homes sooner. I made a deal with President Biden, president at the time, to do all of the remediation within 1 year so that we could get on with the business of living. And it cost an extra $600 million, but it saved us decades of suffering. So all those things were very real. But as to climate, also, you have to realize that this storm that occurred, the firestorm, came on the heels of a hurricane, and there were 78-mile-per-hour winds that had just come offshore. So the land was dry. We had invasive species. Of course, the fire started. Some private sector component of that, some public sector, public lands. But who cares where it starts and where it spreads ultimately is what matters. And that was because of the winds. And we, therefore, had to deal with it as a community. But also we had solutions that came on the back end of that. And that's where the climate impact fee came. So we had the crisis. We settled to the best of our ability the way we would heal together. But we also learned that you had to have a sustaining amount of resource going forward. And so I negotiated, and it was a painstaking negotiation to get a bill passed so that we would have, for every 0.75% tax on every dollar that went into people staying at hotels or short-term rentals. That means for every $400, we get $3, and it goes towards climate resiliency and fire breaks and reef sustainability, sea level rise, and we can bond off of that money too. So all those things will help me to sustain the grid, to make sure that we have power for the future, perhaps to invest in renewables, all the things that we dreamed about for decades, but it's really hard to get funding for because, usually, and I did have that life for 14 years, of great suffering in the legislature. And when you see that, and you see how hard it is to get people to appropriate resources when there's not something right in front of you, which is understandable. We all have needs, crises. Maybe a school needs to be replaced. Maybe a tax break has to be passed. Maybe you have to build out a hospital. So people never fund the stuff that is sustainable driven. And that allowed us to do it. So maybe some of the lessons that we learn in Hawaii can be exported to other countries. I think that there has to be a sustaining resource, a financial resource for all of our countries, because if we don't do that, we'll never get ahead of these challenges. And it's so much more costly. Tiny example, what wasn't reported in the news was one of the reasons the fire occurred and spread so wildly was on one of the properties, an entity, I won't name them, they bypassed an $8,000 contract to clear their debris, a lawn mowing contract, basically. They put that off 2 years. Because of that, the fire roared out of control. So instead of spending $8,000 to cull the very heavy invasive grasses, we paid $13 billion. At least some of the result of that disaster was because of that. So you get the idea that if you do good things up front, an ounce of prevention equals a pound of cure, my physician side, you can go very far. And so I think some of these lessons are good, but believe me, we are fully integrated with our military friends. And so we have to be partners, and we have to do some of these things in tandem. Otherwise, we all suffer the consequence.
And that is such a great example of Hawaii's leadership. I know that you were behind writing the bill to recommend 100% renewable energy back in 2006, and all of us are seeing the current price instability of fossil fuels as a result of the geopolitical instability, particularly in the Middle East. And a lot of people are talking about energy security, energy sovereignty in ways that they weren't even a few months ago. And yet Hawaii was a leader, and you particularly back in 2006 had this foresight. For those who are visitors, Hawaii is the first state in the nation to have committed to 100% renewable energy by 2045. And now so many other states have followed suit that over half of all Americans are now covered by similar legislation. So thank you very much for your leadership on that too, Governor. How important is energy independence and resilience for an island state, especially with the rising import costs that we're seeing now? So tell us a little bit about the situation and where you see progress being made.
Sure. So I think I would have to defer to you guys who are more expert than me on the value of energy independence. I mean, you're dealing with the geopolitical pressures of how we navigate conflicts, how much we have to commit ourselves to the Middle East, and so on. So I'm very much a layperson in that space. But I will tell you, though, that Hawaii always does want to be somewhat more independent. It's challenging because we import, about 90% of our food and 90% of our fuel. Although that's changing pretty successfully on the energy side, and we'll talk about that. But if there ever is a moment where we're totally isolated, we'd be in big trouble. I mean, very big trouble. If a hurricane came and took out the Honolulu harbor, for example, or something else took out the Honolulu harbor, we would be doomed inside of 2 weeks if we couldn't get supplies in, which would mean we would need an international rescue mission, probably driven mostly by all of our allies, but I'm assuming the U.S. military would have to move in with a huge amount of supply chain resource. So much so that it would not be compatible with us keeping the kind of population, the civilian population here to survive. If you lost complete access to the harbor, I mean, that's a very serious vulnerability, which is why maybe we'll speak about having some redundancies and why they might be necessary here in a moment. But in 2006, I, like many people, were studying what it meant to be sustainable and renewable. And so that's kind of where it began. I like a lot of people, watched Inconvenient Truth, you know, and Gore, though perhaps wooden and near the spectrum on a lot of issues, was probably right about how we could go about getting to some independence. And so we liked the idea. We passed that bill because I was a fan of a lot of his ideas, and it set us onto a path where we at least had a goal, which is helpful because if you have a goal, then you can adjust your investment strategies, you can decide which partners you're going to have, and so on. And it seems like a long time ago because I had just been in the legislature for 2 years at the time, and then I moved into different positions. But that was the beginning, and it's had different iterations. But with that goal in mind, we also looked at where we are today. For instance, Kauai has done an extraordinary job with their co-op. They're already virtually 100%. And we still have a lot of oil that has to come in. We bring in much of our fuel from Libya. Can you imagine that still? I mean, it seems kind of insane to say that. So we last year decided that we were going to be a lot more forward-leaning on energy. And this is going to sound a little unusual, but our energy plan includes aggressive diversification so that we can get to the end game. For example, with the new president in, President Trump came in and he leans a little bit more away from things like solar, which is a choice. It's policy. I don't ever complain about such things, but that meant we had less subsidies. And if we have less subsidies, I need to build that bridge to 2045. So we are engaged with a very large partner that can bring us some LNG to temper our need for oil so that I can amp my solar, wind, geothermal, and get there. If you don't have a bridge and you don't have an economic model, you don't have a plan, is what I feel. And so that's why we're pushing that very aggressively. And having that bridge will get us there sooner because I can then get the neighbor islands to renewables by about 2035. We have a little more capacity there because we have more solar, more land, and more theoretically geothermal. In fact, we even just broke ground today, just 2 hours ago, on buying the dam over in Wahiwa, which is going to become a hydro plant. So you can do a lot of things all at once if you have a little bit of brain power, and that's what we're doing. Because Hawaii, if it becomes very independent in that way, we can do more for our people. Also, we burn through a lot of resource, a lot of money by importing so much oil. And you see what the gas prices are. I am contemplating, for instance, suspending the gas tax for 30 or 60 days. We're discussing it right now because of this big spike. If I don't have that tax that comes from state, county, and of course the feds, we could probably drop gas prices 30, 40, maybe 50 cents a gallon, but it will impact my ability to do infrastructure work. And so these are all trade-offs. But I think we can be independent, and I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that the scientific community will get to a place where hydrogen technology is very helpful. We have a prohibition against using nuclear power in the state, so for those who are thinking in their minds, why not just do that with, with the modular nuclear reactors? Though we do have nuclear subs, of course. It's not something that's really constitutionally allowed in Hawaii. But these are all things that are important for us because we all saw what happened with Red Hill, and I'm not shy about talking about it. In fact, I don't know if you guys know this, but Admiral Paparo, who is extremely dear to me, was in charge of Red Hill when that challenge occurred, and he was fantastic in the response. But boy, that was tough, and that was one of our main sources of fuel for all the Pacific. So again, trade-offs are everywhere, but I think Hawaii, if it does create an environment where we can do renewables completely, it will probably inspire a lot of at least Pacific nations and maybe other countries as well.
Well, thank you. And I think that leads us on to another important issue, which is civil-military integration. What does effective civ-mil integration look like in practice? And you've already referenced Red Hill, but during crises, natural disasters, pandemics, conflict-related disruptions.
You're not talking about procreation between military and civilian. No, we're talking about energy and effective working together. Okay, yeah.
During crises, how do you work together well?
So for crises purposes, we are always together instantly. When we had the floods recently, we immediately activated our National Guard, and I didn't just do it for 72 hours or 2 weeks. What we did was we extended it all the way till June 30th. And in my experience, the more we interact between civilian and military, the better it is because then people have trust with one another, which is really the greatest commodity that you have. You can build all the infrastructure you want, but it comes down to, in the crisis moment, you have to have the trust where people believe that you're going to respond thoughtfully, you're not going to leave anyone behind, you're not going to isolate a community or fail to appropriate resources for them. So that's the key. We are very close to the military personnel. You know, you have about 100,000 to 125,000 any given time in the state. The population of Hawaii is only 1.4 million, so you're edging towards 10%, and that's a constant and steady kind of, I guess, it reinvents itself every couple years. We also have more officers in the state of Hawaii from our military. So I thank really everybody here for their service and our military guys for their service from the US, from the mainland. We have more officers in Hawaii than any other part of the whole country except for DC because of Indo-PACOM, and Indo-PACOM covers like 60% of the globe. So we are a family, whether people admit that or not, we are. And you know, look, families squabble occasionally, but my family really squabbles a lot. I mean, I'm a Jewish guy married to a Mormon, so we got all kinds of squabbles that occur. But it works out in the end because you figure out that you have common interests. And just like in my family, we have incredible similarities of our faith ultimately. So do the needs of Hawaii for security and dealing with these kind of crises, and our military front-facing all of Asia. You know, more than ever, Hawaii is a really important part of the United States front-facing military preparation. Mm-hmm. That brings us to our bases. And this is in our minds every single day in my office. How do we navigate what's going to be the future of our training facilities here in the state? It's super important because, number one, the military needs Pohakaloa. They need to have other places and ranges, and we're doing a lot of cyber work here, as you guys are well aware. We do a lot of the missile defense work from here. We do a lot of climate work, which is important to know whether we're deploying troops or we're dealing with other storms and so on. So we have to have a relationship. But also, if the relationship goes sideways and we don't kind of get the leases right going forward, people will hate each other. And if they hate each other, it would make it impossible for the U.S. military personnel to train, to feel right in the community, and for the community to feel right with the military. So that is a really big deal for us. And that's why we're grateful that we have a very civilized negotiation that's going on between myself and Secretary Dan Driscoll, and all the way to the top. We see this as a long-term relationship. So we're in the throes of that right now, and that also, ultimately also puts us in a place where we can do other things together. For example, the leases are not just about that territory and the training area. It's also about having extra energy options like geothermal exploration on the neighbor islands, which in turn gives us some energy, but a stable energy source, a source that is not quite as volatile as solar in the off hours. So having that energy makes their presence, the military presence, more stable, and it makes our grid more stable. So all of these things are valuable, and that's part of our plan. You could even say housing is a big part of this negotiation because you have 125,000 individuals living in Hawaii, which means many, many houses are less available, and that means costs go up. So we need, in partnership, to have the military help us with housing. It's sometimes not intuitive, but that's how dynamic the relationship is. And it just tells you that everything is interconnected, especially in an isolated landmass. So that's a big part of my team. I've got Glenn here, who's a superstar for us, and he's really doing the negotiations on this deal. And it's not just a two-person negotiation. It's us and the president and their team and the Army and our congressional delegation and the entire House and Senate at the federal level, because it's that important to Hawaii.
I think you've really answered very well what was going to be the next question, which was what is effective civilian infrastructure and planning do to better support military readiness? So a brilliant answer. We won't go there, and I know we're going to leave time for Q&A, so please get questions ready. Now, Governor Green, you have been called the people's governor, especially given your community service in the health sector and the role you've played with these big disasters we've had. In your view, what role does community preparedness play in this whole issue of resilience, and particularly with regards to climate? And how do you build public trust and participation?
It's nice of you to say that. I'm not sure that that's completely accurate. I mean, I was very present as a person during COVID, okay? And so when there was uncertainty, somebody had to step in and give a little bit of calming energy to the whole circumstance because it was really scary for a lot of people. We didn't know when there was a big spike of fatality. So I did become, I guess, very connected to people. Trust is essential in government. It's hard these days because with social media and a fair amount of animosity in the air, it's very understandable that people aren't going to trust government from time to time or that they're going to reject different agendas. But for me, the way you do it is you spend a lot of time in the community. You know, I was wandering around Chinatown yesterday morning seeing people to see exactly what people are dealing with. You know, on the human services side, which is a big part of what a governor does, it's seeing those who are socioeconomically devastated, seeing how they might be housed, watching whether or not they're getting adequate treatment for their addiction or mental illness. So that's the kind of stuff I do as a family physician. So that, I guess, is why I perceive that way. I probably am more an emergency governor, honestly, because of what we had to deal with. I mean, that as it turns out, just was the hand I was dealt. I think that you can see a lot of the responses from the civilian side, outside of state government, even outside of military, as the quintessential approach to helping people recover. Because at the end of the day, you need social workers and you need clinicians in when people have mental health crises after a fire. In the early throes of these disasters, nobody can get there instantly. I mean, it's only pure luck if you have first responders already on the scene when something happens. So usually for the first couple hours, maybe even the first couple days, it's a civilian response. And so community has to be bolstered. It's difficult in Hawaii because we have economies of scale challenge, which is to say that in some islands, bless you, some islands like, take Maui, for example. You have like 140,000 people. It's not enough people actually to have a neurotrauma team there. You just don't have enough human beings living there to have a hospital that has a full neurotrauma system. So you have to hire more people and you have to have more social workers and you have to sometimes fly health professionals in. So it's not just like you have a one-to-one opportunity. Sometimes you have to do other things. Like Molokai only has 7,000 citizens, but they may very well have a disaster like we just had with the flood and still need extra support, so you're gonna have to bring it in. Until you do that, the people are gonna have to help. And so when people talk about the price of paradise or the cost of redundancy, it's very difficult because I don't have a long window of opportunity to explain this, but you have to do certain things in isolated areas or when you're moving large numbers of people. You have to do things that are going to be a little more costly. You're going to have to bring in extra professionals unless technology catches up to our needs, which may happen.
And Governor, I know when we were talking in the green room, you mentioned a medical mission to Samoa, and we talked about the climate and health intersect. There are 8 million premature deaths, for example, just from air pollution from fossil fuels. Tell us a little bit about that mission and how that might help soft power, which is certainly one of the pillars of military engagement in the Pacific.
That was in 2019 when we went to Samoa. The way that happened was I was serving as lieutenant governor. I read in the New York Times that there was an outbreak of measles in Samoa. I'd never been to Samoa. This was American Samoa and then Samoa, of course, right? And so I called up the director of health and I said, look, I'm a lieutenant governor, which is to say I don't have anything to do. And I thought I would help. I could come in with a couple of volunteers and perhaps I'm a family doctor, maybe I can do some vaccinations. A group of us would come over and that Secretary of Health immediately talked to her Prime Minister, who was on a TV interview at the time in Samoa, and said, there's this volunteer group from Hawaii is willing to come, a civilian group, what do you say? And that Prime Minister immediately said, well, great, on TV we're going to close the country for 2 days and invite this volunteer group from the United States to come. And the challenge with that was, he said, we're going to close it Friday and Saturday. It was already Monday. And across the date line really meant it was Tuesday. And so we were in trouble. And so I called a few people, and this is where this was really a wonderful moment for Hawaii, where I learned completely that the sense and spirit of aloha really does mean something, and it's palpable. I went on TV and asked if people would volunteer. We had 485 volunteers by that night. By the next morning, I had a free flight, a free plane with Hawaiian Airlines, though it was one way because they needed their plane. So I had to get then a flight back with Fiji Airlines, and they gave us the flight back, and PAR gave us the fuel for free, and UNICEF gave us 50,000 doses of the medicine, of the MMR vaccine. My uncle gave us $5,000 for beer, and we went, and it was incredible, which made the Australians and the New Zealanders very happy, of course, in Samoa. And we had all these volunteers, and we landed at 5 in the morning. We got clearance to land in Samoa, even though normally Hawaiian doesn't fly there. We landed, and within 36 hours, we did 36,997 vaccinations, our team. And it was just unbelievable. And the measles just stopped. And the reason this story was so interesting in the months after was I got contacted by the ambassador, then Ambassador Brown, and then the State Department. And they said, well, we were on the ground watching you covertly because we were afraid you guys are so crazy. You came with no notice, no protection, no nothing. We watched you, but it worked. And it has an incredible benefit for us geopolitically now because a medical mission like that, which, by the way, cost nothing, I mean, it was all donated, meant that for years, and if not decades, the people from that region viewed Hawaii and, in turn, of course, America, as someone who cared about it, and it really set us up very well. In fact, that civilian mission then had consequence and a positive impact here because 6 weeks later, I was contacted by the CDC and they told me that there was a virus going to break out and it was going to be a problem, and it turned out to be COVID-19. So we were already in the moment after that experience. So it kind of tells you that what you do today will benefit you tomorrow, but also that soft power, if you will, or that demonstration of compassion for another place really helps us with all of our communities, and we hope to do a lot more of that if it's the desire of the government. And my team is always eager to do this kind of thing because I think that there are geopolitical challenges and animosities that are just really tough to beat. However, when you go into someone's little village and you're just supportive of them and you don't judge, but you bring some kind of expertise, all of those other things tend to wash away. I mean, I've done medical missions now in Samoa, across the state of Hawaii, and inside of Swaziland. And in each of these locations, after we've done it, even though they're very different places than I'm used to being a doctor in, it creates an abundance of goodwill and future opportunity. So I think that this is a place that we probably could do more in as a state.
I think that's a wonderful note on which to open Q&A, an abundance of goodwill and future opportunity. Thank you, Governor. Q&A, we only have time for 2 questions because I have been undisciplined in my moderating. So if there's anybody who has a question, mic is up the back. Here. Thank you.
Hi, Governor. A question about the military land leases. There's been a lot of discussion around Makua and possibly getting land returned beyond the boundary of the state leased lands. There's also been discussion about whether that would go to the to the state, or whether it would go to some sort of newly created land trust. And I'm curious kind of where the thinking sort of is right now. What the dialogue has been with Department of War, DOD, to the degree you're able to tell us where we're at.
Yeah, I'm happy to. Look, I really have zero secrets. So that will definitely be a central part of the negotiation. It is already. I expect Makua to come back to not just the state of Hawaii, but I will not be surprised if we humbly ask our partners from the Hawaiian community, very likely to a large degree OHA, to manage that. And Makua Valley is an important symbolic piece of the land for the Hawaiian people, and also it's going to require work, remediation, and resource. And of what I think is going to be somewhere between $1.5 and $2 billion as an agreement to help us with the restoration of lands and all these other projects that are relevant to this transaction, I think that's a good way for us to honor the Hawaiian people and give land back. I also think that in the course of finishing off a transaction where the land goes to the U.S. military on Big Island, that there will be more land coming back to the state of Hawaii, which can then be in turn used for housing, for the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, which is an important project for us. And it does a lot of things because it establishes our desire to care for a full quarter of our state's population, which is the Hawaiian population. It happens to be my wife's lineage as well, which is not so harmful for me at home. And it is a bigger move to do that inclusively because we still wrestle amazingly with the consequences of the overthrow back in the late 1890s. We wrestle with what it means to be a nation in partnership with a faraway place, which is the state of Hawaii. And I've approached things as a governor that way. When we had the wildfire, we restored a place called Moku'ula back to the people, which is the native waterway, the ahupua'a that goes right through there, because in order to heal after a fire, you have to heal the culture and community. And that's why that's a signature part of our plan in this negotiation. There's a lot of things going on with the negotiation. The challenge is that we have to get out of our own way as people and put the politics aside and just say what will be good for the community of the military, the state of Hawaii, and also those who are committed to the Hawaiian culture. That's all what we want to do, and that's why it's going to take some time.
Thank you so much, Governor. Wonderful to have you. We are beyond time, and I'm getting the stink eye from the back. So thank you all so much. Please join me in thanking Governor Green.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be getting started with the next panel in about a minute or so. So if you'd like to take your seats, thank you. Okay, well, silence has descended, so I think I'll just kick off. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this panel on countering emerging threats in the Indo-Pacific. Across the region, the character of competition is said to be shifting away from clear thresholds of conflict toward persistent, ambiguous pressure conducted in the so-called grey zone. Historians among us will see nothing new. States and actors have always utilised the full panoply of tools available to them, both above and below the threshold of conventional conflict, to further their national interests. What about the current situation proves so challenging? General Stuart this morning identified 4 factors which differentiate the current strategic environment from those of the past, and I'll just rehearse them here quickly to remind you of what he said. Those are ubiquitous surveillance, the range and lethality of modern weapons, the proliferation of nuclear and other disruptive technologies, and the sheer sovereignty of the state system, particularly in the Indo-Pacific theatre. So today's discussion brings together an exceptional group of practitioners and analysts with deep experience across intelligence, operations, and emerging capabilities to shape the strategic environment across intelligence, operations, and policy, including leaders from the United States Indo-Pacific Command, Pacific Forum, and the United States Department of Defense. Together, we will explore how states are using information, influence, and emerging capabilities to shape the strategic environment below the level of open conflict, and crucially, how our institutions, concepts, and ways of thinking must adapt if we are to respond effectively. I am Hugh Davis, Professor of British Military History at King's College London, where I've helped deliver UK professional military education for the last 20 years, and I will be your moderator today. Nikki Brooks, who is waving, is the CEO and co-founder of Primus Global Solutions and a retired US Army senior intelligence officer with 30 years of experience operating at the intersection of intelligence, warfare, and modernization. Dr. Roger Cliff is Senior Defense Intelligence Analyst for China at United States Indo-Pacific Command. The author of over 40 publications, Roger is previously Research Professor of Indo-Pacific Affairs at the US Army War College's Strategic Studies Institute, and has also worked for the Center for Naval Analysis, Atlantic Council, Project 2049 Institute, RAND Corporation, and the Office of the Secretary of Defense. Kimberly Len is the Senior Director at the Pacific Forum and leads the Honolulu Defense Forum. Kim is widely published national security professional with over 20 years of experience in the US federal government and in the private sector, having previously served in management and analytical roles at the Central Intelligence Agency, as well as on assignments to the National Security Council, the Department of State, and as a professional staff member on the US House of Representatives Armed Services Committee. And then last but not least, Lieutenant General retired Jennifer Short is a senior national security leader with more than 30 years of experience shaping strategy and leading operations at the highest levels of US defense and government. She most recently served as senior military analyst to the Secretary of Defense under 2 presidential administrations, advising on global defense, strategy and operations across Europe, the Middle East, Asia, and the US Homeland Defense. So, I would like to open the discussion by asking all of our panelists to consider what are the most likely pathways by which grey zone competition could unintentionally escalate into open conflict. And I'll throw that question over to Jen to start.
Did you say Jen?
Yes.
Okay, great. Microphone's working great. First off, it's an honor to be here with my fellow panelists today, and so great to be back in Hawaii. I was stationed at Indo-PACOM 21 to 23, and so it's great to see so many faces that I recognize and be home, as I like to call it. So, you know, I think to your question, you know, how could it happen? it will probably be some sort of miscalculation or an incident that wasn't supposed to lead to that. And I know that sounds very obvious, but if you think about the operations that are happening in the Pacific right now, the opportunity for there to be an incident that then leads us down the path for gray zone activity to become a conflict is actually very high. Think about all the activity around the resupply of Second Thomas Shoal. The Chinese continue to, water cannon and bother the resupply trips. It could be as simple as an incident with that. A Philippine sailor is killed or a ship is sunk, or an American, patrol vessel somehow gets caught in the fray. And it won't be right at that moment. It will be 72 hours later, right, when the domestic audience in either the Philippines or the US demands some sort of response that, quite honestly, I don't think we're necessarily prepared to be able to handle. You think about air power, the opportunity for there to be a misunderstanding on an intercept or something with US forces, Japanese forces, Taiwan forces, that then triggers something that we just weren't expecting. Certainly a miscalculation, right? So the Chinese perhaps think that we may not come to defend Taiwan if they go. The US thinks, well, maybe China's not ready to go. And simultaneously, if those two assumptions are wrong and something happens, there's a miscalculation that gets us to a point potentially of a conflict. And then I think the last opportunity is in cyberspace. So a crossing of a red line. I think most folks are familiar with Chinese tactics of trying to get into our infrastructure. So the governor talked about the power grid and water and things like that. If they were to do something inside our critical infrastructure that is above the level of gray zone, that could certainly lead to a much more than gray zone activity.
Nikki, same question to you.
Yeah,
you can borrow.
Okay, I'll borrow. I would just add on to that, though. I would say that I'm actually more worried about the cognitive piece than the kinetic piece. I think we tend to think and focus on an actual event that will create that escalation versus it being an escalation that is continuous, right? So, and I thought it was perfect that you brought up as far as how the Chinese will start to create noise, because that's where they hide, right? They hide within the white noise that they create and they manufacture to create confusion as we go. But I think where I get concerned is that how we create shared understanding across our allies and commands is fragmented, and we don't have a coherent view. And so when you start looking at that view from different echelons or different perspectives, and we don't have the same picture. And so therefore, we then have a fragmented view, and we then act without proper information. So I think that's where I find myself more worried.
Great.
Roger, same. Sorry, I forgot Roger first.
Okay, I'm working. All right, so I'm going to play the contrarian here and say that I actually am not that worried about an incident escalating into a major conflict between any nations in the region. There aren't that many historical examples. In fact, I can't think of any, but that doesn't mean they don't exist, of conflicts occurring when at least one of the sides didn't want a war. And in many cases, the incidents that triggered the war were actually engineered or used as pretexts for launching a war by one side or the other. So I actually believe, which isn't to say that people couldn't get killed and any life lost unnecessarily is a tragedy. But I think, and also I'm not saying it couldn't possibly happen, but in the list of things I worry about, that is actually not high on the list. I worry much more about deliberate aggression by one country or another, or if we're going to stick to the gray zone part, then if countries like China are aggressive enough in pushing their territorial claims through gray zone activity, then there's certainly the possibility of them creating a fait accompli without actually ever having to fight a war. So those are my greater concerns than unintentional conflict. I think if there was an incident, cooler heads would prevail. We've seen that in many other recent instances in the region. Shots are fired, people die, and then the leadership on both sides work to calm things down. So that's my perspective.
Kim.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you to Security and Defense for hosting this conference today, and to my fellow panelists. I think we heard a lot from my colleagues, and so I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I think that there's a few things that I'll just mention. One, I think, common escalation pathway is something that's tactical that turns into a strategic crisis, right? I mean, we just saw the two in the Philippines, for example, over the last year when you had the Chinese PLA and you had the Chinese Coast Guard, and you see the video footage of it, and they're like very, very close to getting a Philippine Coast Guard vessel. That's something that could have, I think, turned maybe not into all-out war necessarily, but certainly a very serious conflict, and one that the United States would have to get involved in one way or the other. My colleague also mentioned cyber and space. Cyber, I would mention space as part of that too. Cyber operations, space activities, many of these activities are dual use, right? So you don't know if it's commercial, if it's military, and they're inherently ambiguous. And so if there was to be an incident where it was uncertain in terms of, attacking a piece of critical infrastructure or a, space-based ISR or communications network that gets tapped or some hampered with, right? Those are types of things that could set the environment for, I think, potential escalation, between countries. And then I'd also just mention, I think we were talking about gray zone competition and how it could unintentionally escalate into an open conflict, is just the use of legal and norm ambiguity. So I take this in the sense of, say, with China's 2021 Coast Guard law, for example, that sets the preset for the Chinese Coast Guard to at least say that they're conducting enforcement operations in waters or claiming that there's territory that's part of their jurisdiction, right? If we were to see something happen in the Taiwan Strait or in the South China Sea or in other open waters where the Chinese are saying, hey, these are actually, we're creating our own blockade, we're creating our own quarantine scenarios, we are now going to be, taking some movements to inspect ships or to block free transit one way or the other because they feel like it's inherently domestic kind of law. I think those are the types of things that could create further escalation and potentially a conflict between states.
Thank you for that. I mean, so it seems to me that whether we've got a situation where, through misunderstanding, a situation escalates, or whether we avoid that and cooler heads prevail, intelligence is key to making that either intelligence failure, which would result in the misunderstanding, or success, which would allow the cooler heads to prevail. So given that most of the intelligence architecture that currently exists remains orientated towards warning and response, Nikki, I just wondered if you could share your thoughts on how we move from a reactive intelligence cycle to genuinely anticipatory strategic insight.
Yeah, I think for me, 30 years of doing intel mostly in combat zones, the thing that we do incorrectly is, we check our classified databases and we start telling the boss the picture. The reality is we need to backward that up. We need to start with the decisions the boss needs to make within the hours in which his echelon is required to make decisions. Once we have that, then we can work backwards to create that anticipatory so that you are focused on giving him the information he is required. And so that kind of looks at how are we looking at our indications and warnings. And I'll give you an example. When I was the J2 for SIGINT in Afghanistan, one of the things that we brought attention to, which was ISIS and AQIS building a presence within Afghanistan. This was before DIA or anybody would actually acknowledge that that was happening. So what we did was I got with all of the my fellow TSOCs out there, so just realize that means that we then span all of the COCOMs. This is kind of with the gray zone. So the enemy likes to operate within our seams. So in there, what we did was we created 11 indications and warnings of how AQIS may be building space within Afghanistan. And what does that look like across all of the COCOMs? What are the trends? What are the things? So we were able to kind of track that pretty regularly. We had these working groups with the different TSOCs. And this is before anybody actually can acknowledge that that was moving outside of Iraq, maybe in Syria, and even into Africa. But now we have all the TSOCs, we're looking at the trends, we're looking at that. So to me, it is about identifying what that decision space is that my boss needs to be able to make. And so I would definitely start there. The other piece of it is that how do you create that shared understanding across the echelons? That's absolutely required. And one of those is that, conflict has exposed a major flaw that we have, that core and below, which is your JTF, that's going to take the battle handover if you're an Army from the ASCC. That battle handover should be what you've been building on, which is a object-based capability for intel, which the core and below do not even participate in. So 72 months deployed in Iraq and Afghanistan, and nothing that I built in Iraq and Afghanistan ever contributed to the authoritative database. That has to change because that is where context comes from. So as the ASCC or the COCOM or DIA and its object, they develop the situational template, right? And then we all build it out at echelon. And that's all we should be doing is validating that as we go, because that's how the boss has the ability to make decisions. And then think about that as it flows upwards. I'm giving you the context. I'm giving you ground truth that's happening. And then you're enriching that for me. And it was something General Stuart brought up earlier, and actually the Marine General as well, that said, I don't care where that information is coming from. All I care is that it's been validated. I don't need all the internals. I just need it to be validated, and it needs to be to let me know what's in my battle space as I am letting you know what we are being able to validate. So I think those two big things are the things that we need to be able to have anticipatory. We all have to be on the same page. We have to be able to row together.
Just on that, I've encountered plenty of generals who do care about where the intelligence comes from, and particularly if they disagree with the conclusions, they want to know the source. Is there a shift there then in terms of...
No, I don't think it's a shift. It is a matter of how, that trust that you're going to build. So, for example, the Army has just gone through that BCT and below will be on SBU, sensitive but unclassified, no longer in the classified realm. So how is he going to do their job? Well, they're seeing the context. They're seeing what's happening on there. If you have involved them now in object-based intelligence, that object will still be validated. If I told him that it came from, because I made a phone call to find out if it was Cybernet or it was a tear line that told me it was SIGINT that told him that, I think that he's fine. I've never run into that trouble before. And I have briefed the likes of many 4 stars and 3 stars in Iraq and Afghanistan to get them all on the same page. But it is kind of understanding the decisions that if I was to take it from Iraq, for example, as the ace chief at 3 Corps, what would I have to do for General Odierno, the decisions he has to make, what does General Petraeus have to make? And those two things are so critical because once I've given them information and they are now building the picture and they are now making a decision, if it is different than what is back in DC, which it often was, because they are not seeing ground truth, then we begin to erode what I will call trust, and that erodes our national will. So we'd hear in the media, you'd hear that what you're saying, because that's where that trust between that commander in the ground and the national intelligence right? That discrepancy. He doesn't want to be wrong when he's talking, and he's being accused of embellishing or being too happy about his assessment. So how do we do that? So if we're all on the same sit temp, from the edge all the way up to national, you're building that trust into the system.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. On the subject of sources, then, Kim, what role should open source play in grey zone competition? Are governments culturally prepared for using OSINT?
Yeah, really good question. And, I would argue that open source information really is already playing a very large role right now. And we heard today, and we just heard from Nikki as well, is that you need to have that common operating picture. Well, when you have open source information, you can have that information sharing, that data, right, across lines. There are already some foundations right now, Sea Light Foundation, if anyone's familiar with that, they're doing excellent work in terms of really shedding light into the activities that are happening in the South China Sea by the PLA and by others, right? There's foundations that are doing this type of work that we should encourage, but also I think industry has a huge role in this with the different types of data, analytics, information that can be gathered across different spectrums, right? You could put that out there, and if we are able to have a mechanism, even if it's like tags, right? You tag Philippines and these other countries can see certain things or whatnot, or you tag different types of information, different classification levels, right? Depending on the information. That type of information sharing system really does need to exist, not just at the classified levels, but really across the board at the unclassified level. I think there's been talk about having different types of institutions to be able to do this, but really I don't think you need to build a bureaucracy to do this. We just need to do it very simply. And someone just needs to say, okay, we're doing it, and a commercial company can come and help fill a void in this, and other countries get on board. Even industries too could be part of this.
Okay, Roger, Jen, any follow-up on that?
No, I think Nikki's spot on in terms of Intel really needs to be driven by the decisions that are happening. It can't just be, here's your Intel for the day. And quite honestly, working with the secretary, he had really good analysts that really focused on decision making, and that was then the Intel debrief. So it was relevant, right? It was timely, not just a data dump. And then I think you're spot on, Kim, about being able to use OSINT, and that's got to come from the top down, right? So it's got to be senior leaders saying, hey, we're getting OSINT and it works, and we're going to trust it, so we're going to use it, and not make a huge bureaucracy about it. Yep.
Yeah, if I may, I would agree with that. OSINT is used every day, all the time, and it provides the context for understanding the more exquisite types of intelligence we get. I do think we could be better about how we use it. My observation is there are so many different little shops, each doing its own bit of OSINT analysis, and everyone has like their favorite one. And so you get all your OSINT from that one, and then you don't pay attention to what's going on somewhere else because there's too much. There's no way you can track all of it. You'd spend your whole day just reading the news summaries. So I do think we need to, it would be nice if we did a better job of aggregating and integrating the OSINT so that, you were talking about object-based intelligence, so we all have a common OSINT operating intelligence picture that we're operating from.
I would argue that it's not different than your classified. So when I look at OSINT, it's kind of that local and regional, it helps you enrich that space that you have. The other thing too is if you're answering because you're trying to help the boss make decisions, those are your PIR. And so you're not having to look at a wall of data and just be inundated with all the things that are out there. You are now able to bucket what you are required based on the decisions your boss has to make. So if I ever got asked, how are you dealing with this volume of data? I just said, I'm just answering my boss's questions. And so everything like that categorized is what you're trying to accomplish. So you don't have to worry about those other things. And sometimes you can just create a cell over here that's on the side going, make sure I don't miss anything. Go over there and look at things that I may be missing. And they'll keep you going. But most of the time, you just kind of stay focused on what the boss is asking you.
Kind of want to ask about whether or not there's value bias in terms of the exquisite types of intelligence that come out, and whether we discount OSINT because it's open source.
So, so we have a team here at Indo-Pacific. By the way, I should, since I'm the only person who's a current government employee, I'm just telling you my personal opinion. This is not the opinion of Indo-Pacific Command or the Department of Defense, but we do have a team that focuses very much on some very special channels of intelligence that we're able to acquire. And I, just a few days ago, I asked the head of that team, I said, do you guys use OSINT too? Oh, yes. So at least that particular team does look at both the really, really spooky stuff and OSINT, just for the reasons I said earlier. That said, I do think there are other places where people do tend to rely just on, and so we are all source analysts at Indo-Pacom. So we're getting intelligence from overhead imagery, from signals intelligence, from human intelligence, and other sources. But there is, I think, on the part of even the all-source analyst, they have some go-to sources that they go to for their information. 90% of the time, what they want will be found in those sources. And so it's more a matter of habit, I suppose, on their part. The OSINT is definitely available to them. And again, I would go back to my earlier comment. I think if everyone, every day was sort of presented a nice, concise summary of, and I acknowledge that, what's relevant to some people may not be to others, but we could all have a nice, concise compilation of the really relevant OSINT that we're all looking at every day. I think that would be good. There's, there are some of the OSINT is just collecting news, but there are also private companies that are doing some really amazing stuff with shipping data and those sorts of things. And maybe that's more specialized. Maybe not everyone needs to see that, but the broad context, and sorry, I'm going on a bit long, but you talked about indications and warning in the beginning. So we have another team whose job it is to just track indications of conflict. They have several particular conflicts that they're always looking at. But they have some very specific indicators that they look at, but sort of implicit in the whole thing is the strategic context. Yes, just take the most obvious one, a Chinese invasion of Taiwan. Yes, Xi Jinping could wake up one day and say, I want to invade Taiwan today, or 2 months from today, more likely. But more likely, there's some type of geopolitical development that's occurring that precipitates the conflict. If you're just looking at those individual indicators, you may get false positives of, oh my gosh, it looks like they're getting ready for it. Oh, never mind, it's just the annual fleet review or something like that. But also false negatives where you're not seeing any of the indicators, but then Xi Jinping just got on TV and said, this will not stand. Taiwan must unify with the mainland or else. So you need both. You need them in a way that's appropriate and relevant.
So context is highly important then. So considering the wider context of the Indo-Pacific, and we've talked earlier in the day about the tyranny of distance and geography, and considering the role of geography and deterrence, Jen, we've discussed how long-range precision strike weaponry increasingly compresses geography. So does distance still provide strategic sanctuary in the Indo-Pacific?
Yeah, it's a good question. And that's the Pacific, right? And people that haven't come out here don't realize just how big this AOR is. Real quick pile on to Roger's piece, exquisite intel, I think there is a bias for that, right? As a previous consumer, if it was exquisite intel, I was biased toward it, right? But it's slower, and you need different intel for a decision. So, okay, so back to distance. So I believe that it is no longer the sanctuary that we thought it was. It was helpful after World War II to come out to the Pacific and show that, at least for the US, that we were here, to have bases like Guam and first and second island chain bases. And it was a deterrent, right? To say, hey, we are committed. If something happens, the US is here. I think that provided deterrence. But with the threats that now exist from the Chinese, DF-26 and you name it, Guam is no longer in the rear, and Diego Garcia is no longer a sanctuary. As an A-10 pilot flying, sorties in Iraq and Afghanistan, you knew where the bases were. They were well established, but so did the enemy. But we had supremacy, right? That doesn't exist. So, first and second island chain bases completely vulnerable. Guam, Diego, it's not a sanctuary. I think in order to be able to operate, and to my point of hey, it's not a sanctuary, that doesn't mean we shouldn't be there. And that has always been kind of a big argument with some folks previously was, hey, because we are in the threat ring, maybe we need to move back to the second island chain or to Guam. There's nowhere to move back and be a large base like what we're used to. What we need now, and I think for the most part the services are getting after it, certainly the Air Force with Agile Combat Employment, is distributed operations, right? Resilient bases. So you've got to be able to take an attack, whether it's cyber or kinetic, and be able to be back up and operating in a short amount of time. But be distributed so they can't find you. Be resilient. And then be unpredictable. So you've got to be in so many different places and unpredictable so that they don't know that you're there and that you're not a big target like we are right now. So.
Thank you. Roger, a question on this to you. Does deterrence increasingly depend less on permanent presence and more on resilience, mobility, and uncertainty?
Yeah, that's actually, I think that's a really great and interesting question. And as I was thinking about it, I think deterrence really depends on, one, your commitment as perceived by the other side, and then your capabilities. So so forward presence is a way of signaling commitment. But it's not the only way, but it is important for that. And I will return to that point in a second. In terms of capability, what I think the critical factor is the speed of response. So what we don't want is a situation where a potential adversary, i.e. China, thinks that it has a window of opportunity, that if it can just accomplish its military goals in a couple of weeks, then the U.S. won't be able to muster its forces to counter that. So one of the ways we've done that in the past is through forward presence, having combat aircraft stationed in forward air bases and aircraft carriers and so on. Now the problem, as Jennifer said, is if those become vulnerable, then it's not much of a deterrent. In fact, it's more of a temptation for an adversary if they think with a preemptive strike, first strike, they can actually neutralize some of your capabilities. So, that kind of pushes you in a couple of directions. One is the agility that Jennifer was talking about and unpredictability. So you're present forward, but the adversary doesn't necessarily know where you are. That's getting harder and harder with the proliferation of low-cost satellites in the hundreds or thousands in orbit, but it's still possible. And then the other, as implied in your question, Hugh, is the ability to strike from long distances, but it does have to be the ability to do so rapidly. So you can't say, in a month, you're really gonna be sorry once we get all our forces to the other side of the ocean. It has to be much quicker than that. And I think people don't, we do have assets, bombers and so on, that can reach across the Pacific from CONUS. But a lot of our other assets, it takes a while for a ship to sail across the ocean. Even fighter aircraft, the aircraft themselves can fly, but they're useless without the ground crews and equipment and maintenance and those sorts of things. So it takes a long time to deploy, not a long time, but it takes time to deploy fighter aircraft as well. So I think that, the future deterrence is going to have to depend, there's still going to have to be an element of forward presence, both as a signal of commitment and because certain assets just can't get there quickly enough otherwise. But it's also probably going to require the ability to strike rapidly from long distances as well. Just to twist the knife a little bit, the Chinese are already working on this. Jennifer talked about the DF-26, but they're not stopping there. They're developing the capability to reach farther out, way past Guam. It's only a matter of time before they have the ability to strike us here in Hawaii with conventional weapons. So we do need to be thinking about how that balances out in the long run as well.
Okay. Kim? Nikki, any comments from you on this subject?
I don't know how you go after that.
Yeah.
I was just feeling really depressed, actually.
Covered it well.
Well, yes, that was principally what I was thinking as well. Given what you call cold water on all our dreams, Roger. Given,
I'm not done yet.
So, given this challenging situation that we now face, the final segment of this panel, before we turn to the audience for questions, is how adequately prepared our institutions are for this. I think we've got a bit more time to spend on this. So. Are our institutions adequately prepared to meet this challenge? And Jen, if I could ask you what organizational behaviors at the sort of general level most inhibit strategic agility?
Sure, thank you. I think it's a really good question and something to talk about. So I'll take it more from, kind of the government, right? So DoD, Air and Space Force, congressional, that's my background. The incentives are not there for operation right now in the gray zone, right? So promotions and upward movement happens when you don't make a mistake publicly, and we don't reward the kind of response that really the ambiguity of gray zone activity is going to require, right? We need leaders that are going to be ready and willing to make decisions without all of the information, and that's really tough to incentivize and to put folks into that position. We want to understand the intel. We want legal to look at it. We want all of these things to happen, not because it's going to change the decision that we're going to make, but it's going to give us that top cover that if that decision that we made was wrong, well, everybody else said that we needed to do it. We're not going to have the time, the luxury of time to be able to do that. I think that's first barrier. The incentives aren't right. The second is the information that we have, and we've talked a little bit about intel, but the way that the military gets their information, whether it's classified or OSINT or whatever the case may be, is not the same that perhaps the State Department or the NSC or interagencies are getting their information. So we need integrated decisions sometimes, I mean, most times, and if everyone's not on the same field with the information that they're getting, you're gonna have someone that has a gap in their decision making. So we need an integrated way of information reaching everybody and the same information, and we just don't have the systems. And that sounds very, well, why don't we fix that? Not sure, but it hasn't been fixed, right? Military gets different information than some of the other interagencies and vice versa. And then the last thing I would say is the planning horizon, right? So gray zone activities, and Roger said it, like the Chinese, they've got all the time in the world. So they are on a timeline of forever, years, decades to be able to make the things happen that they do. So she can decide that he wants to do something and stick with it for 10 years and have that kind of patience. Again, coming from a place where, you know, in LL, we would advocate for a capability, get the funding that we needed for it, and work for it, and then an administration changes and we go a different direction, and now we're back to square one. So sometimes it's, you know, an administration change, so it's political, right? The funding isn't in place. We operate on fiscal year budget, so a little bit more difficult for a democracy, which great that we are, but it does give the adversary an advantage because they don't have to deal with that kind of timeline. They've got forever to make it happen.
I'm going to pile on to that one because I like that one. So we also have a couple of other things that factor into that problem. So if we use the construct of the dime, for example, as our framework of how we are going to do it, just because we're the M, you know, doesn't mean we shouldn't understand the D, the I, and the E, because we're actually seeing global economic reposturing right now and the second and third order effects of that, and then how our adversaries and competitors are responding to that. We sometimes forget that they have a plan and they're going to get back on plan. We can knock them off plan, they're going to get back on plan. So what are those indications and warnings, and what do they look like, and do we all agree across that dime to that that's the picture that we're seeing? I also would add on there that I think that the incentives piece, so it made me think of the Intel joke of it's an intelligence failure and a combat success. That is a break in the handshake deal that Intel folks have with the leaders. Leaders decide, we just inform. And so one of the things that happens is when we, you know, get upset because we think we now have to have 100% of the picture before I'm going to tell them anything, because I don't want to be called that it was our fault. So now you wait too long and the time has passed. And so now you have another problem, right? So that lag then gets built into the system because we think we need 100%, because maneuver guys will say, I just need 75% until they're wrong. And that's a trust issue that has to be also built into the system so that it works, that the handshake works. But I would also tell you have institutional inertia that gets at what Jen was just talking about, that we're not incentivizing those bold ideas, right? We're not saying that's a great idea, because our institution will go, I want to change, I'm going to crush that idea. So I think those are the things. So I like the incentive discussion as well to pile on.
Okay, great. So final question on this section of the discussion before we open to the audience. So given what you said, and Kim, I'll throw this question at you, do we need entirely new institutional models then to cope with this challenge of armed conflict, or of threats below the threshold for armed conflict?
Yeah, so I think, you know, we kind of hit on this before too. I don't think we need, like, I guess that new department. We've had an information agency once before, right? It was stood up in the 1950s. You know, setting up another department or agency, whatnot. I mean, that takes a lot of time and resources. And at that point, China will already be conducting the activities, you know, that it wants, and pushing the envelope even further. I think we need to think from institutional models. Of course, we need to think cross-collaboration and cross-functional teams. How do we integrate the policy, the industry helpers that can kind of support these areas? How do we include intelligence, operations, right, to get at these problem sets? But I think we need to also look at changes of institutional thinking. So, and I say this because China has the way that they conduct it's all national power, right? It's comprehensive national power. As we talked about DIME, well, it's their diplomatic means, their economic influence mechanisms, right? Military, legal. I mean, they're looking at gray zone activity across the board. And I feel like in our system, we're like, okay, this happened in the South China Sea. We're not going to push back on it in this way. But it's actually much more multidimensional than that. So I think what we need to do is think through what are like the areas of gray zone activities that we really need to push back on, and then how do we take a proactive approach rather than a reactive posture to respond to something? How do we actually put them on their back foot? And so I think it's an institutional change of our mindset of how we need to get at some of these problems. So again, not just reacting to situations, but how do we proactive come up with different approaches using all dimensions of our national power to get at that.
Thank you. Any follow-up from Roger on that?
That was perfect. I can't improve on it.
Great. So I'd like to open the discussion up to the audience, if there are any questions from the floor.
Thank you to the panel. Kim, obviously I agree with you. We need to be proactive and not reactive. And I think we're talking about deterrence, and deterrence by definition is really reactive. I think we would benefit from trying to exploit vulnerabilities a lot more. So just a note of agreement here. One more, I guess, fundamental question is, I think we need to relearn, or I'd like the view of the panelists on the need that we have to relearn the lessons of the Cold War, which I think has really taught us that we are able to do deterrence and defense in an environment in which we're not necessarily dominating. And I think we had a window during the so-called unipolar moment where we forgot that. So to what extent do you think that we need to relearn those lessons from the Cold War, which have been successful, even though we weren't necessarily dominating the theater?
Great question, and I appreciate it. And I'm not disagreeing, but I would contend that in the Cold War, there were rules. We knew who the actors were. I feel like it was pretty structured. And now, I don't think that the rules are necessarily black and white clear, purely because we're operating below the threshold of war. And the gray zone activity is just so persistent, right? I feel in the Cold War, it would be an incident and then there would be a response, but again, there was an expectation that we would handle it a certain way. Whereas in this gray zone activity, the competition is the campaign, and it is happening every single day. So it's a continuous response, and it's a continuous response from youngsters that are out there, either the captain of the Navy patrol ship or the F-16 fighter pilot having to make decisions at a tactical level that will have strategic implication. So back to kind of like the institutional question that you had asked, we've got to train folks to be able to understand that their response at even that young age could drive something catastrophic if they respond the wrong way. Whereas, again, just my opinion, I feel like in the Cold War it was much more formal and incident driven, whereas we are in constant competition and in a campaign daily here. But I'd love to hear other thoughts.
And I would add to that is the fact that, one, you have a tempo issue here, so the pace of problem, right? So I think the difference is that we had a system before that in the Cold War was meant to conceal intent. Now we have a volume problem. They are speaking in multiple ways to us deliberately to confuse and obfuscate through. I mean, because I would say it would sound like I'm trying to say they're transparent, but they're definitely not. So when they speak publicly, directly to what they want and what they're going to do, even though that isn't a transparent thing, it's just a way of creating white noise in which they create cover. And then we spend a lot of time chasing that white noise and not identifying what the signal is that we're seeing. And so I think it is harder to kind of look at a Cold War model that was diametrically opposed to how information has now changed that dynamic dramatically.
Can I just add to that too? I think it's going to get worse before it gets better, just because with AI and all this data and fragmentation of information and not knowing what the truth is. I think, most of us in this room, right, went to school, we would go into the library, would take out go to our encyclopedias, right, and you have sources that you could pretty much say that's factual, right? I worry about the generations that are growing up right now, and there's all this information out there, and it's all fragmented information. You can't tell, is it truth, is it not truth? And this is where that gray zone, you talked about cognitive warfare, all that activity is happening. And I think we really need to figure out a way to figure that part out, because it's only going to get more severe.
Again, this is
You've got a question at the
table.
Oh, Nikki, do you want to come back on that?
I would come back a little bit on that. I think that it 100% agree with Kim on this, but I think when we're talking about that volume of data that we're seeing that noise, we're doing the same thing. So you watch right now what just happened in China, where they were upset and they're blaming this crisis that they're having internally on foreign actors. So the Chinese Ministry of Security just came out and said it's foreign impact, not dissimilar to what we said about TikTok. So these are both happening loudly and creating noise, right? And so I just think that's just going to continue to escalate in there. And the one that we used to make the comment of, you had the news source that would sometimes get ahead of us in Intel, and we were just a little bit behind, but we would get in there into the room now. And now we have those two parallels. You got the news, you got Intel here still lagging a little bit behind, and then you got, the new world here, TikTok and everything else, way out here. And so now if you say, okay, I get it first, we all know the bosses that say, whoever told me first is telling the truth. But now you got to say, how do we become first with the truth? How can you get through that noise, identify the signal, and be first with the truth?
Or take advantage of that,
Oh,
right?
there you
And
go.
flip it on its head.
Exactly.
Before we go to another question on the floor, I've just got a question from the chat. We've had a number of questions in the chat today, and I don't want to neglect our online viewers, so I'm just going to ask it on behalf of Hans Mercier, recent ASU MA in Global Security graduate. How do you address more insidious grey zone tactics like the reverse opium war, cyber attacks, and financial warfare, etc.?
What was the first one?
Reverse opium war.
Fentanyl.
Fentanyl.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Who wants to take a stab at that?
What were the others?
Yeah,
Well,
that's-
any of them.
I
How do
assume
you deal with more insidious grey zone tactics?
Well, actually, I think I will go back to the person who asked the question a moment ago. I think there are lessons to be learned from the Cold War in this regard. We did have to deal with very insidious types of infiltration and influence operations and so on. So I don't think we don't have the capability to do it. It's a matter of focus and political will in order to counter those sorts of things.
I mean, I think in one way the tariffs actually, as it relates to fentanyl, the large, was it 30% tariff? I might have the number wrong off the top of my head, but I think that actually struck a nerve and saw some impact in China reacting to it, right? So I think that's a mechanism, is get at their purse strings.
I just said to Nikki, it's the dime. It really is. So it's diplomatic and informational. So we're talking about it. I would offer that the border and immigration issues are helping to get at that as well. So it's an integrated effort to get after and I think we're focusing on the OBM piece, but all of the insidious gray activity is really a across the board dime effort to make that stop.
I think you can look at, just real quick on that, I think you can, if you look at what Iran, Venezuela, Cuba, operating for years as an integrated sanction evasion system. So you're going to see things like that we're dismantling at different points. I think that's one of the ways that you're getting at it, because they've been able to operate as a system. While it's transactional, I think somebody mentioned earlier, that's true, but so that means that you can cut it off too, right? So how do we go after things like that? Well, that will get after some of that. And I think the tariffs were a great leverage actually to expose some of that activity as well.
So we'll go for a last question from the floor. Gentleman at the back, if you could just briefly introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Josh Colo from the Australian Army. Firstly, thank you so much for your insights. I was just wondering, the PRC operates realistically one very integrated grey zone toolkit from Coast Guard, militia, cyber, legal and economic, powers. Allied responses are usually through separate intelligence and also policy lanes. Excuse me. From your perspective, what is the minimum level of fusion required across allied and partners in the intelligence and operations space to be able to contest that level of integration?
So we'll go back to the dime, right? So that just as from the perspective of being at whatever echelon, if I'm at PACOM and in there, you're gonna have to look at the regional area and how any economic shifts are happening, how the militaries are affecting, but watching our enemy understand if we just knocked them off plan, how do they get back on plan? What are the levers they have? We've seen the levers that the United States has created, but what levers do they have available, and what should we be watching for? That has to be in there. And I wish my business partner was up here, but as her time at State Department, right, knowing that if I went over to the State Department person and said, "Hey, what are we seeing here? Because this is what I'm viewing." I'm going to get a different perspective, but you got to integrate that all, and that's what actually at the COCOMs you're supposed to be able to do. You have interagency there, you have State Department there, and you have the services there. So to me, we just kind of have to do a better job of focusing it out across the dime, and not just think that I'm military, I'm going to focus on military things.
I would just add that I think when it comes to the sharing of information, right, I think that actually happens pretty well across governments. I think the area that could be improved or better, or maybe more quicker, would be the response, right? So the coordinated response amongst governments that show unity of effort and are tangible enough that it actually has some bite, without not escalating it further into a much larger, situation. So I think that's probably the area that I would push on.
I agree with you, Kim, but I do think that we have to continue to work to share information with our allies and partners. Different levels of planning on their end versus our end, different understanding, different dynamics, domestic and international. Bottom line is there's got to be a way for that intel fusion to happen so that you can then plan a response. And I think that there has been a lot of work, especially here in the Pacific, to have different ways of sharing information at what level, what classification, but ensuring that folks have access to the same information that everybody does. And it goes back to kind of the earlier conversation today on the panel, not knowing where it comes from, but knowing it was trusted and credible, and then getting that information out to everybody.
Yeah, if I could just quickly add on to that. I agree. Within ourselves, we actually share pretty well. So at our intelligence briefings, the U.S. Coast Guard is present, the Drug Enforcement Administration. We get, we have State Department representatives, and so on. We get to read their reporting on a regular basis. When it comes to allies, though, we do try, but it is harder. Even with our closest allies, the Five Eyes, there are restrictions on information, on their access to information. I think ultimately there's not much other than like things about our relationships with other countries that we don't share with our Five Eye partners. But in the Indo-Pacific region, we have two very arguably three very important partners with whom our intelligence sharing is much less robust, and that's Japan, the Republic of Korea, and Taiwan. And we're improving that area, but part of it is about, frankly, about trust and about us being confident that their intelligence practices, their information protection practices are going to ensure that any information that we share with them isn't compromised. So that is an area in which we're improving, but we have a long ways to go still.
Okay then, well, we're out of time, but in a single sentence, short sentence. Looking ahead for the next 5 to 10 years, what emerging threat worries you the most that is still underappreciated today? Jen, you go first.
Really short sentence, no pun intended. It's our decision-making architecture, right? I think, again, it was mentioned earlier, AI. An AI attack, someone faking, deep fake causes a situation. You combine that with potentially AI responding. I know we want a human in or on the loop, but what if AI responds in an ambiguous situation and puts us in a spot that we didn't expect, and space and cyber?
Yeah.
Yep.
Nikki, shorter question.
Short, okay. I don't worry so much about us what we missed. I worry about what we didn't connect, right, across those systems. And that's, for me, what I find the biggest.
Kim?
Fragmentation of truth.
Could you do shorter than that, Roger?
That was good.
Low-cost unmanned systems such as UAVs, USVs, and UUVs.
Oh, we're already seeing that, though, aren't we? Well, thank you very much for the fascinating discussion. I really enjoyed listening to your responses. Please join with me in thanking this panel.
Right. Excellent. We are back in session. And thank you very much, everyone, for staying with us. This has been a fascinating but somewhat long day. We are the last panel, so we literally are what stands between you and drinks afterwards. So we'll try to keep it crisp and lively. It is an absolute pleasure to be here. My name is Alessio Parano. I'll be chairing this final panel. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the S&D Plus team for the opportunity to join you today and be back in Honolulu. But also shout out to the team that has helped delivering today so smoothly the entire event, particularly Lauren, Carla, Craig, and the rest of the team that very much has made possible for us to gather together. The panel that we are going to be investigating is Resilience by Design, Industry, Innovation, and the Capability Edge. And as I was reading the title, my memory went back to Admiral Sir Lewis Hamilton, who was the last British admiral beheaded the Royal Australian Navy, and in his hold down talk, which is his sort of final report to the Prime Minister, he used an inspired passage from a 19th century novel to define what a navy is. And I think I'm going to start with that, because even though he was talking about the navy as a general idea, I think it's very applicable to the military overall. And in some of the elements of this passage, there are nested some really interesting ideas for us to explore when we're talking about resilience by design. And he said that a navy does not drop from the clouds. It is a miraculous and delicate instrument, a creation of nerves as well as steel, united with blood as well as rivets. It is in many ways the greatest expression of a nation's genius. What's remarkable for me about this is the reference to nerves, steel, blood, rivets, and genius, which in a way summarizes what this particular panel, I think, is going to be talking about. Because if you think about it, in order to have the nerves and the commitment in terms of blood to wanting to do something, you need to know what you're doing that for, right? You need to have a strategic vision that drives what you're going to be doing. And at the same time, that sets the stone and the conditions for the steel and the rivets to be in position when you need them. It's about having that social license, that engagement with the wider communities that enable a strategy to mean something to those who have to help implementing it in the everyday aspects of life. And this is where these two elements come together with the innovation piece, because it is through a clear sense of strategy and a sense of social license that then energies from across wider society, particularly in the private sector, are empowered to pursue innovation, but not innovation as an abstract idea, innovation as something that is meant to produce effects. And in order to do so, it needs to have conversation, that dialogue between those who operate in the front line and those who continue to make societies functional behind that front line. And you will be pleased to hear that in order to find an answer to this very fascinating topic, it's not coming down to me. As a matter of fact, I am pretty redundant in all of this. I just need to make sure that my brilliant panel provides you with the answers to the right questions. From my left to the end of the table, Ed Barnabas is Vice President and Chief Technology Officer of Indo-Pacific Booz Allen Hamilton. Bernice Kissinger, partner at Ballard Partners Honolulu office and managing member of Kissinger Advisors. Anthony Wilson, who is the Executive Director of Brindabella and Company. And last but by no means least, Celeste Connors, who's the President of the East-West Center. The brilliant thing about all of them, and their biographies are in the booklet, is that they bring together a very diverse background. technical background that comes from business and economic development, asset management, and risk management and policy. That is the type of mix of wealth of experiences that is absolutely essential if you want to start talking about resilience, not just a frontline support to the warfighter, but a wider societal endeavor in order to make sure that the warfighter has what it needs at a moment of contact. Within this context, though, I think what we really need to start off with, and that's the first question that I have for the panel, is we need to clarify the terms of engagement. What do we mean by resilience? Now, we've learned this morning about what it means, resilience, if you are a frontline operator within the military. But what does that mean in the private sector? What does that mean to the other components of society? So that's what I want to sort of start off with. So I'll just, as a scene-setting question, I wanted to ask you all, what is resilience from your perspective, and what do we need to be resilient from your perspective? Ed, may I start with you?
Thank you. Well, first, it's great to be here. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with awesome people. I've known Bernice for a very long time, so privileged to be on a panel with her. Well, I've been in Hawaii now for 7 years, and I've been working with our partners and our customers really to solve really hard problems that have exponentially changed at speed that we're trying to keep up with. And I think, especially in this AOR, resilience is, it's an operational necessity. It's about absorbing disruption. It's about accepting change, operating really quickly. And I think whenever someone is asked for a solution, they've always said, I want X, but I need it to operate in a degraded environment. I need to assume that conditions will not be perfect, but yet I still need all the output of what I originally asked for. And that's not always easy, right? But I think that's only exponentially getting harder. So I think about resiliency in 3 ways. As the first is around mission resilience. So we need the ability to fight, recover, and keep fighting when our C2 logistics networks are degraded. The second is around supply chain resilience. And just given where we are, so much of what we do is based on logistics and pre-positioning. So the ability to produce, repair, replenish systems rapidly is critical. And the third is around coalition resilience, which I know we talked about a lot today with partners in our allies, but it's really sharing data. I know the previous panel talked about that quite a bit in terms of intel space, integrating systems and sustaining joint operations. But I think at the end of the day, it has to be thought of as all of those components are connected, right? So when you're talking about mission, supply chain, coalition, when you're thinking about cyber, you're thinking about supply chain, energy, comms, logistics, all of those things are somewhat feed upon one another and they're connected. And so to me, it's about building an overall system of systems or an architecture. It's not just an attribute or kind of one thing you have to do in a silo. They all have to be thought of together.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I like very much this idea that one of the key challenges that we have, it has to do with the speed at which technology is changing, but also that growing dependence on technology that you mentioned has to be tested, because when the point of contact comes, it will be contested, it might very well be degraded, and so there's a tension between introducing technology and creating, if you want, dependency on technology, but also the uncertainty of how that dependency might be tested, if not disrupted. But I like very much this idea of mission resilience as a way to frame that challenge. And you talked about supply chains, a point that I'd like to come back to, because, again, is technology helping us finding an answer to our supply chains, or are there sort of limitations in how we apply it? To what extent, for example, AI might be helpful in devising mechanism to reduce the potential disruptions to supply chains? And again, a point to come back to is this question of coalition and sharing data. Trust was mentioned today a number of times. How do we go back to that? How much trust is important in terms of the ability to share data and understanding what kind of data and information we want to share? So hold on to this, because I'll come back with the second round. Before doing so, I just want to move on to Bernice, because again, there's a lot of references here to coalitions, to working with partners, and certainly in your experience, you're probably seeing that. But so, resilient, what do we need to be resilient from that perspective?
Sure. So I have a huge bias. I come from parents who were in World War II. I have a framework very much that there should be somewhat like Michael Porter's competitive advantages of nations. If you have read that book where he talks about intentional development of competitive advantages, looking at it as a competitive advantages of allies and partners in this region. How do we, with an eye towards the threats, not just kind of randomly, how do we address the threats that we know are facing us from our adversaries, very specifically looking at their technological capabilities, their whole of government, whole of society approach. I mean, be really clear-headed about exactly how they use gray zone. All of that are things that we should be intentionally building and designing into resilience. And that resilience includes the civilian community. When a civilian community is hit by a natural disaster, for example, if there is no redundancy of energy, et cetera, that puts not only that community at risk, but it puts the military at risk because they will need to help solve that problem, at which time they will create a weakness and an opportunity for the adversary. So I guess I look at it as a very threat-informed environment, but really looking at competitive advantage of the region and how we can integrate. So going to the data sharing across allies is a huge issue. I happen to have an advantage of supporting MAR4PAC in looking at data sharing across allies, and especially Japan. And Japan is a huge issue. As we were talking about earlier, the lack of cybersecurity, the lack of security, all of those issues are up front. I'm also involved in a project where the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense Acquisition and Sustainment, Material Readiness, and also product support are building digital manufacturing capabilities and co-production sites for munitions and drones in Japan and Korea, soon the Philippines and Alaska. So in all of those cases, sharing of data is really critical. We're looking at, for example, SunNet. So there are ways of workarounds, et cetera, where you have secure, unclassified networks that can be utilized. But I think all of those go to this focus of how we look at the threats in the region and how we design into our approach with allies as integrated and interoperable systems as we can.
Brilliant. I like very much the fact that now you introduced a couple of other important factors for us to consider. One is, and in part, you're providing also a solution to the challenge set by Ed a moment ago in terms of what does contestation looks like, how might that sort of prevent the way in which we operate. And you suggested, well, we've got already examples that we can draw upon, right? There's the dimension that has to do with the gray zone, which was mentioned in the previous panel repeatedly. And to some extent, we talked in the previous panel about how much of a challenge it is, but at the same time, it's also in this respect an opportunity because it allows you to start sort of getting a better sense of how an adversary operates and might actually continue to operate. But at the same time, I think you raised another important point, something that resonates very much with the first panel this morning, about the responses to disasters, responses to moments of crisis, which are already taking place, is by far the single largest unifying element across different partners in the regions, and therefore as such, it perhaps allows us already to start seeing what kind of practical challenges in a genuine crisis one will have to address and what kind of spaces one needs to create for that information to be shared. But you also introduced another important element in this story. You started to draw a distinction between the need to share information, not just from an operational perspective, which is very much what Ed was talking about, more about building resilience as support to that front line. So how do we integrate projects in which, if you want to talk about co-production, co-development, and co-sustainment, you have to share data, and you have to develop the platforms with a relevant sort of level of confidence in terms of the security, information security provisions to be able to do so. And so implicitly there's a question there, perhaps we can come back to afterwards, about how would you suggest one benchmark that, in the sense that it's going to be impossible to have information security practices that are perfectly standardized, in which everybody is completely aligned, right? So the question is how one should be thinking about increasing resilience in our capacity to share information. Moving on, because I think this is, again, something else that needs to be talked about. When we talk about asset management, we're talking about the baseline, right? The work from the ground up. Presumably, that introduces us, if you want, a different way to think about an element that Ben has already mentioned, which is the local dimension, the community support. So I was wondering if I could come to you now and tell us a bit more about resilience seen from your perspective.
Yeah, thanks very much. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon. My name is Anthony Wilson. I'm from Brindabella & Company, which is a investment firm that focuses on space and defence. We are deeply concerned at the lack of industrial muscle that Australia has, particularly in defence, and is almost nowhere in space. We have been in a steady decline probably since the Second World War in terms of our industrial output relative to the amount of money we spend on defence. And what we're trying to do is drive private capital into that gap to help fix it. We're currently building 2 spaceports and the world's largest test range in South Australia and the Northern Territory. We're also rolling out a series of ground stations around the region so we can put the metal up and then take the data down. And we're hoping to have all that funded privately because we don't have any expectation that the government will assist in certainly in a material fashion. And so I guess to the point about what can we offer, once again, Australia can default back to its huge reliance on its massive geography. So we'll either dig the dirt up and send it to you, or we'll let you build stuff on it. So as part of that program, I mean, space is fantastic because it is, affects our daily lives right now in a huge way that will only increase. So that is absolutely front and centre for our business. If you look at the unbelievable impact that Rocket Lab has had on the New Zealand economy. The aerospace industry in New Zealand is bigger than its F&B industry, for example. It is a prolific company, and Australia could certainly take a leaf out of the Rocket Lab book. So we concern ourselves with building critical infrastructure for national resilience and for dual purpose activities, particularly for space.
That's actually a really important point, leveraging asymmetric complementarity, right? Because we've heard earlier on the governor here talked about if you're in Hawaii, there's just limits in terms of land available, and you've got a great geographic position, but at the same time, when you compare to a country like Australia, where the point you just made about building one of the largest sort of training range, that is no trifling element of the resilience picture. It's absolutely essential. And I'm always reminded of the fact that last year's Talisman Sabre witnessed an area of training that is basically larger than Europe. And that has a very specific meaning. When you're operating from Papua New Guinea down to western part of Australia, that's an enormous amount. That's a continent size. So really important. And when we're talking about particularly that sort of cooperative endeavor in terms of building resilience, is for all of us to do a little bit of a sort of soul-searching exercise. What can I bring to that table? Provided, however, that other element that you mentioned, which is we really need to start to think about much more carefully about a national sort of baseline of industrial output and capacity that is essential for the additional added value that our specificities will bring to that conversation in a partner space. So thank you very much for raising that. And in particular, linking it to the question of space, which when we're thinking about resilience of communication, when we're thinking about ability to share information, whether it is at the front line or at the back, space will have a considerable role to play. We haven't touched upon the undersea domain, which I think is, the top and the bottom here are probably the most important ones that we should be talking about, but we'll come back to this later, or maybe in the question time. Celeste, what do you make all of this? With your policy experience, how do we make sense of all of this? We don't.
Well, I think it's just fascinating. You mentioned this trust, right? We've heard this consistently throughout the day from the governor, from this panel, and, progress moves at the pace of trust. And so I think that one thing, when I think about resilience, how do I make sense of this? A friend once told me that his definition of resilience is how well you know your neighbor. And I think this really resonates with me, because if you think about the things that the governor was talking about with the Maui wildfire, or how do you define our neighbors in the region, right? How well do we know our neighbors enough to respond and to understand what their needs are, what our needs are, and how we can come together and actually be resilient? So I think that's a good definition for me of resilience. And then some of the things that we talked about, and with this great panel here, when you talk about technology and innovation and capital markets, and the need to be responsive, we need to probably build things. We need to build things someplace. And generally speaking, anywhere that you want to build things, probably something is already there. And what does that mean for our ability to de-risk any of our investments and any of our aspirations to quickly respond to things that we need to do? And so I probably benefit from growing up on an island. Not only could anyone be your auntie or uncle, so you're very mindful of what you say or do, or we're all underlyingly passive aggressive, but you actually learn to be very innovative. So if you have these high-level commitments and these goals and things that you want to accomplish, I think we do need to be taking a more integrative approach to what we're doing. We need to be inherently systems thinkers in what we're doing. So I do think we can take out a page out of the governor's playbook about how being here in Hawaii, and I encourage all of us who either live here or are here for this seminar to really explore that aspect of when you have, again, high-level goals, high ambitions, how you do that in an area where you have limited land, where you need to build infrastructure systems and services. When you look at a utility that is providing all energy services to Indo-Pacific, what does it actually mean? And how do we take that knowledge and how do we use that to our benefit to build those partnerships? I would just say, as a former NSC director, thinking about the previous panel, maybe we look at that systems approach from a different level as well. How are agencies operating together as a system? So resilience is looking at a broader integrative approach, maybe an interagency approach. Something I'll come back to later, and this is something that we focus on at the East-West Center, is education and youth. And so when I think about all of the things that we do need to do, Adam actually said it too. Adam, I don't know what you said earlier in a panel, that in the end, where we will succeed or fail will be at the human level. And so soft power is mentioned in the NSS. At the East-West Center, it's really looking at those relationships that are forged over the rice cooker that can be relational, and we take a relational approach to some of the things that inherently need to be transactional. These are long-term relationships. When I think about our assets in the region, I'm thinking about 73,000 alumni that actually have knowledge, that are now maybe a head of state or in the military or in the diplomatic corps. And these are ways that we build resilience through trust and long-standing relationships that help smooth over necessary transactions that we need to do in the area.
Part of the, in our title, we've got capability edge. And I want to stay with this because what you just mentioned there brings me to a question. And if I may, I'd like to start the second round of question with you, Celeste. So would you say, therefore, that human dimension is part of our capability edge? I mean, let's face it. I mean, one of the conversations that we always have is like, to what extent countries like Russia, China, North Korea, Iran are, allies in practical terms, but these are marriages of convenience to a large extent. Would you say, therefore, that one of the key advantages that one should try to leverage is very much that sort of connectivity, that network, whether it is alumni, but that sort of nurturing resilience by creating networks of individuals that will create the answers to a problem, not because they have the answers to begin with, but they know each other and they know how to get to those answers when needed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think my friend Susie Varslam stated it just perfectly in an earlier panel. These are the relationships that people make. Again, I said rice cooker or over in a class, and you are all connected through WhatsApp, and you have a disaster in your region, and you can all respond to each other very effectively and quickly. We talked about just different forms of information and data sharing that comes in different forms, but it does come down to people. Again, it does come down to trust. It comes down to how well you know your neighbor. Can you trust them with that information? Can you trust them to be reliable? And one thing, just maybe we'll get into this a little bit more. Adam and I spoke a little bit about it. One of the things we hosted recently at the East-West Center was the Pacific Agenda. But what we did is we brought together private sector partners, the USG interagency, and Pacific leaders. And it was really interesting because we haven't talked about these other acronyms yet today. We've talked about certain USG interagency partners, but there's the Millennium Challenge Corporation, there's EXIM, there's USTDA. There's all these mechanisms that are in the collective USG toolkit. And by the way, these also benefit allied partners. USTDA will invest in a Japanese company to do critical mineral investment or shipping or the things that we need to do in manufacturing. And while I mention this is because that is not really known. The fact that this whole menu of other mechanisms exists in the USG that can de-risk investments, that can actually encourage a US infrastructure company or Australian infrastructure company to invest in Palau, for example, in a critical infrastructure system or service. These are also areas where we're building resilience. So how do we better understand this ecosystem of partners that we have available? How do we help Adam and his team with what they need to do with communicating this across the USG and to other partners? And again, have that be something that is known to our allies across the region.
So I have to say I'm particularly grateful because we already sort of started to provide some of the concrete answers to the essay question that we were given, right? Because it sort of strikes me that what you've said so far leads to the obvious conclusion that we should be starting to get better at mapping the ecosystem itself, right? Once we identify who the stakeholders are, and we need to leverage an institution like East-West Center or APCSS here because of their large network of connections, just to start identifying who the stakeholders and the relevant sort of actors that one should reach out to, so as to start developing a mapping exercise, right, to begin with. So thank you for that, right? We're ahead of schedule. Ian, I hope you are happy with us. But building on this, I wanted to come back to Anthony, because you said something about talking about trust, talking about sort of willpower. You say something really interesting at the beginning of your remarks and the previous answer to the question about the importance of realizing that Australia had a clear gap in terms of industrial output, and one sort of had to start sort of pushing through to make that happen. And that leads really to the question, how do you create that sort of organic alignment between public and private sectors so there is a wider community that coalesces around the idea of, look, to be a resilient nation, we need to have this particular set of infrastructure available to us?
Yeah, I think it's a really good question. I'll just reflect on some time I spent in the US mainland last week in Phoenix, and I was actually commenting to Ian about it last night, saying I always find it remarkable how interchangeable the US workforce is across uniform, across working for government, in academia, where people just have this fluid process of washing back and forth across your system. And I think that is one of the great strengths of the US economy. In Australia, we're a lot more polarised. You join the military, stay in the military, or perhaps you become an academic and you stay in your particular channel. And we just don't have that fluid freedom of movement that the US and others have. And I think that's something we really need to work on. It's probably the first comment at the social level. The other one is getting buy-in from traditional owners across our various landscapes for critical infrastructure programs. Resilience starts with the local community, in my view, and you've got to have those stakeholders on board before you can go and reach your potential.
And it's a great point because, well, by the way, Ian, we've got another thing here coming up here. There's another answer to the essay question that Anthony presented as the interchangeability, may I say, within the US system of different type of stakeholders. I think perhaps it's difficult for smaller sort of realities like Australia, like the UK, to have that level of capacity for interchangeability that you have in the United States. But the key lesson is absolutely there. How do you increase that level of communication? And perhaps that's something very much that S&D Plus as a mission, and reinforcing that statement of ambition, precisely using examples like the US, in which that type of effect is generated in a different way, but at the same time, the fundamental point of the importance of creating those networks, people with different background operating in different environments, naturally sort of coming together and thinking about cohesively, organically, about the answers to bigger questions. But you mentioned also something else that is really important to my mind, that again, Australia in this respect is a very good example, right? You talked about traditional owners, you talked about engaging local communities. And I have to say, if we want to build infrastructure, you have to do that, right? Because these things will have a physical location, will have to be connected. The people that locally will host the particular infrastructure will own the property, if you want, the physical manifestation of it, if not all of the benefits. And so developing ways to engage with local communities. And again, this story might find different applications. In the UK, for example, the question is perhaps less to have traditional owners, but how to engage different communities in Barrows as opposed to Derby, as opposed to Bristol, as opposed to London, how you engage them and you understand the way of communicating different declination of a narrative, so that the local communities understand the opportunity that is in there for them, and what are they actually doing they're doing in favor of broader national resilience. So thank you very much for raising this point. And if you want to come back afterwards, I think, again, this question of engaging local communities seems to be fundamental to have that long-term social license that is inevitable and essential if you want to have infrastructure to last. And the point of infrastructure is to be there to last, right? Bernice, if I can come back to you in this respect. You talked about the projects you worked on and how they led you to interact with different local communities, but across different countries, right? What kind of lessons you draw from that type of experience? Will you tell us more about that?
Sure. So I think going back to Celeste, as you were talking about all of these different NGOs and other parts of the community to draw upon. For example, working in Alaska, I'm working in support of the Denali Commission, which has been given the contracting authority to oversee NAVFAC facility redevelopment of ADAC and the Western Aleutians and about 8 other sites, which is really separate from Golden Dome, but it's very much focused on the threats that we're seeing Chinese-Russian together for the first time, for example, with gray zone illegal fishing, where Russia has taken a page from China. So we're having the same sort of, lining up of ships, scraping the bottom, which is really threatening, of course, the fishing industry, but it's also damaging the environment, et cetera. So in Alaska, the interesting thing is, especially in the Aleutians, the Aleuts, the Alaska Natives, are the landowners. Different from in Hawaii. They have rights that are very clear, and they are part of a working group that the Department of War has put together. They sit at the table in looking with NORTHCOM, Indo-PACOM, NORTHCOM, NORAD, Indo-PACOM, and even EUCOM. So I would say that that's an example, a very specific example where the landowners not only are there because they're owners, but they have indigenous knowledge of that very extreme environment. They understand historically why some parts of a a bay or a shore area should not be redeveloped, and can cut a lot of the time down in terms of land use and regional planning when you're looking at just nuts and bolts, what's going to work and quickly what can work. So that's, I think, one thing. Where we're seeing international development there, and going back to Celeste's idea of bringing all of these NGOs together, I would say we recently had a Japanese Diet member visit Alaska while I was there, who heads up the Polar Caucus there. 80 members out of 400 Diet members are part of the Polar Caucus. So that's how important it is to Japan. And the Sasakawa Peace Foundation CEO came and was very specific about what things that they could do for the Arctic environment, whether it was HADAR related, whether it was defense related. So I think leveraging all of those aspects is really important. And then going back to relationships, because I think that's the other element. How do you go from the relationships but scale, right? Because that's the other issue. You need to be local. In the Maui hurricane fire, for example, I had the opportunity of being here in Hawaii, and I think it hit on a Wednesday, and all day Wednesday night, or Wednesday night, all day Thursday, I was ruminating like what could be done. And my experience in disaster response was communications equipment, what could be done there. And on Thursday night, I kind of popped up in bed like a jack in the box and thought, I had just seen a colleague of mine from SMX who had been talking about their Starlinks that were going to the Philippines, but they were going to be in Hawaii for another 8 months. And I texted him middle of the night. He gets through to the vice president of SMX, who gets through to the CEO, who says, sure, we'll not only donate the use of, but we'll send our people to retain custody. We go on a signal chat with a guy from Space Command who has a way to get the actual transportation set up so it goes to Space Command on Maui. And then we get the local community, which was the Maui Economic Development Board, to figure out how they, as the local community, will receive it so it doesn't just plop down in the middle of nothing, so that people don't traipse through areas that will cause a lot of grief. And it worked. It was a lot of work, but it was at a local level how those relationships come together. So, well, to them, it was it was really because of those relationships you can make things happen like that.
Bernice, you made a very powerful argument in favor of us sort of thinking about trust in part as almost as a tool of statecraft, in the sense that trust is essential to create that cultural competency that then can be translated into an asset for you not only to create better effects in terms of what you try to achieve, whether it's the establishment of infrastructure or the ability to respond to a crisis, but also in terms of economic development, which again, if we go back to this, how do you have a social license to buy into resilience? Well, economic growth, economic development is absolutely essential. So I like very much this idea of linking something that sometimes can be nebulous or difficult to capture, right? This idea of trust into something that at a practical level actually makes a difference, because when you have the trust of a local community, you know how to engage with them, they'll help you find a solution to how to address sort of nitty-gritty issues in terms of weather conditions, whether like their own traditional experience in a particular area. And then with that, be, as you said, faster and leveraging the type of legal framework that you need to implement the solution that you're looking for, or indeed identify better ways to do it. Which leads me then, Ed, to come back to you, because you talked about data sharing, and you talked about the importance of that. Presumably, from a technical point of view, it's easier to say than done, right? Yeah. Can you tell us more about this sense of aligning sort of different stakeholders? From a technical perspective, what are the opportunities? What are the challenges? What are we looking at?
Yeah, I'm throughout all the panels today, and anytime you go to a conference that's located in the region, you're going to hear the tyranny of distance, right? And when we think about data, when we think about data sharing, and we think about our greater reliance on AI, now all of these solutions have to work not only at headquarters, but they have to work in an extended fashion. So whether that's from a cloud infrastructure to a headquarter on-prem data solution to containerized sites that are strategically placed around the AOR to smaller data centers all the way out to the warfighter, right, that has to live on the warfighter itself. The reliance on AI and now the more foundational models like Claude, Grok, OpenAI, those require a ton of compute. They require a ton of power. That's possible when you're in a cloud or in a data center type of environment. But the more you extend out to the edge, and assuming that we'll be in DDoS or degraded environments, that's going to be harder. So we have to solve that, right? And I think that's a very fast-moving thing to solve. Also, earlier when we talked about data sharing, the panel said that maybe data sharing is easier, it's the response, but I think now as we go to more complex solutions like wanting to do coordinated joint fires, thinking about weapon systems, it's easier to share emails, right, and data, but you do need quite a bit of trust to get to actual interoperability with C2 systems, with other nations, which will be required if you get into a conflict. So those are all very, very difficult things. And I think going back to the question of public and private, there was two things that struck me when I think about when I first arrived in the theater to now, is now when I sit across from the command and I'm trying to help them solve something, they'll ask me two questions, right? They'll say, what have you invested in already as a large prime provider, and who else are you bringing to the fight? So we're very much incentivized to partner, not only with just any partner, but to bring in Silicon Valley and to bring in commercial systems. We as a large provider have been with the mission for years. We understand the requirements, we have people embedded. We can then take those commercial solutions and then make them operational. And there is a greater need for all companies, commercial to more traditional, to invest upfront because there isn't time to invest in a good idea and then develop it for 12 to 18 months. Our customers require operational, ready-to-go solutions. And so when you think about public and private, there has to be shared investment across the whole ecosystem. And to understand that time is not a luxury. I think we're talking in terms of a year to two, not necessarily 10 years out. And so how we can help the mission and help the warfighter requires investment upon industry. And so I know a lot of companies do that differently now, and they're all joining in that. One way that my company has done that is we've invested in over 20 commercial company startups as a VC. So this is not an acquisition. This is a way to propel what they're doing, but not take away what makes them special, and to let them operate in a way that is building a solution that we as a larger company may not be able to move as fast. And so that's one way we're thinking about investing differently, bringing commercial and traditionals together in a way where we can meet the demand for speed and to get solutions into the command.
This is fascinating. I think there's a fascinating element of tension, creative tension. In the initial point, the first point you made about the tyranny of distances and how it translates from a technical perspective, and it really sort of brings together this question of the more we invest into being able to process more data at the command headquarters, the better our capacity to build picture is. But at the same time, when we start operating, the further we go from the center, the more complicated it's going to be to replicate that same system, simply because the capacity to have that volume of data going back and forth will require power and if you want, a portable infrastructure. That is complicated to realize. So that's a really important point. But then you say something else also in the second point you made, which I think it's remarkably important in the sense that on the one hand you've got the sort of tyranny of geography. On the other you've got the tyranny of time and speed at which you have to respond, which brings about two sub-issues. One, how do you work with partners from the private sector, and you provide an eloquent answer on how your company is looking into this. But then there's the other element of how you make those who are supposed to work with you, your partners and allies, actually to be able to remain in that system, in that structures. Because inevitably, the faster you move, the more you either leave people behind or you sort of creating a bit of a tension with those that have to come. So it's a fascinating to have these two type of tensions. Now, listen, we're coming up to 12 minutes from wrapping this up, and I do want to perform better than my previous colleagues as chairs, and so I will open the floor now. I'll take advantage of that. So that I can boast with them afterwards that I gave more time for questions. And in particular, I've seen there's been a lot of chatter on the, for those following us remotely, particularly there's been a lot of excitement about this idea of trust, sort of bringing stakeholders together, mapping the ecosystem. And so there's a question that is sort of being raised within the community that is following us online. And that is, if mapping of this broader ecosystem is a foundation of trust, how is human-centered connection and connectivity being institutionalized to strengthen how regional force posture? How do let me slightly sort of rephrase this. To what extent do we need to institutionalize this network building activity? And to some extent, East-West Center is already doing it. APS, CSS is doing it. Do we need more? Do we need to just network the different sort of institutions doing it? What are your thoughts about that sort of a human-centric larger network to be able to create the foundations for that resilience? Can I come back to you, Celeste? Because I could see you were nodding and sort of smiling to this. I'm sure you've got lots of...
East-West Center, and
Yes.
and that's what we do in APCSS. Absolutely. I mean, I think it all comes down to people, in the end, and relationships. And as I mentioned, how well do you know your neighbor? And actually, who do you know to pick up the phone when there's a crisis? And even the reference back to just this ecosystem of agencies, of acronyms out there, and just how well do we know what other agencies are operating in this space, and what can they bring, and how do we better communicate what those opportunities are? I think networks of networks is just a really brilliant idea, and how we are working with each other. I often refer here in Hawaii to this ecosystem of partners that we have here, which includes Indo-Pacific and East-West Center and APCSS and Pacific Forum and the University of Hawaii. And how are we actually growing the future generation to be systems thinkers? I heard a lot about that as well in the past panel, and Jennifer saying we're just not thinking, we're too risk adverse maybe in some of the ways that we're thinking about things. How are we growing systems thinkers? I look at all the universities represented here, really to be looking at those trade-offs. Now, we could think about that color gray in different ways. I live in a perpetual state of gray because there's nothing that's black or white, and it really comes down to trade-offs. And one thing I would say about this, and going down to people, and we talked about values and morality, I would say that when I would chair a meeting, and it's still when I do, everybody walking away a little bit unhappy, to me, is the sign of a good meeting. And people are like shocked that I would say that. But if everybody's a little bit unhappy, it meant that everybody gave something. In an interagency context, this is actually probably very important, but still resonates with me. So how are we not making the perfect the enemy of the good? How are we all giving a little bit to actually advance progress? And that comes really down to the human element. But it really comes down to how we're actually training and situating our youth. And I again, just would say one last very biased thing here. That I think that youth growing up in an island context, and you think about some of our partners in the Pacific that we really are working with. And as I note that a lot of our Pacific partners just in FSM, RMI, and Palau are developing their own respective national security councils premised on the U.S. National Security Council, and why are they doing that, and how do those people and those systems and those governments work together. That kids growing up in an island context have this inherent understanding of those trade-offs.
Yeah.
That the ridge connects to the reef, communities in between, and how we're looking at that as an opportunity to say it's not the trade-offs where people melt down. It's not having the conversation about the trade-offs is what leads to actually problems down the road and lost investment opportunities and all of the above. So invest in systems, invest in people, absolutely. And then I would just say one final thing. This is, I think, where we are leaning in on the East-West Center. It's being able to hold the tension of conversations where there might still be a very diverse perspective of what is happening. And you mentioned critical minerals and deep sea mining, that is one. Now, it's not to say which answer is right, but where can these conversations happen in a way where there is trust that you can advance the conversation and understand what market access might look to different communities?
And I couldn't agree more. I think one of the genuine sort of advantages of institutions like East-West Center, but even any one of our universities, we offer a platform where a really difficult conversation can take place because we build upon the fundamental principle that the most important thing is to have the conversation. And indeed, so long so we can be civil with each other, having disagreement is actually really important. Because if we don't find ourselves into a disagreement, then when push comes to shove and we need to sort of move forward, we will be stopping at our differences rather than focusing on how the things that bring us together led us to that place. So thank you very much for making that point, because I think it's a really added value that we bring as academic institutions, as think tanks, to this conversation. I know that you wanted to add something to this, Bernice.
Just really short.
By all means, even long, it's all right.
No, I want you to have your championing, your best
yes,
moderator
let's do that.
So, just really quickly, again, the looking at that competitive advantages of the region, how we can design that in. I think, again, proactively looking at the NGOs and the networks that they represent is extremely important. And I don't think, particularly, I can just say this as a US person because I'm looking at it from my biased perspective, but I don't think we leverage NGOs enough because they have this longevity, these alumni networks. It's not just the cohorts that are coming out now. These are decades of networks of people who are now leaders at all different levels. And they're influencers, certainly, but I think what sometimes is missing. I think, for example, when I look at some of the illegal fishing, gray zone topics, no one's leading it, right? It's in this vacuum, and I think our table was kind of commenting on it earlier. It's a gray zone, and it's unique, and therefore, is it commerce? Is it DOW? Is it like who owns that area? We actually have the ecosystems and the networks, and the NGOs have the longevity of perspective and history, I think, to be pulled into these conversations and thoughtfully align it. But I think we also need that structure. Like in my case, I'm very lucky working on that digital manufacturing exchange, the distributed program, which is Marine Depot Maintenance Command working with DLA, working with ANS. And this is a Marine Corps-led effort for joint use. And so thank you very much, General Glynn, for being a leader of this in the region, but regional sustainability framework. But the key is someone has to be the lead in these gray zone topics. And I think that's a gap that we actually need to look at, because these are clearly areas where we are going to be facing a very sophisticated adversary, and we haven't quite figured that out yet. So I would just say that we need to leverage those networks, but we also need that structure. Like in our case, we have Piper, and then we have bilaterals like DICUS, which is the coordination between the US and Japan, for example, where all of this stuff is already worked out in terms of mutual security agreements and how things are, even cybersecurity, how we're going to recognize a Japanese version, for example, of CMMC2. I mean, that's already done. We don't have to redo that stuff, but we do need clear leadership under those structures and to leverage what we already have.
Wonderful, excellent. So now I'm looking at you. I'll take two questions as a first round, and then depending on whether we still have got time, we'll come back. But be brave. Remember, question marks at the end of a question, always very desirable. But other than that, the floor is open. We touch upon a number of different things. They are exhausted. Yes, sir. Please. Microphone coming at you.
It's my belief that gray zone exists because we allow it to continue to exist, and that these problems actually aren't gray. We allow them to be. And so, given the title of the panel, by design, I'll leave the resilience to you all by design. From a private sector perspective, I don't have to direct, I'll leave it to you to direct it at whomever. Where do you see opportunity? On our side, on the security side, we're very familiar with the problems. Where do you see opportunity for investment to move it out of gray into black and white? If that's a fair question.
It's a great question. How do we take the gray out of the shadow and we bring it into light, really? From a technical, can I come to you, Ed, from a technical perspective, right? How do we make things more transparent in that sense? How do we take the gray out of the equation?
I've said, those who know me, I say this a lot, we can solve the hardest technical problems, but a lot of the time it's policy that slow things down, and that takes, that's more than just saying I have a great idea, right? Or that we have a great relationship. There's a lot of different nuance to that. But I think where, from a technical perspective, you can sometimes sway or sometimes influences someone's risk or kind of hesitancy to be more open if you do continue to invest and innovate in technology that really kind of proves the point, right? So if conversations can't do it, you can create great tech that does say, what are your top 5 reasons why you're apprehensive to make this more concrete, right? Or make this much more open and transparent. And if you can prove that out, right, through technology, that can sometimes influence policy as opposed to policy influencing tech, right? Because sometimes policy is rooted in a lot of history.
Yes.
There's a lot of built up kind of posture in terms of how we got there. The only way to do that is to kind of chip away at it. And it's not necessarily done with just words. I think you can do that with innovation and kind of bringing novel solutions to the table.
And there's something really important in what you just say, is that goes back to the point behind the question, as in like communication is a two-way mechanism, and sometimes you need to sort of empower the confidence of the policymaker, but through the knowledge of the things that you can do, and having that continuous communication going as part of the dialogue that Celeste also mentioned through these networks of networks coming together. That's perhaps one of the very good ways to have that. Bernice, do you want to say a few words on this?
Just 2 quick ones. One is we have a representative from the Consul General of Japan here, and I can say that looking at the way that Japan has done this, so the Japanese government will encourage a risk-taking situation for an industry leader, and they know that that's going to create a friction in the business operations. They know that that's going to probably lead to, say, switching to a defense application from a commercial application is going to create a drop. The shareholders will be concerned, et cetera. What Japan does, which is kind of amazing, is as burden sharing, as their national framework, they will offset that for the company with other opportunities through policy or through procurement, some other opportunity. We don't really necessarily do that. I haven't seen it as clearly. That is a tremendous relief of risk for that company if they know that they're being acknowledged for taking the risk for national security, but they're also being given an opportunity on the other side to balance it out. And I would say that where I've seen it in going back to Alaska, the policy, to follow Ed, the policy of Senator Sullivan and Senator Murkowski are driving a lot of the congressional push for investment in Alaska. And so Department of War is looking at actually rolling out infrastructure that creates an opportunity for private sector to invest because they've de-risked it, right? There's an infusion of capital through the NDAA and through other means of funding, but there's also this attraction of investment even from allies that offsets it. We're seeing Japan, Korea, et cetera, the Nordic states coming in with investments in the region. So all of that offsets the investments that are now coming in from the private sector. So you've got BlackRock, you've got Industrial Bank of Japan starting to do that. I think that's maybe the organic, sustainable way to do it.
Thank you very much. I'm looking across the room and I can see that we are drawing this to a close, the day of proceedings. But before we conclude it all, I'll come back to you all and just sort of ask a naughty question. The sort of like a very quick and sharp answer. If you were king for a day, what would you say is the first thing from your perspective to look at to achieve that goal of having resilience by design? Celeste.
King for the day, and a naughty question from an academic is scary, but just looking at really figuring out how we build into our academic systems, future systems thinkers. You know? And I don't have the solution for that, but folks here do. So we challenge folks to do that.
Brilliant, thank you. Anthony.
Australia is currently the third largest pension market in the world. That's not per capita, that's on an absolute basis. It will be the second largest in about 5 years. If I was king for a day, I would legislate that 2% of that pension pile of money that we have goes into space and defence.
Brilliant. Bernice?
Actually, someone else is being king for a day and is already doing it. I understand just as of a few days ago, I saw a post on this, so I was totally leg swiped. But it's to look at where organizations, especially within the US, are funding the same thing, getting them to government entities in particular to line up their funding to determine who does what in a project and become more efficient. And I think right now it's called something like, instead of SEAL Team 6, it's being called Deal Team 6. Someone not in marketing did that. So anyway, but that's what I would do.
Thank you. Ed, last word.
Well, since I arrived, I heard trust. If that was a drinking game, I think we'd all be under the table by now. So I would say, but I had a great leader that I worked under, and he said, you can't surge trust, but you can surge capability. So if I had king of the day, I think I would continue to encourage disruption, innovation, and to take on risk so that you can lower trust, but you can't magically flip the switch and then have it.
Brilliant. So all that is left for me is to just hand on a few notes to Ian to wrap this up. So the answer to the essay question that was provided for this panel is building networks of networks, which I think was one of the really interesting things. Creating a mapping ecosystem for the ability to bring things together. And there's a theme, something that emerged in terms of resilience that perhaps is something we can think about for the next iteration, is all of this question of, we talked about space, we talked about societies, communities, but we also touched upon in this panel and in the previous one, to subjects such as critical minerals, undersea infrastructure. Perhaps something to start digging is precisely there, in a maritime region where the sea stands at the center of the fundamental building blocks that are behind the infrastructure that deliver the cutting-edge solutions that we need. The sea is at the very center, and the undersea domain is probably one of the places where we want to go in order to continue to have the nerves and the blood to build the rivets and the steel that we need in order to maintain that resilience. So thank you very much for joining us today and for staying with us until the end of the panel. If you could join me in thanking the speakers, I'll be very grateful. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Alessio. Ladies and gentlemen, there's one further duty to conclude today's events. Again, it's my privilege to firstly thank all of you for making time and committing to this day where we can sort of evolve ourselves from a community of practice into a community of action. We've had 4 panels and 1 keynote. This is the second iteration of the Indo-Pacific Forum, and again, General Glynn was here last year, he's here again this year, so that's as good an indicator as any that we will do a third year. So again, my intention is to have you all back next year, bigger and better. A couple of thanks just to acknowledge efforts of individuals to get us here. Firstly, the staff at the Prince Waikiki Hotel, including the team that have done the audio, the catering, the movement of furniture, and just the general hospitality aspect of being here today. The reason why we're back here is because of how wonderful they were last year, and again, I can't thank them enough for their performance and assistance in that regard. Specific to the S&D team, Lauren, Carla and Craig, who have really been the ideas and the motivation behind the program, how we would sequence the day and making it easy for all of us to gain the maximum benefit. To my wonderful scholars who incidentally do all this on top of their day job. Not only are they tenured at the universities, and the expectation is to educate and research, but they also make time to do this. So to Alicia, Hugh, Ryan, Dave, and the rest of the team, my personal thanks. Resilience, force posture, and readiness has been the focus of today. Those conversations can continue, so please, if you're not on our subscription or on our website, then please do so. As I said this morning, there are a series of events across the year, so if you find yourself in Canberra, London or DC, or even Tempe in Arizona, please reach out. We're always doing activities, we're always looking to make connections, and we want to assist you in that regard. To the mill reps who attended today, my count was 12 countries. You've given me a whole lot of motivation to have you included as part of our panels and our makeup for next year. So again, acknowledging countries like New Zealand, Japan, a lot of the Baltics, and the Europeans, a couple of Middle Easterners, South Koreans. You're all very welcome to contribute to these ideas. You're part of one team, one fight, and it's certainly my intention to have you as part of our feature for next year. And as I said, to all those that have travelled, both locally and internationally, thank you for what you do. Please be part of our solution set going forward. And again, my personal appreciation for your efforts today. There is an event after this. Unfortunately, we can't have all of you, but for those who are going to dinner, we're upstairs and you're welcome to wander up there after 5 at your convenience. But again, my personal thanks to all of you and for those that helped enable this today. Travel safe, look after each other, and we'll see you again next year. Thanks very much.